Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain.
The Quirk-stealing hero Izuku Midoriya. 11 Chapter 1 Prologue. His father had the same quirk, the ability to steal the quirks of others and use them himself. Combining similar quirks together for more powerful effects caused his father to become the world's greatest villain. But like all humans, he aged, though slowed by a longevity quirk. He needed an heir, someone worthy of his quirk and his title of the world's greatest villain. So the man attempted many times to sire a child with the quirk. The man tried 18 times to produce a child with the same quirk as him. And he failed 17 times. Some of the children had their mother's quirks. Others had copies of his stolen quirks, as well as useless quirkless failures. Though one had the ability to temporarily copy the quirks of others, but it was irrelevant compared to the power of his own. But the 18th, his favorite, had his quirk. Not only that, but his quirk was active at birth, stealing his mother's quirk in childbirth, killing her, or so the story he told him went. The father trained the boy, but it was like torture for the boy. But his quirk had a unique side effect. Taking people's quirks, their greatness, their power, was like a drug to him. One day the boy escaped his father's powerful grasp. Stealing quirks to feed his addiction, the boy ruined many lives. But through it all he wished to become a hero as great as All Might. One day he encountered the great hero who showed the boy a way to greatness. To redeem his name and his quirk from his father's dark legacy. 11 Chapter 1. Izuku Midoriya looked at the crying child in front of him. The boy had barely gotten his quirk only to be grabbed by Izuku. The boy, his face shadowed by his hood, slowly walked towards the child, preparing to feast upon the child's quirk. Grabbing the child by his face and ripping his quirk from him. It wasn't powerful, not even very useful, but it abated his hunger. Dropping the child to the cold ground unconscious, Izuku turned and attempted to leave the alley he had taken the boy to. Only to hear footsteps approaching him. He wasn't aware who it was, but he couldn't take chances, so he prepared a quirk. Feeling its power, he looked for a shadow as the footsteps drew closer. He looked at the wall and saw a perfect shadow and activated the quirk he had in mind. Quirk Shadow Traveler. Info allows user to become a shadow and pull others into shadows to entrap them. Pulling himself into the shadows, he sped through the shadows that covered the walls of the alley. He sped to the roof of the building. He stopped, emerging from the shadows uneasily. Ugh, I hate using that quirk, it always makes me nauseous. Wobbling over to the edge of the roof, he leaned over it and looked down at the alley and saw who had created the footsteps that scared him away. The pro heroes present, Mike and Eraserhead. He pushed himself from the edge and stepped away, activating another quirk, taking off his hoodie in the process. Quirk Wings. Spreading the new limbs created by the quirk, Izuku jumped from the roof, gliding over the city to his current residence. While he flew over the city, he got of how quickly the heroes had found him, even though he had taken the child only minutes ago. He landed near a school and headed to his current sleeping area, the underside of a small bridge. Once he stepped under the bridge, a manhole cover rumbled and burst towards the sky. A medium-sized invisibility cloak. Oh yes, you'll do well. The green-haired boy was grabbed by tendrils of sludge that pulled him into a mass of the sludge. It pried open his mouth and forced its way into his throat, drowning him slowly. Twisting and turning in the mass, Izuku tried to escape it as it drowned him. He cried through clenched eyes. In desperation, Izuku used his quirk and let the burning greed take over. Ripping the villain's quirk from him, he fell to the ground, taking in great gulps of air. Izuku looked up and his sight was blocked by a massive blonde figure. All Might. 11 Chapter 2 An Evil Quirk. All Might, the #1 hero, the man his father wished to kill. The successor of his uncle's quirk. A man he was destined to fight due to his quirk, and his father had saved his life. Would this man have done this if he knew of his heritage? Looking behind him, the greenette, he saw the body of the villain who had attempted to kill him and steal his body. Izuku turned and looked at the #1 hero. I'm glad you're okay. Sorry about getting you caught in my villain fighting. I don't usually make mistakes like this, but I was in high spirits on my day off in a new place. said the number one hero in his powerful booming voice. But I'd like to ask you a question, my boy. How did you nullify the quirk of that villain? Looking up at the massive, his blonde hair sticking up in its unique V-shape and his smile as blinding as ever. But he seemed somehow smaller than when he faced his father. Izuku thought of how to answer the question. Should he tell him of his quirk? The same quirk as the man who had nearly killed the hero and permanently injured him. Crawling to his feet, Izuku stood up, staring at the hero the entire time. I didn't nullify his quirk, I took it. Ashamed, Izuku looked at the hero. My quirk is the same as the man who permanently injured you. All Might, shocked, lost control of his form and reverted back to his natural emaciated form. Spewing blood from his mouth, the number one hero nervously looked at the boy. Izuku, staring at the hero, judging his reaction, looked away from the hero. Now that you've asked me a question, may I ask one of you? The hero looked at the boy and nodded. All Might, I need to know, can I be a hero? Can I be a hero even with an evil quirk like mine? Shocked, the hero looked at the boy, the son of his nemesis, the son of the man who killed his predecessor. But he looked so vulnerable with the dark shadows under his eyes, thin body, and oversized and ragged clothes. He looked as if he lived on the streets. My boy, your father may have been a villain, but you can be a hero. You are not your father, no one is. You may share a quirk, but you do not share a fate. The number one hero's blinding smile was even brighter as he said this. But my boy, may I ask why you look as if you live on the streets? Izuku's eyes wide with shock looked at the hero. How had he known? Looking away ashamed, he clenched his eyes shut and said, I've lived on the streets since the day you and my father fought and nearly killed each other. That day was my only chance to escape my father and his evil goals. I want to be a hero as great as you. I want to bring the man who sired me to justice and cage him for the rest of his miserable life. Determined, Izuku looked at the hero. I know you're looking for a successor for you, Quirk. You're dying and only have so much time left, and I'll help you find a successor. So that we may defeat my father and bring the bastard to justice. It's the only way I'll be able to sleep peacefully at night without thinking that I'll walk up back in his hideout. Sometime during his speech, the boy had fallen to his knees, speaking to the shriveled hero. Looking down at the boy, the hero took in his words and thought of his quirk. My boy, you wish you defeat your father. Your main goal is to defeat him, but I can tell you wish to help people as well, just as I and my predecessors did and do. I believe I have found my successor in you, my boy. 11 Chapter 3 One for All. At the offer, Izuku felt the burning greed of his quirk and could see the quirk within All Might, pulsing with light and power acquired over the decades it spent with each wielder. It could satisfy his quirk's hunger for months, maybe even a year. Would it be wrong to just take it? I mean, the hero was offering it to the boy. No, he could control himself. He would not be consumed by his quirk. I'm sorry, sir, but I cannot take you up on your offer. Looking at the weakened hero, he continued. Not because of my father or any of that, but because of me. I am no hero, I'm a villain at best. I've been stealing quirks for years, and I know that such a heroic quirk would be tainted by my darkness. Turning, Izuku went to leave, only for a skeletal hand to be placed upon his shoulder. Young man, you may say that you aren't worthy because of what you have done. But your willingness to give up the power of one for all shows that you are worthy of its power. Smiling, the shriveled and shrunken hero looked at the boy. I understand your choice, my boy, but promise me one thing. Try to join UA. If you truly wish to bring your father to justice, you'll need to do it right, and for that you'll need help, and that's something UA can offer. Fine, I'll join, if only to bring my father. Turning once more, the boy left. In the months before the exam, Izuku trained his combative quirks. Using too many quirks at once made him nauseous, but they did create devastating attacks. Though using the drunken rage quirk wasn't the best idea, as it requires him to drink alcohol, but it did work well in combination with blood drunk. Both quirks would not work well in a heroic setting. Although husband's newest quirk, sludge form, was useful for evading enemies and working around to a better position to defeat them. He looked at the place he'd been training at as he left for the entrance exam. It was an abandoned building that was collapsing. He had been training for months, and it was finally time. The greenette got dressed and left for the hero school nervous of the test. His quirk may be powerful, but he can't use the quirks he steals well without some training with them. He arrived on time, and entered the school sitting down with the other hero hopefuls. Looking at the others, he began to mutter a nervous habit, thinking of ways to combat the mechanical villains. /n intro is basically the same, and I'm too lazy to type it out. Stretching, Izuku searched for an appropriate quirk. Yes, I think Meltdown would be perfect for destroying mechanical villains. You there, muttering boy, what do you think you're doing? What are you talking about, engine guy? I've seen you before, stalking around alleyways before. You're either a criminal or a street rat trying to bring down the good name of UA. Looking down at him, the taller rich boy continued. Well, I will not allow it. If you are only here to disrupt the proper students, then leave now. The tall boy finished by laying a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Slapping the hand, Izuku yelled. Shut up and stay out of business that you'll never understand, 4 eyes. Walking away, Izuku tried to stamp out the flames appearing due to burning fury. Hello listeners, it's time to start. Well, what are you waiting for, hero hopefuls? In the world of heroes and villains there are no countdowns, go. Running through the replica of a city, Izuku used his anger at the rich boy to burn through the robots, and when his anger cooled he used Meltdown. 9 inches. 23 inches. 46 inches. 78 inches. 89 inches. Well, it looks like that green-haired boy is doing quite well for himself, said the rat, dog gerbil bear thing known as Nazu, one of the few animals to have a quirk. But I wonder how he and his fellow hopefuls will fare against the zero-pointer. Leaning, the small mammal hit a button, sending tremors through the ground. 11 Chapter 5 Izuku's current known quirks. Quirk Shadow Traveler. Info allows user to enter shadows to move faster or to get the drop on foes. Quirk Meltdown. Info allows user to superheat limbs to melt even the toughest materials. I basically stole this from CJ and's non-believer story, read it, it's really good. Quirk Female Water Hoses. Quirk. Info shoots water like hose from hand. Quirk Devolution. Info allows wielder to turn any part of their body to that of any animal. If used for too long the user will go feral. Quirk Fire Breath. Info user breathes fire. Quirk Weak Telekinesis. Info a weak form of telekinesis. Quirk Drunken Rage. Info consuming alcohol increases user strength. The more alcohol the stronger the increase. Quirk Blood Drunk. Info consuming blood makes the user physically stronger but also makes them drunk and leaves them with a massive hangover. Quirk Manga Bubble. Info turns user's head into a speech bubble. How'd this guy get into 1B and not Shinsu? Quirk Burning Fury. Info coats user in flames related to their anger, the latter they are the stronger the flames. Quirk Slime Form. Info the slime dude from the beginning of the show. Quirk Aerokinesis. Info used controls winds in their eyesight. Quirk Concussive Blast. Info user sends out a blast of pure energy. The longer it isn't used, the more energy is built up. 11 Chapter 4 Yamikamo. Tomohiro Shigaraki scratched at his neck again. A habit he developed after his brother ran away. He'd been looking for the younger boy ever since he disappeared the day their father fought All Might. Damn it, Yamikamo, where the hell are you? The blue-haired boy had taken many leads in his search for his brother. He had obtained a photo of his brother not long ago of the boy sleeping underneath the bridge near a school. Yamikamo looked so thin. How long had it been since he had a proper meal? Why had his brother left them? It's not as though he felt guilt for the theft of quirks. There were many reports of people losing their quirks, and it was more than likely the boy's doing. He wished to find the younger boy as he loved the younger boy perhaps more than he ever should have since he called him brother. Tomohiro Shigaraki, answer me, I've been trying to speak to you for 10 minutes now, yelled a man seemingly made of mist. What the hell do you want, Kuroguri? Angrily yelled the blue-haired man-child. We found Yamikamo minus, jumping up. The red-eyes gamer interrupted his misty elder. What, where, when, how? Demanded the hand-obsessed weirdo. Tomohiro Shigaraki, we've spotted him, the UA entrance exam. Nervously stated the man whose name literally means black mist. What, you're lying? My Yamikun would never join those bastard heroes. I'm sorry, but our spy reported seeing him shortly before the physical arguing with the young brother of Ingenum. Turning, the man-child began to think. He's probably just planning to steal all of their quirks in the chaos of the exam. Gleeful for this explanation, the guy with the hand fetish calmed down. Well, I suppose we must wait and see Tomohiro Shigaraki. Yeah, I guess. Tell me if there is any more news of my Yamakun from the spy. Leaving Kuroguri, the blue-haired male's red eyes gleamed with more than his normal madness at the thought of knowing the location of his Yamakun. At least I know where to find you, Yamakun. Blood poured from his neck as his fingernails pierced the cracked skin. Besides Yamakun, we're related in more ways than just sensei. The zero-pointer exploded from the ground, sending debris everywhere. Hero hopefuls all around ran for their lives except for the few trapped beneath rubble. Seeing them, a girl with a earphone jack Quirk and a boy with a strange rocky head. Izuku rocketed forward without thinking, drawing on a quirk he had long forgotten. Concussive blast. The greenette, having not used the quirk for years, had built up a great deal of power. Not aiming, Izuku simply pointed his arm forward on instinct as the scorching energy of the quirk tore through his form, breaking and burning the flesh of his arm. Lying on the ground, the boy was approached by an old woman. Kid, you've got a lot of power, but that's a pretty big drawback you've got there. You're recovery girl, right? What do you mean? Instead of speaking, she pointed to his right arm with her syringe-shaped cane. She had mostly healed it, but the flesh was scarred, and he'd always feel a bit numb in the arm. But otherwise he was okay. You'll need to take it easy on that arm for a while, or else there may be permanent nerve damage. Right, got it, recovery girl. The exam is over, right? The much smaller elder nodded at his question. Well, I must be going. The minus. Wait. Poking him with her cane, she stopped him. All Might wants to see you right away. He'll be in classroom 1. Turning, the little old lady left the destroyed replica city. And next time, kid, don't destroy half the city with your attack. You nearly killed those kids you were trying to protect. The boy looks like All for One in his prime, but at times he almost looks like minus. All Might's muttering was interrupted when the greenette stepped into the classroom he was within. You wanted to see me, All Might? Smiling, the old hero looked at the boy. Yes, I realize that you do not have a home of your own for the school to mail your letter to. So I talked with the principal, and I'm giving you your letter early. The shriveled hero handed him the letter. But not only that, the school is also giving you a room during your tenure here due to your situation. Needless to say, the greenette was surprised by the words of the number 1 hero. I got in. Nodding, the hero gave the boy a warm smile. I don't know what to say, except thank you, sir. You're welcome, my boy, but in exchange for this I must ask you one thing. The hero almost instantaneously went from a look of joy to a look of complete seriousness. Why do you look so similar to my master? Looking at the hero, Izuku processed the question. I'm not entirely sure, sir. The hero looked disappointed at the answer. But I do know one thing, it's what made me leave, and what may be the answer you're looking for, sir. Hopeful, the hero looked at the boy. When I was younger, shortly before I escaped that place, I found a tank with a woman in it, your master. Shocked, the hero fell down, coughing blood. She's alive. Yes, but there is more, sir. From what I read in a file near the tank, it seems that Fath All for One something from her, not just her quirk, but something else as well. Looking away, the boy got of what best to say. I believe what he took from her was an egg. The same egg that was used to birth me. 11 Chapter 5. After what Izuku said to the hero, All Might, he became lost and caught. Thinking of what to say. His master had been violated by his nemesis, and while he didn't blame the child, he could not look at the boy at the moment. So he handed the boy a map with his dorm room marked on it and left. Izuku watched the hero leave, and thought of what he had seen in the lab. The charts and what had been taken from her, and that the child created from the egg was alive and healthy. He never learned if he was the child or not, but he is the only child of his father that he knew of that was still alive. So his natural conclusion was that the child was him. Arriving at the dorm room, he entered and saw how spartan the room was. There was only a bed, table, TV, and a computer. I suppose that I'll just have to go shopping for decorations. Man, it's gonna be weird having a real bed again. Jumping onto the bed, Izuku relaxed and quickly fell asleep. In the time before school, Izuku added a few things to his new room. Mostly posters of heroes and old pre-Quirk rock bands. He may hate his father, but the old man had a good taste in music. The boy had bought a disc player and several music CDs, and plenty of green hair dye. He was preparing for his first day of school while listening to some rock. After finally managing to tie his tie, he went to the player and switched it off. Exiting his room, he headed for the classroom to see two fellow students arguing. Until they finally notice him. It's you. It's me. I must apologize for my actions against you during our first meeting. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tenya Yida, and you are? Oh, I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's a pleasure to meet you properly, Midoriya, especially since you saw the true meaning of the test. I did. Yes, you saw that as heroes we must also save people, not just defeat villains. It was improper of me to assume that you would bring down the name of UA because of your origin. For that I cannot truly say sorry. It's cool, man. I hope we can start over as friends. Yes, of course, and I hope that we may be friends for many years to come. If you're just here to make friends, get out. Interrupting their conversation was a man in a sleeping bag who looked like a giant yellow caterpillar. It took you 8 seconds to shut up. You'll need to improve upon that. Every second counts when you're a hero. Grabbing something, the scruffy insomniac continued. I'm Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. Now put these on and meet me outside. Throwing them PE clothes, he left his students behind. What a Quirk assessment test. Questioned literally every student at once, almost like they practiced it. But orientation, we're gonna miss it, said some girl with an anti-gravity quirk. If you're gonna be in the big leagues, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies, spoke the insomniac hero. Here at UA we're not tethered to traditions. That means I get to run my class however I see fit. You've been taking physical exams all your lives, but you've never been allowed to use your quirks before. Holding up a phone with numbers on it, the hero continued. The country's still pretending we're all created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. One day the Ministry of Education will learn. Stuffing his hands in his costume's pockets, the scruffy teacher looked at his students. Midoriya, you managed to get the most points on the entrance exam. What was your farthest distance throw with a softball when you were in junior high? Shocked, the boy with hair dyed green tried to think of a response to the teacher. I never went to junior high, sir. I'm all self-taught. He never went to junior high, yet he aced the exam. Well, I suppose we'll have to see if this is the truth or not. Well then, Midoriya, we'll have to see how far you can throw that ball with your quirk. Now can you please explain what your quirk is for those of us who don't know? The girl with the earjack quirk looked at the teacher and spoke. His quirk is some kind of energy blast, right? That's how he saved me and Kota. Well, you're close, but that's not the extent of my quirk. Rubbing the back of his head, the boy looked at his fellow students and continued. My quirk is called theft. I can create an inferior copy of a person's quirk as long as they are alive. Oh, that would explain how you got so hurt when you used that energy blast thingy, said the brunette with the anti-gravity quirk whose name was Ochako. Yeah, it either halves the strength or increases a weakness. Looking at the fellow students around him, he continued. Though the reason I haven't copied any of your quirks is because it hurts the person I copy, and they're out for a couple hours afterward. Enough about your quirk, Midoriya. Now it's time for you to show everyone what you can do. Grabbing the ball, Izuku entered the circle and searched for a proper quirk for the test. He decided a combination of quirks would be best. Calming himself, the boy focused and activated slime form around his arm, pulling back and whipping the arm transformed appendage around, letting go when it felt like the arm would fly apart. The ball was sent flying forward, but the young kleptomaniac wasn't done yet. He prepared a quirk he had acquired shortly before the start of the school year. He activated aerokinesis, and using the quirk he propelled the ball until it was far from his line of sight. Aizawa turned, showing the students how far the ball had gone. 800 meters. Now this is what I'm talking about, using our quirks as much as we want, said some guy with bulbous elbows that were definitely his quirk. I wanna go, that looks like fun, said some pink girl with little horns sticking up from her hair. So this looks fun, huh? The 20 students looked at their teacher. You have 3 years here to become a hero. You think it's all gonna be games and playtime. Idiots, today you'll complete 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever that comes in last has none and will be expelled immediately. Like I said, I get to decide how I run this class. If that's a problem, you can head home right now. 11 Chapter 6. The Hero School, while teaching students how to become heroes, also had regular classes. Regular boring classes: English with Present Mike, Modern Literature with Cementos, Modern Hero, Art History with the 18 plus Midnight, and Math with Ectoplasm. Lastly, the Heroics class, the one they went to UA for with an undisclosed teacher. Returning to his homeroom, Izuku got who the Heroics teacher could be. There were only so many teachers left. Vlad King. No, he was the Class 1B homeroom teacher, so he's out. Power Loader. Doubtful. He was a support hero and taught the support course. So all that remains is the door to the Class 1 homeroom ripped open, interrupting his train of thought and finally seeing who the Heroics teacher was. I am here. Coming through the door like a hero, said the massive smiling hero coming into the room in one of his old Silver Age costumes. I can't believe it's really All Might, said Kamanari, a pervert with an electrical quirk. So he is a teacher. This year is gonna be totally awesome, stated Krishima, a boy with sharp teeth and hair dyed a vivid red. Hey look, is he wearing his Silver Age costume? Asked the frog-like girl Asui. All Might walked into the room stiffly, looking at the students all the way. I'm getting goosebumps, it's so retro, said Ojiro, a freshman with a super strong tail. Welcome to the most important class at UA High, stated the massive blonde America fanboy. Think of it as harrowing 101. Here, you will learn the basics of being a pro and what it means to fight for the name of good. The hero turned his back, facing them, stretching his massive quirk-enhanced muscles. Let's get into it. Today's lesson will pull no punches, stated the hero, holding up a card that said Battle Fight Training, stated the red-eyed explosive boy. Real combat already? Questioned Izuku, fearing that he may accidentally reveal what his quirk truly does. One of the keys to being a hero is looking good, exclaimed the massive hero with the V-shaped hairdo, pointing to cases with their costumes in them. These were designed for you based on your quirk registration and the requests you sent in before school started. The entire class cheered at the prospect of finally wearing their costumes. Get suited up, and then meet me at Training Ground Beta. Yes, sir. Izuku's costume wasn't the most flashy, but not many things could be used to increase the power of his quirk. But there were additions to work with the quirks he had stolen, such as slits in the back of his costume for wings and an ocular enhancement device to allow him to see farther for his aerokinesis, as well as bracers for use of concussive blast. But all in all, it looked like a black suit made of a more breathable material with a few simple additions. Though before heading outside, Izuku decided to do one more thing to rinse out the green hair dye for the costume. Note, I'm kinda going for Izuku's suit to be like All for One, so basically imagine that, and Izuku, after washing out the hair dye, looks like the concept art of Yamikamo. End note. Heading to the training ground, he felt All Might's eyes drilling into him. Probably because he resembles his father even more now. Sigh. Regardless, I need to do this to bring that bastard in. Whoa, I like your costume, not flashy at all, said the gravity girl Araraka. I should have been more specific. Mine's skin tight, not really my style. I love the hero course, stated the grape-haired pervert who should die. Your costume isn't that bad as long as it works for your quirk, it'll be fine, stated Izuku. Continuing, he says, my quirk is pretty powerful on its own, so I don't need to worry about my costume too much. Now that you're ready, it's time for combat training. Sir? Asked Ida, raising his hand. This is the fake city from our entrance exam. Does this mean we'll be conducting urban battles again? Not so young, Ida, stated the puffed-up anorexic. I'm going to move you ahead of that. Most villain fights you see in the news are in open areas, but the most disastrous fights take place indoors. Think about it. At these words, Izuku got of the fight between his father and All Might. It was inside the man's current hideout, and it was so destructive that both men were left with grievous wounds, and the hideout was collapsing. For this training exercise you'll be split into teams of good guys and bad guys randomly, and then randomly paired with an opposing group. But remember, this is different from the entrance exam. Clenching his massive fist, the hero continued. You'll be dealing with thinking foes who can think of a strategy to counter you. Now let's start the picking of teams. All Might picked up a box filled with tickets, one for each student. After each student grabbed a lot, they grouped up. Izuku was in team A with the invisible girl Hagakure. Hi, I'm Hagakure, nice to meet you properly. Smiling, Izuku introduced himself. Likewise, I'm Izuku, hope that we'll get along. Every other team is as in canon. Uraraka is with Ojiru. I declare that the first teams to fight will be. Pausing for dramatic suspense, All Might continued. Team A as the heroes and Team D as the villains. Looking at the team he was up against, Izuku saw the burning power of Bakugo's quirk and felt the greed that burned within him rise its ugly head. Izuku shoved down his greed and turned away, heading with his partner to their assigned building. Hopefully fighting Bakugo and Yuta won't be too hard with your ability to sneak behind them, Hagakure. All you need to do is avoid them and touch the bomb while I do all the combat. Okay Izuku, let's just hope that they don't see me. The excitable girl stated, forgetting her invisibility for a second. Oh. Right, invisible, forgot him. They waited outside the building, Izuku deciding what quirks to use. Finally they were allowed to enter, heading through the building seemingly alone, only to be jumped by Bakugo sending a explosive right hook his way. 11 Chapter 7, Midoriya vs Bakugo. The blonde-haired boy reared up an explosive right hook, planning to blow the suit-wearing thief away. Only to be pulled out of the air by super strong winds. The hell is this fucking shit? Smirking, the kleptomaniac continued, using the winds against his foe. It's one of my quirks, as long as I use the winds to push to back you can't hit me. Like hell I can't. Using his explosions, the explosive boy pushed through the winds. And flying straight into the son of the biggest villain. Got you now, motherfucker. Rearing back his right arm again, he aimed for his fellow hero Hopeful's head. Only for his hand to go through empty space, and to see an empty suit. Wow, never fully used this quirk, it feels weird, like I'm wading through mud. Turning around mid-air using his explosive sweat, he saw the blob of slime the other had become. Said blob of slime was sending tentacles of the slime at him, each had a little hand at the end to grab him. While two smaller tentacles were sneaking towards two other targets. The boy's suit and event. You coward, you think you can escape me that easily? And Bakugo once again rocketed toward the boy. Only to be thrown away by far stronger winds. Yes, I do. Sneaking through the vents, his suit tucked in his gelatinous form, Izuku looked for an area to redress himself. Izuku. Came a hyper voice through his communication device. Yeah, Hagakure, what is it? I found the weapon, but I can't get to it. Why not? You should be able to sneak past Yuta easily. Yeah, but they put traps to stop me. Okay, I'll have to the one to touch it then. What floor is it? It's the 4th floor, hurry, I feel like he's going to notice me any second now. Right. Exiting the vents in the stairwell outside the room, the slime boy left the clothes out from his slime, cleaning it as well. Then slinking into his clothes, putting everything in the correct places, and reverting back to his normal self. Cracking his neck and back, Izuku got used to being himself again. Man, that feels so weird. Sneaking into the room, the thief saw the traps Hagakure mentioned. Broken tiles, holes in the floor, and shattered glass to keep Hagakure from sneaking through. And Yuta was acting like a stereotypical villain from some of those old pre-Quirk movies. It was hard not to laugh, especially when comparing him to actual villains that Izuku was raised around. Ha 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 ha. Ah, there you are, Midoriya, your villain shall defeat you. Smirking at the words of the brother of Ingenum, Izuku approached him. Well then, come at me then if you're really my enemy. Then I shall hero scumba, ha ha ha. Charging at his fellow student, trying to run at full speed to catch him off guard. Only to be slowed down by the winds wound up by his enemy's quirk. You may be able to move far faster than me, but all I need to do is keep you at a distance. Smirking at the other, he tried to continue, only to be interrupted with shouted word. Die. Izuku was thrown into the wall by a explosive sneak attack. That's what you get, asshole. As the explosive boy talked, his gauntlet glowed a deep red. Hey, you know I'm normally close range, but with these I can hit you even farther away. Grabbing at the grenade-shaped gauntlet's release pin and pulling it back, having a release pin shoot out of the side. He was about to pull it when he stopped when he heard a voice through his comm. Young Bakugo, if you hit him with that he will die and I will have you expelled. He'll be fine as long as he dodges. Ripping out the pin and sending out an explosive blast with more than 10 times the power of his normal attacks. The blast hit the boy, tearing into his flesh, burning it, and blowing apart his body. Bakugo's smirk fell to be replaced with an angry snarl after seeing his foe's supposed blown apart body was actually made of slime. You fucker, I'll tear you apart. Running at his enemy's gelatinous form, hands sparking, ignoring the destroyed area created by his previous attack and that the floor itself was breaking apart. Izuku transformed back to his normal self, top half of his costume missing, having been used as a decoy, dodged the attack of the blonde. Grabbing at his wrist and pulling, making his opponent lose his balance. Then Izuku lost control of his quirk. His greed had been burning a hole in his chest since he saw his opponent's quirk, and it only got worse as he resisted it. Grabbing at Bakugo's face, the smaller of the two tried to control himself and failed. What the fuck are you doing? Brilliant purple lightning spiraled around his arm. The lightning pierced Bakugo's flesh and dug until it found its target. His quirk, brilliant and powerful, shining bright with power and sparking, showing his explosive might. It pulled, ripped, and tore the quirk from his form. Bakugo was screaming in pain the entire time. Absorbing the quirk, Izuku pulled it to the forefront and used it to force the nitroglycerin-like sweat from his hands, rocketing himself from the ground like its original owner, sending himself straight at the weapon. No. Yes. The hero team wins. Bakugo got up and tried to use his quirk. I can't use my quirk. What the hell did you do? Young Midoriya, I believe you may want to explain the true nature of your quirk. And so he did. The others were shocked of his quirk's true nature, Bakugo even saying that it's a villain's quirk. But regardless, Izuku explained that he can give back a quirk that he has taken. It simply required skin contact. Getting close, Izuku touched Bakugo's cheek, feeling it heat up slightly, and warned him. Be warned, this is gonna hurt. No shit. The purple lightning sheepishly gave up its stolen treasure. After all the others went on with their own scenarios, the school day went on like normal. Tomohiro, what has a spy told you of my son? Sensei, she was assigned to be with him on their assignment. He took the quirk of a fellow student. All for one, the human fried potato smirked at that news. Good, now tell her to keep a good eye on him. We will need to know how to capture him and bring him back to the correct side. Of course, Sensei. 11 Chapter 8 Lunchroom Rush. Izuku had been sneaking back into the room provided to him after stealing another quirk. His greed was getting worse, it burned constantly now, probably from being around so many powerful quirks. Anyway, when getting close to his room, he heard the voice of All Might and another hero speaking. I know it's risky, but I truly do think he's the right person to inherit my quirk. Didn't the boy refuse it once already? Why would he want it now? Have you seen him? He sneaks out to steal quirks, and the next time I see him he looks so guilty it hurts. It sounded as though the hero was scratching his neck. And I know that One for All could satisfy his greed. But for how long, and are his reasons for being a hero truly in line with the beliefs of a user of One for All? Maybe not, but you didn't see how he looked when he asked if he could become a hero with a quirk like his. He could almost see the hero with his blinding smile. Not only that, but he stated that he would help me find a successor, and that he would help that successor in their fight against his father. Smiling, Izuku sneaked into his room, thinking of the conversation as he faded to sleep. Before Izuku managed to get too far into the school, he saw some of his classmates being harassed by reporters, as well as a head of light blue hair in the distance. Tamuni. Quickly walking away, he tried to convince himself that it was someone else. Entering the homeroom for the day, he quickly sat down. Hey Midoriya, what's with the bags under you eyes? Asked the hyper-invisible girl. Oh, I couldn't sleep. She didn't sound convinced. Most people in the class seemed nervous around him since they learned of the true nature of his quirk. But they were still friendly enough. Aizawa was at his desk saying something about a class representative. Yuta was talking about voting or something. The fake brunette was mostly zoned out until they counted the votes, and it ended with Yoirozu being class rep and Yuta being the vice. Without much else happening in the class, we moved to the lunchroom. Izuku sat with Hagakure, Yuta, and Uraraka, talking of things that Izuku hardly cared about until they came to the topic of Rida's family. Are the two of you familiar with the Turbo Hero and Genome? Izuku's eyes sparkling at the chance to gush about a hero, something he could rarely do as a child. He's a super popular pro with 65 sidekicks working alongside him at his agency. Don't tell Mr. Yuta, looking proud, spoke. He's my older brother. Genome is an unmatched commander who honors the hero code. As the second oldest Yuta-san, I strive to be just like him. An incredibly loud alarm rang through the school, and the students began panicking. What's a level 3 security breach? Yuta asked a third year. It means someone got past the school's defenses. This hasn't happened in my 3 years here. Pushed by the flow of people, Izuku tried to escape, but his arms were pinned to his sides by the sheer mass of the people present. Hearing a shouting over the people, he looked up and saw Yuta saying something about the reporters looking out the window. Izuku saw that there was no cause for alarm until he looked at the gate. He knew the quirk that did that damage, and it spelled danger for all involved. Tamuni. Whispering the same name he said when he saw the blue head of hair, he realized that his father must be planning something and that the heroes must be warned. After the commotion ended, Izuku rushed to find Principal Nezu to tell him of the emergency. Out of breath, the brunette tried to say what he meant until he finally got it out. The person who destroyed the gate is my older brother. Nezu assured the boy hurriedly, telling him it was probably someone with a similar quirk, only to turn to his fellow heroes mulling on the new information. 11 Chapter 9 SJ Part 1. Izuku had been resting in his given room thinking of the destroyed front gate. Why would Tomohiro want to break into UA for any other reason than to get to him and take him back to his father? But the only way he could have known was if the villains had an informant, and the only other reason would be to gain strategic information on UAS operations. Finally fading to sleep, he slept, tossing and turning through the night, his fear showing through in his nightmares. Son, I'd like you to meet Mr. Takahashi. He's hurt many children that are just like you, and I would like you to test your quirk on him. Okay, Papa. Stretching his hand to the man's face, Mikomo, more well known by his nickname Yamikomo, felt his quirk burning in his skin, erupting through his flesh in the form of purple lightning, crackling in hunger. Placing his hand on the man's face and gripping it as tightly as his tiny hands could, the lightning dug into his face. The old man screamed at the very top of his lungs in pain, crying like a child waking from a nightmare. His screams made the child hesitant and almost pulled his hand back, only to be stopped by the words of his father. Mikomo, if you do not finish taking his quirk, your pain will be worse than his. Okay, Papa. Afraid of his father's threat, he continued, closing his heart to the man's pain, and finished taking the poor bastard's quirk. Good son, his quirk is called Shadow Traveler. I am quite sure it will come in great use to you in the future. The old man gripped his shoulder tightly and pulled him away. Now son, how about we get something to eat? Waking in a cold sweat, Izuku tried to shake the repressed memory away. Getting up from his bed, he did his normal morning routine. Stretching, exercising, eating, brushing his teeth, and then getting dressed for school. Fully dressed, he left his room, heading to his classroom. He prepared for another day of heroics training. His teacher sat at his desk, obviously waiting for all of his students to arrive so he could speak. Once they all arrived and sat down, he spoke. Today your training is going to be a little bit different. You'll have 3 instructors, me, All Might, and another faculty member that you'll meet when we arrive. Arrive where, sir? Asked the engine block boy. You'll learn when we get there. Come on, I'd like to get a nap in on the bus there. Getting to the bus, Yuta attempted to have the students sit in alphabetical order only to become a bit depressed when he learned it wasn't a regular bus. Sitting in one of the seats closer to the front, squished in between the frog girl and a rock-like boy. If we're pointing out the obvious, Yuta, there's something I'd like to say about you, said the frog-like girl looking at him. What would you like to say, Asui? Call me Tsuyu. Oh, okay. You seem to know who caused the destruction of the school's front gate. Stating the blunt truth left the boy surprised and flustered. Yeah, I know who destroyed it. Really, who? Asked the everything manly loving redhead known as Kirishima. He's my older brother. Wait, really, why would he want to break into UA? Scratching at his neck similarly to his adopted older brother, Izuku continued. You may remember that my quirk allows me to steal and use the quirks of other people. Yeah, how could we forget such a cool quirk? Stated the pink-skinned acid thrower known as Mina. Well, my father has the same quirk, but he's no hero. He became a villain and raised me and my elder brother the same. Taking a breath and taking in their shocked faces, he continued. I ran away knowing I'd never be welcome there with my love of heroes, and I came here and enrolled while my older brother followed in the path of my father. Whoa, it's so manly that you decided to follow your own path. Said, well, who do you think said it? Yeah, I guess. Most of the rest of the trip there was mostly small talk. Finally arriving at their destination, they exited the bus and met the third hero that would instruct them. Hello, everyone, I've been waiting for you, said the living space suit known as 13. Uraraka gushed about the rescue hero, as did a few others. Note, I'll be referring to 13 as they them since to my knowledge a gender was never confirmed for the rescue hero. They led the students inside and described the hero training they'd be having that day. After describing it, the hero quietly snuck over to Aizawa and told him why All Might was late. Apparently he overstressed his quirk and would more than likely not be there that day. Right now that's over minus. The lights of the building crackled, the electricity fading from them. A massive black portal appeared in the center of the training facility. Walking out of the portal were many villains, and leading them was Tamuni. Looking up at the sound of his little brother's nickname for him, the ashy boy smiled under his hand mask. Yamakun. His crazed eyes lighted up with delight. Oh, little brother, how I've missed you. Looking at the black portal, the scratchy boy spoke to it. Kuriguri, make sure my little brother can't escape. Father will be so happy that we're finally bring Yamakamo home. The portal lashed out, enrapturing the young boy and the pervert that had been near them, also accidentally taking Asui when she tried to help them escape. Opening the portal, they were sent to a new location. Dropping into water that surrounded a boat, the young hero in training looked around and saw a man with a shark quirk charging at him, mouth agape, preparing to sink his teeth into his young flesh. 11 Chapter 10 SJ Part 2 Electric Boogaloo. Seeing the man with the shark quirk, Izuku used a quirk he hadn't used for a while. Devolution. Info allows use to change any part of their body into that of an animal's, but can't be used for too long or else wielder will begin to devolve to baser instincts. Izuku shifted his form, gaining the tail of a great white shark, webbed hands from an African dwarf frog, and gills from an axolotl. Using his new attachments, he moved out of the way of the villain, spotting Tsuyu as he turned. Gesturing toward her to go to the boat, they breached the surface for some reason, saving the pervert. Breaching the water, Mineta said something perverted, apparently grabbing Tsuyu's chest. She dunked him onto the boat hard. Climbing in, Izuku let the quirk-made enhancements dissolve into his flesh. Tsuyu, Mineta, we need a plan, and those villains around us don't make me feel very good for our odds. Why should we trust you, huh? That guy with the hands called you Yamakamo. Who the hell are you? Yelled the pervert, who for some reason had a diaper as a part of his costume. I'm Izuku Midoriya, that's all you need to know, and I'm not a with villains. If I were, I would be here, would I? The perverse grape boy didn't respond, only looking away. Now water your quirks so we can make a plan. I ain't repeating the dialogue of the anime, just watch the episode if you wanna know the exact stuff of their quirks. After explaining their quirks, Izuku began to plan, thinking of what to do. Then it came to the broccoli boy. Tsuyu, you can jump a large distance, right? And Mineta, your balls will stick to everyone but you, right? Both heroes in training nodded. Izuku then explained his plan. What, that'll never work. Let's do it. Mineta placed 2 sticky balls on Tetsuya's back and another on Izuku's chest. Izuku, picking up Tsuyu with surprising ease, squished her into his chest, sticking them together. Mineta was grabbed by Tsuya's tongue, holding him tightly. Tsuyu crouched, bringing Izuku down with her, who was releasing his wings and prepared to jump. Springing up into the air, they were not as far up as Tsuyu could normally jump, but were high enough in the air for Izuku to glide them far from the shipwreck zone. But a new problem arose when they landed back in dry land near the center of the SJ. Mineta, how do we unstick? They attempted to pull apart, only to be stuck together even more firmly. I don't know, a couple hours maybe. A couple hours. We don't have a couple hours. They continued trying to pull apart when they heard the fabric of their suits begin to rip. Hopefully the tops of our suits won't be wrecked from this. Pulling from Tsuyu with all his strength, pushing her away at the same time, caused their suits to rip further. Off came the front of his suit and most of the back of her costume. Blushing, the two turned from each other, crouching to get out of the line of sight of the villains. The trio hid in the foliage used for decoration in the training facility. And they watched as their teacher's face was smashed into the ground by a Birdman thing. What is that thing? It's a Nomua artificial human with multiple quirks, and with the way the villains are talking, he was designed to kill All Might, so he probably has some kind of strength quirk. Multiple quirks, is that possible, Karo? Yeah, when you have a quirk like mine. Watching them, I seemed like the Nomua was about to kill Aizawa, only to stop when the door of the SJ was ripped open. All Might has come onto the scene, and he wasn't smiling. The villains quivered in fear, and those who attempted to fight him were instantly knocked out. Each villain that tried to face the massive hero was easily defeated. All Might saw Aizawa with his face crushed into the ground and charged at the artificial human. His enemy charged at him as well, roaring in rage. The hero hit the Birdman multiple times, each hit doing nothing to him. His quirk is shock absorption. You'll have to tear out his flesh if you want to defeat him. Thank you for telling me how to beat him. The hero grabbed the Bird and used a German suplex on him, trying to smash his head into the ground. Only for his attack to be interrupted by Kurogiri opening a portal and sending Nomu top half out underneath the hero. Nomu then grabbed the hero, his fingers digging into the hero's old injury. Blood gushed from his wound. All Might let go of the villain in pain and attempted to free his hands from his sides. Izuku, seeing this, rushed in blindly, attempting to save the hero. Yamakumo, you finally decided to rejoin us. All for one crackled at Izuku's fingertips, rearing back his arm. He speared the Nomu with his thieving power, ripping out the Nomu's quirks, giving the hero a chance. All Might now. Said hero charged at the artificial human, hitting him with a powerful attack. Its shockwave sending the quirk thief flying. The kleptomaniac hero landed headfirst in the water, being knocked out instantly. Tamu ni, that hurts. You love heroes, right, Yamakun? The black-haired boy was sobbing. Why, yeah, Tamu ni. Ruby red eyes glinted with madness and something that the young boy didn't know. You doing this makes you my hero. Emerald eyes snapped open. His head wrapped in a bandage, the young male looked around and saw All Might in his weakened state. Young Midoriya, you're awake. Nodding his head, the child looked at his elder. What happened after I was knocked out? Your brother attempted to kill me for killing his Nomu and corrupting his Yamakun. Izuku shivered at the nickname Tomura gave him, that he only called him when he wanted to. Young Midoriya. The child gripped his head, repressed memories threatening to surface. Izuku. Hands always a finger short, touching him, violating him. Izuku. The hero was shaking him, but the boy didn't notice, lost in his memories. His brother making a villain repress his memories every time he did that to him. Izuku. Wake up. Calling him Yamakun and telling him that doing it would make him his hero. Izuku. The hero slapped him and the boy finally snapped out of it. Are you okay? Yeah, sure. The hero didn't look convinced. So what did you want to talk about, All Might? I wanted to ask if you had out your decision to not become my successor. 11 Chapter 11. The hero asked the question he had asked almost a year ago, and Izuku got of what to say. It had been an easy choice back then. But now, not really. His greed burned the quirks within his chest, swirling around the black hole that was his quirk. The young male eyed the glow of the quirk within his elder's chest. 8 generations had used the quirk. With each it grew in power. The first, his uncle, could never stand against his father. But All Might, its newest wielder, had nearly killed the bastard. Izuku may have a chance to defeat his father with his own quirk, but with one for all. Clenching his fists, the boy looked away from his elder. Young Midoriya, you don't have to answer, but I truly believe that you are the perfect successor for my quirk. Grabbing his shoulder, the man looked into the child's eyes. Young Mitre minus. Akatni Mikamo, my real name is Akatni Mikamo. The hero looked surprised at the boy's words. Why would you go by a false name, my boy? He looked straight into the eyes of his elder and saw his uncle, or at least what he had looked like in the picture he had taken with his father when he was young. For one reason, I don't want to be connected to my bastard of a father. Nodding at the boy's words, the elder looked at him, a questioning look in his eyes. Then why did that villain call you Yamaku minus? Don't say that name. The hero looked shocked at the interruption. Sorry, that name just brings up bad memories. The hero looked like he wanted to ask what the memories were, but the dead look in the boy's eyes made him stop. I'll come back later, my boy, you get some sleep. All Might began to leave, only to be stopped by the boy's words. I agree. To what, young Mitre or Akatni? His eyes looked into the sunken sockets of the heroes. To being your successor, I agree. All Might flashed into his hero form, laughing with his blinding smile. Young Akatni, you will not regret this. Reaching up to his V-shaped hair, he tore out a strand of hair. If you were someone else, I would have had you train for months to be ready for its power, but your body is already able to accept its awesome power. Due to the training all for one put you through. Holding the strand of hair to the young boy, he spoke. Now eat this. After choking down the hair, the hero explained the quirk to him and how to use it in an attack. The hero, after explaining it, told him to get some rest, and left. Leaving the boy alone with his memories. White hands, each with a finger lifted, groped at the young boy's flesh. Tamu ni, I don't like this anymore, please stop. A fist slammed into his head. You always say that, Yamakun, I don't care anymore. The black-haired boy was sobbing. What are you talking, Tamu ni, we've never done this before. Tomohiro grabbed the boy's head and his 5th finger danced. Oh yes, we have, Yamakun, and we will continue to do it for as long as I want, or else I'll use my quirk on you. But Papa would never let you do that. Tomohiro grabbed the younger boy's throat, tightly choking him. I've been doing this for months, and he doesn't know. What makes you think he'll find out that I used my quirk on you? He sobbed and sobbed as Tomohiro tightened his grip on his throat. You're mine, Yamakun, and you will always be mine. Waking in a cold sweat, Izuku noticed that his bandage was missing. Recovery girl came in and discharged him from the nurse's room. He headed back to his provided room, trying to forget the memories that kept rising. Going to his provided room, he locked to the door, and kneeled beneath the bed, grabbing something. Just one to make me forget. The something he grabbed was a small container. Inside was an assortment of illegal substances. Opening it, the boy looked inside and found what he was looking for. A simple drug that had surfaced after quirks began to present themselves. It was a mixture of several pre-quirk drugs that are specially mixed together using several different quirks. The stuff was expensive due to how difficult the process is to make the stuff and how dangerous it is to consume. He'd been taking it ever since he escaped his father. It helped him forget, and it numbed the pain. Izuku found his syringe and shoved the needle into the top of the bottle containing the drug and pulled the plunger up. Removing the syringe from the bottle, he found a vein and injected the dangerous narcotic into his bloodstream, knocking him out in an instant. White-chapped lips were clamped onto his own hands, wandering his body. He was too tired to move, besides it was his Tamu ni, he wouldn't hurt him. Right. The black-haired boy was numb, he couldn't move, or speak to stop his so-called brother. NGGG, you're so tight, Yamakun, I love you so much. Stroking the drug-paralyzed boy's hair, the elder admired the feminine form of his younger brother. And you'll never leave me, right, Yamakun, because if you did you'd regret a second later. The boy would have whimpered if he could have, as his brother slammed into him again and again, tightly gripping his hair the entire time. When he finished, he lied on top of the smaller boy, stroking his hair. I'll take you to Memory Master later. Right now I just want to enjoy this. Izuku woke up to someone slapping him. You're alive. Emerald eyes stared at the figure above him. Uncle. 11 Chapter 12, Souls Within One for All. Izuku couldn't believe his eyes. His uncle, the man who inspired him to leave his father. Who inspired him to escape the pain of living with Tomohiro. That led him to his path of destroying everything his father stood for. Was standing before him, and he looked like the picture his father had of when they were in their prime. Straight white hair, lanky, sunken cheeks, and a sad look constantly in his eyes even when happy. The exact opposite of his father. His father had curly deep black hair, is tall and powerfully built, with a handsome face, and a constant happy look in his eyes. That was why he gravitated towards his uncle. Once he learned of the evil his father committed every day, and the pain he forced his son to inflict upon others. Hey, you alright, Izuku? Izuku, looking at the thin man, quirked a brow. How do you know my name? Lips pulled back from his teeth in an attempt at a smile. I'm your uncle, kid. How would I not know your name? This answer just made Izuku quirked brow raise higher. But you've been dead for years. His uncle's lips pulled further back in an attempt at a larger smile. Not in one for all, I'll explain it all to you, follow me. The lanky male stood up and led his smaller nephew towards an old house. Once inside the house, his uncle pointed to the many doors in the hall. Each door holds the memories of each user of my quirk after they gained it. Spreading his arms, the man gestured to the entire home. This place represents one for all itself. This is actually my childhood home. What about the place we were before? Looking at the smaller male, the elder attempted a smirk. That was your mind, you know, for Mikomo's kid it's pretty empty. Hey. Ruffling the shorter male's hair to show he was joking, the elder continued. You were pulled into here because something nearly killed you. The same happened to your predecessor when he nearly died facing my brother. The elder gained a hard look in his eyes, looking at the younger. Care to explain why you put that garbage into your body? Izuku looked away, not wanting to tell the truth. But he decided that since the man's memories and basically his soul was a part of him now, he may as well know. It helps me forget everything Tomohiro did to me. What exactly did my grandson do to you? A new voice entered the fray, coming from the only female user of One for All and his possible mother. Nana Shimura. Yeah, that's me. So what did my grandson do? He couldn't speak, the words wouldn't come out, and he didn't want them to. Didn't want the woman who was more than likely his mother learn what his possible nephew did to him. Isn't it obvious, my student, from the way the brat acts? He was raped. Her smile faltered. My grandson. Izuku nodded, the words wouldn't come to him. They moved on from that conversation, his uncle not mentioning the drug use any further. Nana and Roku, as he learned the sixth user was named, faded back into their doors. The seventh user looked as if she would collapse into tears at any second. So what is your name anyway, uncle? It's Shiniki Izuku. Nodding, Izuku looked out across the white expanse of his mind. You asked me a question, now may I ask you one? Izuku looked at his uncle thinking, and then nodded. Sure. Why don't you use your real name? This wasn't a question the boy had been anticipating. I chose to use a false name until my father and Tomohiro are jailed for their crimes. His uncle nodded and looked at the white expanse. The entire world shook and began breaking apart. It looks like you're waking up. Izuku nodded. Hey Izuku, if you ever need a shoulder to lean on, I'm here for you. The white-haired male pulled his nephew into a tight hug. I love you, kid. He hadn't heard those words in years, and he began crying. I love you too, uncle. And as they hugged, the world that represented Izuku's unconscious mind within One for All faded to black. Stars twinkled in the darkness, tens of hundreds of thousands. Each was a quirk, each was stolen from their owner. They swirled in a tornado, consuming Izuku, devouring him whole. Emerald eyes slowly opened, staring at the roof of his room. Petite form aching, he placed the syringe in its case, and it hid it beneath his bed. Saving it for another day. 11 Chapter 13, Sports Festival Part 1. Izuku walked into the classroom, and sat in his seat. He heard his fellow students talking about who was going to teach today, which stopped when the door opened with Aizawa on the other side, covered in bandages. The others yelled about how injured he was, and that he shouldn't be teaching at the moment. Aizawa shut them up though by mentioning the UA Sports Festival. All the other students yelled in excitement. It was their chance to make their debut. But that could mean father could learn exactly how the powerful quirks of the new generation of heroes work so he can steal them. Izuku got of this for most of the day until lunch. The fake brunette was outside the classroom when All Might came up and grabbed him. Most of their conversation is the same, so onwards for laziness. Izuku waited for the class to end with his fellow students, only to be unable to leave due to being blocked by a wall of people, and Bakugo declaring that he would be the best, causing the others to hate them. They all left that day to begin training for the festival. Izuku began to train with One for All, focusing its power throughout his body, drastically improving his physical capabilities. He also combined the enhancing power of One for All with his multiple quirks such as wings, allowing him to raise into the air far easier. When they returned for the festival, Izuku was meditating in the waiting room for the first years, feeling the powers of All for One and One for All fighting against each other, attempting to overpower the other. But their rivaling power could not destroy the other. Izuku tried to make a balance between the two powers, but One for All existed to destroy the wielder of All for One, be they his father or him. His meditation was interrupted by Todoroki speaking. Midoriya. The fake brunette raised his head and opened his eyes. Shouto. Todoroki looked at him and spoke. From an objective standpoint, it appears that you're stronger than me, and you have All Might your corner. The scarred boy looked at him with an icy glare. And ha pun. I won't pry, but know this, I will be stronger than you. Soft green hair laid over Izuku's eyes, hiding the greed within them. Yeah, you probably will, but know this, Todoroki. Blue and gray eyes stared at the brunette. You may be powerful, but in the end you're just daddy's little boy. Rage burned in the eyes of the peppermint-haired boy, a fiery rage showing in his left, and a cold hate in his right. Before the son of the second hero could speak, they were called out into the arena. And everything here basically the same, so onward for laziness once again. Izuku and his fellow students waited to run into the obstacle course. A sound rung signaling the start of the first part of the tournament. The students of UA ran into the hall of the arena, each trying to get ahead, all of them getting stuck. Izuku, seeing this, activated Shadow Traveler and melted into the shadows. His form shot through the shadows of his fellow students, shortly stopping when the shadows were mostly dispersed by ice when Todoroki used his quirk. The human-turned shadow slinked through the reduced shadows, pulling himself out at the exit of the hall. His legs, numb from not existing, slipped a bit on the ice, and was nearly hit by the hand of a villain robot. Rolling, Izuku jumped up, breathing out a large burst flame at the machine. He continued moving when he saw the crashing zero-pointer robot. The fake brunette was unable though to move in time. The machine crashed onto his left leg, crushing it. Fuck. Izuku yelled out and channeled One for All through his hand and tore off the mangled limb. Looking within his quirk, he activated Super Regeneration, and used it to grow a new left leg. Raising to his feet, tripping slightly with the new limb, he ran past the machines, channeling One for All through his body to allow him to run faster. In the process, he activated wings, them bursting from his back. Squatting down, not seeing the fellow students admiring his rear, he spread the wings and was sent into the air, drastically shortening the time it took him to reach the next obstacle. He had to cross a chasm with many pillars of stone. Izuku never landed and continued flying, One for All strengthening the flapping of his wings and making him fly further, eventually coming to a minefield, flying over it as well. He landed in front of the minefield, absorbing the wings back into his flesh, and deactivated One for All. Running into the stadium, he was declared first. And after his fellow students finally arrived, he learned what the next task was. A fucking cavalry battle. .11 Chapter 14, Cavalry Battle and Intermiss. Izuku looked around for people to work with. Seeing several possibilities for a powerful formation due to quirk combinations, he finally decided to work with Mina, Oyama, and Toru. Okay, the plan is to keep away from the other teams. Izuku spoke to his teammates below him as they chose him to be the rider. So I'll use my wings to keep people away from my head and you guys focus on defense and movement, got it? The trio yelled an affirmative, and they waited for the signal that the battle started. Wings erupted from his back, wrapping around his head in a tight embrace. His right eye the only shown feature of his entire face. Multiple groups attempted to take points from them, only to be knocked off balance by Mina's acid and the winds created by aerokinesis on their right and hit by Oyama's laser on their left. Several students from 1B ganged up on them, but they were knocked down, slipping on the water created by Izuku. Damn it! Yelled some guy with a steel quirk that looked like a carbon copy of Kirishima. They were getting close to winning, only to be cornered by the final two teams, Bakugo and Todoroki. Each team tried to take their headbands. Todoroki froze them to the ground and Bakugo, floating in the air due to an anti-gravity quirk, attempted to blow apart their formation. So we can fly as long as we don't touch the ground. Well, two can play at that. Izuku spread his wings, activated one for all, and sent himself into the air, barely outpacing Bakugo. The hot-headed boy nearly grabbed his headband when the signal that showed that the event was over sounded. Team Midoriya was declared the winners and each was sent to be in the final event, a tournament. Each person who was in the running for the fights were shown who they were fighting and went their own ways. Izuku was against Hagakure first, and if he won, possibly Todoroki. I'm fighting Sensei's son. This could be bad. A certain traitor whispered in her mind, and if her face was visible you would see fear etched into beautiful features. Once they were allowed to go free, Izuku went to grab some food. Using a quirk for too long can be exhausting, don't you know? Maybe some fried potato. Now looks too much like my dad. The fake greenette finally decided on some katsudon and sat alone thinking of the upcoming fight. Hagakure will be an easy win, all I need to do is get her out of the ring. Taking a bite, the greenette shivered at how good it was. Never seeing the blushes caused by this cute reaction. Her quirk is suited towards stealth, not combat, so enough good hits and I'll be a step closer to being the top year 1 student. Izuku finished his katsudon and headed back to the arena for the intermission fun. Only to be grabbed by an extremely cold arm. Said arm belonged to Todoroki, who explained why he wanted to beat him and become the top student. Well, that's funny, our dads are both terrible people. Izuku turned his back to his opposition. But you won't win as long as you're handicapping yourself. With that, the fake greenette walked away and went to watch the intermission fun. Other students were hurrying around collecting consolation points. There were even cheerleaders, which included the girls of 1 Ampere that the two perverts of the class had tricked. Soon, though, the signal showing that the intermission was over and that the first two fighters should head to the newly formed fighting area. Midnight explained the rules that Izuku only half listened to. Cementos made an arena. Izuku stretched and looked for Hagakure. They both headed to the parallel halls that faced the arena. Let's do this. Sensei's son is going to kill me. 11 Chapter 15, Actual Fights. Izuku headed to the arena, looking straight at the invisible form of Hagakure. Sorry about this, Hagakure, but I want to win this. Had he the ability to see her face, he would have seen a great amount of fear. Both students stood in the arena, and Midnight signaled the start of the fight. Izuku opened it up with a jet of water sent at her to knock her off of her balance. The girl stripped her clothes as she dodged the water. She only managed to get down to her pants before she got knocked off of her feet by a strong blast of wind. Hagakure attempted to get back to her feet, only for her body to be ensnared by a slimy tentacle. Izuku used his slime form quirk to pull Hagakure from the ground and nearly had her out of the arena before she bit into his arm. Flinching, he let her go, falling to the ground. She landed with a roll. Pulling off her shoes, she threw them straight at Izuku, who knocked them from the air with a blast of water. She pulled off her pants and dodged a blast of air. Izuku, seeing he only had one choice left, and that he had to stop her from losing the last of her clothes. Pulling back his arms, he channeled 15% of the power of one for all. He let loose the power in a ultimate move. Dakota Smash HHHH. He lunged at the floating pair of panties that hit her with a dual haymaker. The invisible girl was hit with enough force to break every bone in her body, but she could tell he was holding back to not destroy her body. Izuku was declared the winner, and once she was found, Hagakure was carted away to Recovery Girl. He headed to the stands where his fellow students were. Midoriya, it was very improper to use such a powerful move on a classmate. Don't worry, Yida, I held back. With that, he sat down and dozed off until his next fight. He was fighting Todoroki. This should be interesting. As he headed to the hallway he was to exit out of, he ran into Endeavor and promptly ignored the human dumpster fire. The second the fight started, Todoroki sent a massive wall of ice at him, which he melted with meltdown. His foe refused to use his power. Must come from bad memories. Izuku could sympathize. He refused to use some quirks he had obtained because they were similar to someone else's. Hands touching him, violating high minus. The greenette pushed out the memory and focused on the fight. Todoroki, your quirk isn't exactly like your father's. Another wall of ice. My quirk is identical to my father, a villain's quirk. Izuku flipped as another sheet of ice attempted to cover him. But I accept it because I am not my father, it is my quirk. The ice was coming less as it seemed Todoroki was lost and caught. It's your quirk, Todoroki, yours. Todoroki, it seemed, was having a flashback. How very shnin of him. Fire erupted from his left side, burning the upper part of his PE uniform to ash. The peppermint-haired lad pulled his left arm back and prepared to send a massive wave of fire at Izuku. Izuku channeled the power of one for all into his arm, not caring about the consequences, and let loose the power in a named move. Detroit Smash HHH. Cementos, seeing that they could kill each other, raised several walls in an attempt to save their lives. Each wall was destroyed by their attacks, meeting in the middle in a climatic explosion of raw power. Izuku woke up in the nurse's office. He apparently had been too injured to continue. Even though when he was conscious again he could activate his healing quirk, it be right as rain. The fake greenette learned that Todoroki had went on to fight Bakugo and lose because he refused to use his fire against him to spite his father. He was allowed to use a computer and looked up footage for the sports festival, coming across articles talking about him and his quirk, as well as articles that rated him as the most attractive male first year. Blushing, Izuku closed the computer and placed it beside him, fading to a restless sleep. This is troubling, Tomura. Ruby Red Eyes looked at AFO. I know, sensei, but we'll get Yamakun back, I know it. His eyes glinted with madness and lust. Don't think I don't know that look in your eyes towards my son, Tomura. Shock filled his eyes. And I also know what you did to him. His throat was constricted by a hand closing tightly around it. The only reason you are alive right now is because I find you useful. The hand closed tighter. And you may want to keep it that way, because the second you lose that usefulness. He dropped to the ground, gasping for air when AFO released him. You will suffer the pain you put my son through. 11 Chapter 16, Actual Names. Izuku walked into the classroom 2 days after the sports festival, with deep bags under his eyes. Well, Midoriya, you'll never get a hot chick if you look like that, said the grape-haired piece of garbage, who was promptly slapped by a tongue. The fellow heroes in training were all talking about their newfound fame after the festival, while Izuku sat in his seat and ruminated on the dream from the prior night. He was walking in the pouring rain. The hoodie he had stolen was wet, and none of the people even noticed him. Or they didn't care that a homeless 11-year-old was searching for someone to feed his hunger. An older man was near an alley smoking. The young male came up to him. Mister, can you help me? Cold bile green eyes looked at him, and a smirk formed on the man's angular face. Sure, kid, I'll help you. What do you need? He could hear the lust in the man's voice. Mustering up his most innocent voice he spoke. I need help finding my daddy, can you help me? An arm swung around him. Sure kid, I know exactly where your daddy is. The older male pulled him towards the alley. He's right through here. Once they were in the alley, Mikomo was shoved to the ground, the elder holding him there. I got you were taking me to my daddy. Toxic yellow eyes stared into vibrant green. I am. A hand gripped his face. I'm your daddy now. Then Mikomo pressed his hand against the elder's chest. What are you doing, minus? He was cut off by the intense pain caused by his quirk being ripped out. Sorry, but I already have a bastard father, I don't need another. A black void consumed him. Surrounded by stars, each with a unique shape, each with a unique color. He saw another void that the black void was constricting around, like a boa constrictor killing its prey. But the white void fought back, 8 bright lights swirled in its center in unison, combating the chaos of the black and its thousands of stars. Black tendrils stabbed into the white only to be beaten back by the lights. The white void never expanded, but it held its ground and never faltered in the all-consuming power of the black void. Izuku was knocked out of his ruminating by the fellow students scattering to their seats. Aizawa spoke, saying that they would be choosing their hero names today. He also showed them their offers from heroes who wished to give them a workplace experience. Most of the offers went to Bakugo and Todoroki, but there were still nominations for the other students. Although not all of them got offers. But Izuku, by some kind of luck, still managed to get 2. These hero names will likely be temporary, but take them seriously or minus. They'll have hell to pay later. Midnight, the 18+ hero, was judging whether or not their names fit them or were hero-like. Some certain students got a bit distracted by her entrance. They were given 15 minutes to decide their names. He got of what his should be. And in the final minute he finally got of it. Each student went up one by one. Some had to rethink their names. Izuku got Alien Queen Fit Mina. The cute pink-haired girl seemed disappointed that she had to choose a different name. Maybe I'll get her at Aliens comic to cheer her up, that's a thing friends do, right? Yuta looked conflicted when he went up using his name and not the hero name passed down through his family. When it was finally the Greenet's turn, he picked up the board and placed it upon the teacher's desk. The quirk-stealing hero all for one. His fellow heroes in training looked surprised, and the actual heroes looked nervous at the name. My quirk is evil, I steal a vital part of someone else to use it. Determined green eyes shone. I want to become a great hero and overcome the villainous nature of my quirk, that is my reason for this name. After they chose their names, they dispersed to choose their hero agency. Izuku caught Yuta and looked the taller male in the eye. Yuta, I may not be the best friend, and yeah, I have no idea what it's like to have an older sibling you look up to. Hands touching him, violating him. Emerald eyes looked into blue. But I can tell that you're hurting and angry. A small 10-year-old slipped out of the broken window, not caring about the glass cutting into his lower legs. And when someone is hurting and angry, they make reckless and stupid decisions. Yuta looked away from the smaller male. So please, Yuta, think about whatever dumb idea you have rationally. The larger male turned away from the smaller. I am fine, Midoriya, but thank you for your concern. Okay, if you really are minus. Izuku was cut off though by All Might bursting through the door in a bizarre position. Here I am in a bizarre position. And I already said that. Come with me for a moment, young Midoriya. The hero pulled him into the hallway. I'll cut straight to the point, you have another offer, it's from a hero called Gran Torino. He taught here back when I was your age, but only for a single year. A single year. Must not like children. In fact, the man was my hometown teacher, he knows about One for All as well. Actually, I believe that's why he asked for you. Was he shaking in fear? He started to slap his legs, telling them to stop shaking. Anyway, it is my duty to train you. But since he's one of your offers, you should work with him, if that's what your heart says. The trembling hero held up a card, slowed by his trembling. I'm sorry, All Might, but I have already decided the hero I'm going with. Who? Green eyes looked into blue. The 10th ranked hero, Gang Orca. 11 Chapter 17 Hero Killer Stain. Izuku's time with Gang Orca wasn't very special. He was shown what pros do. Patrolling and helping citizens when they can. But the most important thing Gang Orca taught him was how to overcome his quirk. I'm rated as the number 3 hero who looks like a villain. Do you know why? He looked at the dolphin quirked man and answered. Because villains tend to look non-human and people discriminate towards them. The hero nodded. Yes, but even normal-looking people can be discriminated towards for their quirks. His elder pointed at him. Take yours for example. Due to its nature of forcibly taking what makes someone who they are, you were more than likely called a villain by those who know of your quirk. Green Eyes looked away. Yeah, but villains aren't born, they're made. Me and you are examples that people who have villain-like quirks can be heroes. Most of the week was like that. Until he and Izuku were called away on a mission. Numu were attacking Hosu. They were fighting the multi-quirked humans when Izuku got a gut feeling. Following that feeling, he came to an alleyway. Within he saw Yida about to be killed. The fake Greenette launched himself forward with the power of one for all at the person about to kill Yida. Blades flew from the killer who was spouting something about heroes and hypocrisy. Or some shit like that. Izuku didn't care, he nearly killed his friend. He dodged most of the blades. And any that hit him he quickly healed from. The boy moved to hit the killer only to stop when he was paralyzed. What's going on? Stain moved to Yida sword in hand. Izuku, wanting to save his friend, tried to think of a quirk to use. One came to mind. Quirk stuff. Info allows user to turn those in his line of sight into stuffed animals or plushies. The drawbacks are that if used for too long the user will lose all emotions for 24 hours, or if overused the user will cough up stuffing. Thanks to Themistina Sensol on Wattpad for the idea. Stain was turned into a plushie of himself and hit the ground. His quirk deactivated when he went into the plushie state. Izuku helped up Yida and the hero native. Once they were both up, he deactivated stuffed and quickly knocked Stain's lights out. Calling over other heroes, they tied him up after removing his blades. Our protagonist turned around to speak to Yida when he was grabbed by a winged Numu. Stain, having woken up, slipped a hidden knife from his sleeve, cut the ropes binding him. The Numu was injured and its blood splattered down and hit the cheek of a female hero. Hero killer Stain ran licking the cheek of the hero to activate his quirk. Winged Numu fell Izuku in its talons. Stain jumped onto its back, stabbing the knife into its exposed brain, killing it and grabbing Izuku. Endeavor showed up with Todoroki. He prepared a spear of fire and was going to throw it when he was informed of Stain's hostage. Why'd you save me? Because you are worthy. The hero killer approached the heroes who were paralyzed by his malefic aura. Until he stopped walking. I think he's out cold. The Greenette passed out. When he woke again, Yida apologized profusely. Then the heroes they were interning with came in. Gang Orca. Manual 2. Izuku and Yida were scolded by the heroes. Our main character, especially since the hero he was interning with was the number 10 ranked hero. But before they were scolded fully, Hosu's chief of police came in. So you're the UA students who took down the hero killer, huh? Yida shook his head. Sir, I was unable to put a scratch on the killer. It was Midoriya who defeated him. The dog man looked at him. Ah yes, the quirk stealer I've heard so much about. Woof. Woof. You should know this by now, but it is illegal for those without hero licenses to harm others. Brown Eyes looked at child with green-dyed hair. This means that you and your supervisor should receive harsh punishment for the illegal use of your powers. Green Eyes looked down. What I've said is the official stance of the police department, but punishment would only be necessary if this went public. The dog man scratched his nose. If it did, you'd probably be applauded by citizens everywhere, but there'd be no way for you to escape being reprimanded. On the other hand, we can say that Gang Orca here caught Stain, and we could pretend you weren't involved. Woof. Izuku and Yida took the deal the dog man offered. They apologized to their supervisors and were left alone in the hospital room. A naked black-haired woman, forcibly kept in her prime, floated in a tank filled with a green fluid. On her face was a breathing mask allowing her to breathe in the tank. The tank was approached by a man in a suit with a breathing mask upon his face. My son is gone, because he learned of you. I am going to do what I should have done long ago. His fingers wrapped around a handle that when pulled would cancel her life support. But stopped when a thought came to his mind. Perhaps my son may return should he get a little sibling. 11 Chapter 18. Izuku listened as his fellow students contemplated the upcoming exam. He had done fine on the midterm, placing fourth. So he had little to worry about in terms of the written. But in the practical, anything could happen. The practical could be fighting, rescue, or a combination of the two. Izuku contemplated what the exam could be through the entire day until lunch. When a blonde-haired prick hit his head. So this is one of my father's failed attempts. Said blonde-haired prick went on and on about one of students being trash and dissing them until he was hit upside the head. The girl who hit him apologized to the one of students and proceeded to mention that she heard from an older friend that the practical would be robots. Monoma the blonde prick was annoyed at her for telling them about the robots but stopped when she hit him again. How is he my half-brother? Izuku spent most of the night studying. The next 3 days were all the written exam. 3 boring days of nothing but the written exam. But Izuku powered through it and hopefully passed. Now it's time for the practical. Class 1 was brought to a large building with every teacher excluding All Might in front of it. They were informed by the dog, cat, bear, mouse thing called Nazu that they would be having a different exam this year. Students would be in pairs fighting against the teachers. They were informed of the pairs and who the pairs would be fighting. Midoriya and Bakugo will be against Minus. A massive form hit the ground. I am here to fight. In unison the two teams spoke. We're up against All Might. You're going to have to work together, boys, if you want to win. The teachers and students were paired up for the exam. First was Kirishima and Rikudo against Cementos. It was over as quickly as it started. Both used their quirks, which worked less and less the more often they used them against a hero who relied on a drawn-out battle, leading to their easy defeat. The majority of the teams went before Bakugo and Izuku soon, though it was their turn. Bakugo and Izuku walked into the fake city and were nearly blasted off their feet by All Might. The enragement child wanted to fight the op hero, and Izuku wanted the opposite. The massive blonde hero decimated them, sending them flying through a building together. In the building, Izuku grabbed Bakugo and made him listen. We'll never beat him in a straight-on fight, which is why we're going to play dirty. All Might entered the building searching for the children. When Bakugo jumped from behind a wall blasting at the hero. The number 1 hero was about to hit him when he noticed the ash blonde's missing gauntlet. Izuku jumped from his hiding place and activated the gauntlet's cannon function, slamming the number 1 hero into the wall of the building with the force of the blast. Bakugo, seeing the first blast wasn't enough, hit All Might with the second, sending the number 1 hero through the wall. Izuku and Bakugo jumped out of the building heading for the exit. When All Might appeared between them, both were hit by his massive fists slamming into opposite buildings. All Might pulled back his arm yelling, Texas minus, only to be interrupted by Izuku's yell, all for one, Spear of Greed. Purple lightning spiraled around Izuku's left fist, going faster and faster until it gained the look of a spear around his arm. He dashed forward, his attack going through All Might's chest, not taking the old man's quirk but severely hurting him. The greenette picked up Bakugo and ran to the exit, leaving the exam area and passing the practical. Izuku headed back to the monitor room to watch the few remaining heroes in training fight the teachers. When he was grabbed by Bakugo, did you steal it? Ruby Red stared into Emerald Green. All Might's quirk, did you steal it? No. But I got. Izuku shrugged off the enragement child's hands. That attack isn't designed to steal quirks, it combines the overall power of all of my quirks into one point, leading to a devastating attack. He began walking away. How else could someone as vile as me have beaten someone as great as him? The ash blonde was speechless. Izuku hid in the bathroom and dug out the syringe he'd been keeping in his breast pocket. Just one more time, just one more, and I'm done. He stabbed it into his arm and fell into a numbed haze. 11 Chapter 19. Izuku was in class after a long drug-fueled night. He had had another strange dream. 8 lights were positioned in a constellation within in a shrinking white void. Surrounding the white void was an inky black filled with lights. The lights in the 2 voids could not be any more different. In the white they were uniform and connected as if they were once. But the black void's lights were chaotic and savage, smashing into each other, some even fusing into new lights different from those that were before. The black void lapped at the white void, taking chunks at a time. But the black void wasn't destroying the white. It was assimilating it. It was almost as if the 2 voids were become minus. Izuku was knocked out of his memories by the shouting of the entire class. Apparently Mr. Aizawa had lied to them again about not being able to go to the training camp had they failed the exam. Later at the end of school, the others chatting about the training camp. "Looks like we'll be at the training camp a full week," stated the resident square. "I guess I'll need a bigger suitcase," our op protagonist stated. "Guys, since we're off tomorrow, I have the perfect idea," Hagakure said with words saying grin appearing over her head. "Why doesn't Class 1 Ampere go shopping together?" Everyone agreed to go except for Bakugo and Todoroki. The former cause he's an ass, and the latter because he's visiting his mother. The next day they went to the mall. Everyone was talking about clothes and stuff they could get. They decided to split up and meet up again when they finished shopping. Izuku left trying to find a pre-Quirk album, as he only really needed a larger bag. "Oh, it's someone from UA. Nice." Green Eyes looked around for the origin of the voice. "I want an autograph." An arm went around Izuku. "You're the one with the stealing quirk, right?" "Why, yeah." Izuku squirmed, not liking being touched as he was. "It's so good to see you again, Yamakun." Hearing that pet name, Izuku looked at the stranger's face for the first time. Tomura. Red eyes gleamed with madness and lust. His fingers encircled the younger male's throat as he pulled him away from the crowd and into a secluded part of the mall. Izuku. Okako was looking for her friend, but she couldn't find him until she heard sobbing. She ran to the sound, getting ready to call out that she was a UA student and here to help. But the words died in her throat when she found who it was that was crying. It was Midoriya. She called for help. Or at least she tried to, but Izuku stopped her. "No, don't please." Okako was conflicted. He needed professional help, but there was no way she could convince him to let her get it. So she helped him up and got him to a bathroom so he could clean himself up. "Araraka, please don't tell anyone. I can't let anyone know I was this weak." He was crying through clenched eyes. "Please, I'm begging you." He pleaded once more. "Okay, Midoriya, I won't, but you have to tell someone about this." The greenette looked away and left, returning to his given room at UA, collapsing onto his bed, falling into an old memory. Tamini. The blue-haired teen looked at the black-haired child sitting in his lap. "Yeah, Yamakamo." Innocent green eyes looked into crazed red. "What's that poking my butt?" Red eyes looked away from the green, a blush covering the face of the blue-haired teen. "It's my way of showing I love you, Yamakun." "Really?" "Yeah, wanna see it?" "Sure, Tamini." Later, Tomura had knocked out his little brother. Once he cleaned him up, he brought the younger boy to a villain with a memory manipulation quirk and forced him to erase the memories of his little brother, so he would still love his Tamini. 11 Chapter 20 Start of Summer Camp Training. Izuku had snuck out once more, but not to steal another quirk. No, to get a resupply for another addiction. He came to an alleyway and walked into the inky black, not knowing that he was being tailed. The fake greenette came to an older male whose hair was just starting to gray. "Ryoichi, I need more, please." Dark violet eyes looked at the smaller male, a smirk appearing on the elder's face. "Heba, you know the price, kid. Bendo V-. The drug dealer was unable to finish his sentence when a gray scarf wrapped around his mouth, and he was pulled into the darkness. Out of the darkness stepped his homeroom teacher, Mr. Aizawa. The hobo-looking male glared at his student. "You're an addict, Midoriya." It wasn't a question. He looked away, saddened at anyone knowing about his problem. I just want to forget. Forget what, Midoriya? Emerald Eyes looked at the goggle-covered eyes of his teacher. Forget who I used to be, forget my father, forget my brother, forget what happened yesterday. The greenette smacked his hands around his mouth. His teacher looked alarmed at what he said. What happened yesterday, Midoriya? Izuku mumbled something the teacher couldn't hear. What? I said. That yesterday I was what, Midoriya? The teacher was getting irritated. Was raped, sir. The teacher took him back to the room he was given and told him that if something like what happened before happened again to tell him. Izuku went to sleep scratching at his neck, subconsciously a habit he unwillingly picked up from Tomura. The next day they were at the training camp after a long and boring bus ride. Once everyone was out of the bus, Izuku noticed the car by it. Two of the car's doors opened and out stepped two beautiful female heroes. Mandalay spoke to them about how the training camp was at the foot of the mountain, and Izuku got a sneaking suspicion. Once she started saying 9:30, he started moving and broke into a full sprint when she said noon. But it was all for naught when ground rose up, sending all of Class 1 Ampere over the cliff into the trees below. A massive beast stepped out of the woods. Izuku looked at it and raised his hand, preparing an attack. Concussive blast. He sent a blast at the beast, breaking off one of its dirt forelegs. Dirt, I'ma say it all day, cause fuck the F. The other of its forelegs was covered in ice, and was promptly destroyed by a kick from Yida. Its head was then destroyed by a blast from Bakugo. More beasts erupted from the ground. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Izuku activated One for All, using it to speed through the forest, dodging the dirt beasts, and when they outnumbered him, he simply destroyed them with full power smashes, quickly healing the damage caused by the quirk with another of his quirks. At 5:20 p.m. they finally made it out of the forest. So many beasts. The way you took out that last one was so manly, Midoriya. Pixie Bob spoke to the students about how she was surprised that it didn't take them longer. You guys are great. Especially you four. She said, pointing to the square daddy issues Hiroshima broccoli boy. The hero licked her lips and pounced on the four, saying that she called dibs on them in 3 years. The other three managed to dodge her, but Izuku wasn't as lucky as the other three. Or unlucky, depending on your viewpoint, cough me cough. And was glumped by the older woman, and was squeezed into her chest. Izuku looked at the kid standing in the background and asked, whose kid is that? It was Mandalay who spoke. Oh, he's not one of ours, he's my cousin's kid. Come on, Kota, greet everyone. The kid just glared at the heroes in training. Broccoli boy, once he escaped Mrs. Robinson, walked to him and stuck out his hand to shake the younger males. I'm Midoriya. Izuku, nice to meet you, Kota. Only to receive a punch to the balls. He vaguely heard Pixie Bob yell. Don't ruin him. Yida rushes over and caught the collapsing greenette, yelling at the kid. I don't intend to hang out with people who intend to become heroes. With that, the kid walked away, leaving Izuku in pain. Aizawa instructed them on what to do next. Before seeing the hobo-looking hero walk over to Mandalay and whisper to her. Izuku only caught a few words, but they were enough to make him nervous. Midoriya. Addiction. Rape. He walked away from the heroes and went to the dining hall and got dinner. Eating it quickly and avoiding the heroes when they tried to get alone with him to speak. Later in the hot springs, Izuku was relaxing with the other male 1 Ampere students when Mineta got the bright idea to peek on the girls. He used his quirk to climb to the top of the wall, only to be pushed down by Kota, who himself began to fall when he caught sight of the bathing girls. Izuku activated wings and rocketed up, catching the brat, and catching the same sight in the process. Looking away, the black-haired boy landed on the ground and then bringing the boy into the building to his cousin. Mandalay thanked him for saving the boy. Izuku looked at the kid, and though about his words from earlier. Mandalay, why does Kota hates heroes? She leaned back in her chair and explained to him best she could about the boy's parents. Izuku looked alarmed when he heard they were the water hose heroes. You know how my quirk works, correct? She nodded. One day I came across a brutal scene, one hero dead, and the other dying. He scratched at his neck subconsciously. There was no way she could survive. Her upper and lower body were completely severed, and her arms were ruined. Mandali's eyes opened in shock at the description. So I came up to her, and I took her quirk. Blood trickled from where he scratched. And it killed her. Wait, Midoriya, are you saying? Yeah, I have his mother's quirk, and I'm sorry. She looked at him, a brow raised. I know that I couldn't have saved her, but I didn't have to make it even more painful for her by taking her quirk. He started to walk away and Mandalay tried to stop him, but he melted into the shadows, preventing her from grabbing him. 11 Chapter 21, A Soul Blonde appears. They had actual training the next day. Each person had a different way of training. Izuku included. His training was mostly practicing using multiple quirks at once and stealing multiple quirks at a time. Again. I think Pixie Bob is having too much fun with this. She made him place his hand on her chest, and he was looking away, blushing. His other hand was on Tiger's massive buff shoulder. Again, where's your plus ultra? It went on like that till evening, where they had to make their own food. The greenette lit the wood under one of the grills. Once the curry was done, it tasted like shit. But it made them full, so it did its job. After he finished eating, the boy saw Kota leaving the dining area with Mandalay calling after him. Izuku followed the black-haired child with a bowl of curry. Coming to a cave with the small boy huddled outside it. Kota saw him with the curry. Go away, I said. I don't intend to hang out with the like of you. I know, it's just you looked hungry. Yeah, well, I'm not. Immediately his stomach growled. The kid blushed. Well, if you do become hungry, I'll leave this here. Sitting down the bowl, Izuku left the mountain and Kota behind. The next day was mostly the same. Until Pixie Bob spoke up. Nako, tonight we're pitting the classes together in a test of courage. You've worked hard, and now you get to play hard. That night they had a test where they had to scare the other class. Class 1B were the scarers first, and 1 Ampere was split into times. Well, most of Class 1 Ampere, they were 5 short due to 5 of the members of the class having to take a night class. Including that pretty girl Ashido. Wait, if there are 20 of us? Izuku counted the times and found that he was alone. Each team entered the forest one by one, being scared by the scarers. Team 5 was the last before something strange occurred. The forest began to have a burning smell and Pixie Bob was floated into the air and pulled away. To 2 people. A large person with long wrapped object dressed in casual clothes and a lizard man dressed like the hero killer. The long object was smashed into Pixie Bob's head. Wait, Kota. Izuku remembered the brat and ran to where he believed the child would be. His hideout. The greenette activated wings and one for all, using the combination the fly incredibly fast to the mountain. He reached it just in time, pulling Kota away from a large man wearing a cloak. The man was aiming a hit at the kid, but Izuku took it instead. He was blasted forward by the sheer strength of the blow. You were on the list. Emerald Eyes looked at the large blonde, his quirk causing his muscle fibers to burst from his skin, increasing his strength and creating armor. And his greed burned in his chest. The large man walked toward them slowly. I need to fight him. I doubt he'd let me go if I'm on this list. Looking behind him, Izuku saw that Kota was crying. But can I do it while protecting Kota? Gritting his teeth, Izuku spoke. It's going to be okay, Kota. Izuku stood, forcing himself to have a reassuring smile. Because I am here. Green lightning crackled around him as he activated one for all. I can't use the full power, but if I push myself. He forced it to go from 5% to 10. Go beyond plus ultra right. The boy activated a trio of combat quirks. Quirk Burning Touch. Info: the user's flesh goes from its normal temperature to 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. Quirk Exoskeleton. Info: user turns flesh into a bone-like material, giving them armor and a weapon. Quirk Air Compressor. Info: user grow an air tank-like organ in their forearms and calves that connect to 6 holes on the forearms and calves that pull in air and close with the tank is full, and is then released in a powerful blast of air from a hole in the user's elbows/ankles. His right arm was covered in the bone-like substance and was burning hot. The new holes in his arm began taking in air and storing it in the tank now present in his arm. But before he could do anything, the villain charged him, slamming a massive fist into his unprotected left arm. "You're Midoriya, right? We're supposed to take you and that Bakugo kid alive, but I don't think they'll mind if I have a little fun first." Izuku pulled himself from the rock and sped at the powerful villain, only to be kicked away before he could strike. His quirk doesn't just make him strong, it makes him fast too. The villain smashed his fist at the greenet's skull, causing it to create a dent in the ground, and was about to hit him again, but a rock hit his head. "Water hose, Papa. Mama. Did you torment them too?" The villain began spouting his beliefs, and was about to strike Kota. But Izuku used the compressed air to shoot up and ram his right fist into the large blonde's muscle fiber-covered shoulder. He pulled his left back and grabbed the back of the blonde's head. Purple lightning appeared around his arm, and stabbed into the large neck of the blonde. Before seeking out a light in the man's chest, a hellish light stained with blood and pain. The lightning encircled the light, and tore it from the villain. Izuku's arm was freed as the muscle fibers disappeared, and the blonde collapsed to the ground. Standing, the greenet deactivated the quirks he had on his right arm, and activated the blonde's quirk. Wrapping his left arm in muscle fibers, he smashed his fist into the villain's head, causing his head to create an indentation on the ground. Izuku looked at the blue fires in the distance. "Hey Kota." The black-haired boy looked up at the greenet. "Did you inherit your parents' quirks?" The crying boy nodded at the serious-faced greenet. "Good. Why?" Izuku smiled at the cap-wearing boy. "Because we need someone to save the day like a true hero." 11 Chapter 22. Izuku ran with Kota on his back, until he ran into Eraserhead, who reminded him of what the police chief had said, and then told him to tell Mandalay that the students of 1 Ampere and 1B that they could use their quirks against the villains. Nodding, Izuku gave Kota to Eraserhead and ran to where the pussycats were. "Mandalay," he shouted, catching the attention of all of those there. "Tell everyone this with your telepath." Izuku stopped running and yelled at the top of his lungs. "This is from Eraserhead. The students of classes 1 Ampere and 1B can use their quirks in combat against the villains." Both villains there turned and looked at him, ignoring their opponents. "And I know 2 of their targets. They want to capture me and Katsuki Bakugo alive." The villain closest to him, the one dressed in casual clothes, charged him, only to be knocked out by Tiger. Mandalay knocked out the lizard guy dressed as Stain. They told him to stay with them for safety. But this safety was minimal, as he felt a hand on his back and his world was reduced to black. A marble. The bastard turned him into a marble. Izuku could only watch as he dodged the heroes. And as he headed to Bakugo and Todoroki, the top hat-wearing bastard used his quirk Bakugo and Tokoyami. Our green-haired protagonist fumed as the villain showed off, easily dodging the strikes Izuku's classmates, even placing the marbles into his, causing Izuku to lose sight. A beam of light struck the fancy fucker, and the 3 marbles containing Bakugo, Tokoyami, and himself flew into the air. Shaoji raced forward and grabbed the marbles containing Bakugo and Tokoyami. Todoroki tried to grab the one containing him, but was shoved out of the way by the patchwork-faced villain. Fancy fucker released his quirk and the trio of marbles disappeared in their place, being 3 teens. A gloved hand gripped Izuku's throat as he and the villains were pulled through a portal created by Kurogiri. Izuku woke up handcuffed to his former bed in his former room. The door of the room opened and Kurogiri walked and pushed a tray of food. Kurogiri was the closest thing he had to a mother, but he still served his father, and didn't try to stop Tomura. As he was cuffed to the bed, Kurogiri fed him. It was like that for most of the week. He was forced to stay there. But one day Kurogiri came in with a white-haired baby. "Would you like to meet your younger brother Yamakumo?" Younger brother. Green eyes focused on the white hair of the baby. "Father used my uncle's DNA to sire him, didn't he?" It wasn't a question. The man made of mist nodded. "What's his name?" "Akatni Shiniki. Your father has little creativity with names." The day the shit hit the fan was the day a week after he was taken. Izuku woke up chained to the floor. He looked up and saw the villains of the league, including Tomohiro. Tomohiro approached him, grabbing his chin, and pulled his resisting face to the villain's own, forcefully kissing the greenette with his chapped and scarred lips. "It's good to have you back, Yamakun. We'll have lots of fun later." After he said that, the doorbell rang, and so Guy said their pizza was here. The villains looked at each other and then the door, and were all knocked back by All Might smashing through the wall of the building. Several heroes busted into the small bar, incapacitating the villains. All Might tore the chains from Izuku. "Kurogiri, warp over as many as you can." Tomohiro ordered the Mist Man to bring over Numu, but he could not. Kurogiri was then knocked out by Edge Shot to prevent his warping. While the heroes were speaking to the villains, Izuku felt a presence. A presence that he always felt when he was near. Their quirks clashed, trying to devour the other to drown them in their greed. Liquid portals opened over the villains and Numu stepped through. Another opened around Izuku and the villains, pulling them to the other side. Midoriya. All Might tried to grab the greenette but failed as the liquid consumed him. 011 Chapter 25 New Quirks for Izuku. Quirk Shock Absorption. Info: the impact of a physical attack is distributed through the body. Quirk Super Healing. Info: user can heal from any wound incredibly fast. Quirk Muscle Augmentation. Info: it's Muscular's quirk. Following is from my readers on Wattpad. Quirk Stuff. Info: allows user to turn those in their line of sight into stuffed animals or plushies. Drawbacks are: if used for too long, the user will lose all emotions for 24 hours, or if overused, the user will cough up stuffing. Courtesy of Themistine Essential. Thanks again. Quirk Gun Game. Info: user can create a copy of any gun they have examined from a video game or reality, may need to acquire blueprints from May. The gun will have infinite ammunition. The drawback is the larger the gun, the longer it takes to create. RPG 20 sec, revolver 5 sec for example. And if the gun is larger than the creator, they may be hurt. Courtesy of Electra 888. Thank you again, my friend. Following quirks are thanks to my readers on AO3. Quirk Time Crawl. Info: user slows down time to a varying degree, from somewhat slow to a crawl. Depending on the rate of time slowed, it puts a different amount of stress on the user's body. Thanks to Aaron. Quirk Forced Empathy. Info: pain felt by user can forced upon others. Quirk Black Blood. Info: user's blood is corrosive and black. Quirk Event Horizon. Info: user can create a point of maximum gravity which attracts and destroys any object it comes in contact with. Quirk Force Redirect. Info: allows the user to redirect kinetic energy directed at them. All of the above are thanks to John Mandrage. Quirk Blink. Info: the ability to teleport yourself anywhere in a 20 meters radius around you, but you must look at the location to wish to teleport to and blink to activate it. Thanks to Qwart. 11 Chapter 23, All for One. Izuku fell from the silver liquid coughing. The villains around him doing the same. "Welcome back, my child." Green eyes filled with fear looked and saw the masked face of his father. His hands were spread wide as if expecting a hug. "I've missed you, Mikamo." It seemed as though he would speak more, but his head turned as if he saw something from the corner of his non-existent eyes. "You're here, after all, aren't you?" From the smoke that covered the sky, a figure rocketed towards them. With his massive fists pulled back and blonde hair rippling in the wind, All Might roared at the villain as he caught the 2 punches the hero had tried to hit him with. "I'll have you return everything, all for one. Will you kill me again, All Might?" The ground around the 2 powerhouses was torn away by the sheer force of their power, sending Izuku and the villains away. In the clearing smoke of their small clash, All for One shook his right hand and spoke to the blonde hero. "You're pretty late. It's little more than 5 kilometers from the bar to here. It was easily 30 seconds after I sent the Numu before you arrived. You're getting weaker, All Might." The hero was on the ground, resting his aching fists from the clash. "What about you? What's with that industrial mask you've got on? Aren't you overexerting yourself?" Izuku looked on as predecessors of both of his main quirks spoke. All Might began hopping on one leg, readying himself for the mighty clash that was coming. I won't make the same mistake as I did 6 years ago, all for one. I will take young Midoriya back and I will throw you in prison for sure. And all of the League of Villains you control. The blonde hero rocketed forward, a massive fist pulled back. All for One's arm bulged and black lightning appeared around his arm. Midoriya, is that what my son has begun calling himself? How sad. Before All Might could land his attack, he was knocked back by a massive blast of air, sending the hero like a massive bullet straight through multiple tall buildings. Air cannon plus spring-like limbs, kinetic booster ×4, strength enhancer ×3. The masked villain spoke, holding his open hand in front of his masked face. This combination is fun. Maybe I'll try to add a few more enhancer types. Izuku finally managed to get up once the smoke caused by his father's attack cleared, and saw the leveled buildings caused by it. All Might. Mikamo, your concern is misplaced. That wouldn't kill him, but I don't understand why you would care for trash like him. All for One turned his head to the blue-haired man-child. Tomura, run from this place, and take Mikamo and Shinaki with you. His father's fingers morphed into long black tendrils with red veins. They raced forward and pierced the unconscious Kuroguri's chest, forcing his quirk to activate and create a portal. Kuroguri, take everyone away from here. The villain in casual clothes raced to his father. Hey, wait. He was defeated, and is unconscious. I'm not sure what's going on, but if you can warp people, then you should get us away. I just got mine Magen, and it only works short distances. On top of that, I can only send people away or bring them to me, and I can only send them to a person I am very familiar with. So I'll have Kuroguri take you. Forcible quirk activation. Now go. What about you, sensei? Smoke poured from a faraway building. A white streak of air showed as All Might rocketed from a collapsed building, sending himself at the symbol of evil. All for One rose into the air, activating another quirk. Think constantly, Tomura. You still have much more room to grow. All Might pulled back his fist and roared. I won't let you get away. The symbol of evil caught his attack once more. Wind spun around the two as their fists collided. The villains encircled Izuku, preparing to capture him. All Might, seeing this, tried to rescue him. Young Midoriya. Only to be blocked by black tendrils. All Might, focus on my father. I can defend myself. The villains attack him. A blade-like ruler cut his cheek, and the crazy blonde ran at him, attempting to stab him with her knife. With their nigh constant attacks, Izuku couldn't focus to use one of his quirks. He caught sight of compress from the corner of his eye, and dodged the stretched hand of the villain. I cannot allow him to touch me. The villains circled him once more and attempted to attack him en masse, but they were blocked by a wall of ice that encircled the greenette. Todoroki. No matter who it was that created the ice, they gave Izuku an opening, and he took it. He activated wings, muscle augmentation, and one for all at once. Wings erupted from his back and muscle fibers broke out from them, giving the limbs new strength, and green lightning crackled around Izuku's entire form. Stretching the limbs, Izuku smirked and used them to send himself flying from the ground. The winds created from the first flap of his wings, shattering the ice. He saw the former user of his uncle's quirk fighting his father. Is he holding back? Izuku shouted out to the hero below him. All Might, don't hold back. The hero turned his head and saw his successor in the sky out of the way, clenching his fists, feeling the embers of one for all dying. Yellow lightning crackled around All Might as he for once went all out. Rest of the fight is basically like the show, and I don't have the patience to type it all out. His father taunted All Might after he exposed the hero's weakened state by telling him two things. One, that Tomura Shigaraki was Tenko Shimura, Nana Shimura's grandson. And two, that he had created two children from the former wielder of One for All in her current vegetative state. Izuku and Shinaki. Mikamo and Shinaki aren't just regular children. They were not born as normal children are. The villain spread his arms. They are more like clones of myself and my dear little brother. His scar tissue covered face looked at All Might. Besides, what could break the successors of my brother's Quirk than having to fight his clone? All Might grit his teeth and channeled the last embers of One for All into his right arm, making it grow to the size of his muscle form. Yellow lightning crackled around the limb. His father prepared to use that powerful combination on the distorted hero, but he instead used to block an attack from Endeavor, who shouted at the number one, encouraging him in his own douchebag way. Edshot and Kamiti Woods were with him, grabbing the heroes trapped beneath the rubble. Tiger as well encouraged the hero while holding on to his now quirkless comrade. Endeavor and Edshot kept his opposite busy while the symbol of peace gathered his strength. Izuku shouted down at his predecessor. All Might defeat him. Defeat my bastard of a father. His father spoke. How annoying. And fired down a powerful blast from the combo of Quirk, sending the heroes flying. Only All Might still stood. Let's stop talking about emotions and start talking about reality. His arm began changing as he activated a multitude of quirks. Spring-like limbs, kinetic booster ×4, strength enhancer ×3, multiplier hypertrophy, rivets, airwalk, and spear-like bones. The result was a misshapen mass of flesh that could barely be called an arm, that was larger than his body. The shockwaves until now were to wear you out, not kill you. In order to kill you for sure, I will punch you with the ultimate combination of quirks that I have right now. All for One charged at the hero, pulling back his misshapen arm. My son, that is who you gave my brother's Quirk to. All Might met his punch with one of his own, fueled with the last few embers of One for All still burning within him. Everything around was destroyed in a massive shockwave created by the sheer power of their combined blow. Impact nullification. Activating another quirk, the villain made All Might's attack pointless as blood shot from his arm. The villain pushed the hero back, the force of his strike sending them many feet back. All Might stomped his foot down, stopping their movement and making an impact in the ground as All for One continued his massive punch. He channeled the last of One for All from his right to his left, letting his now shrunken arm take All for One's attack and hitting the symbol of evil in his scarred face. Little tricks like that aren't like you. Someone has been influencing you. All for One's left arm ballooned out as he activated another quirk. It's weak. The last embers of One for All left All Might's left arm and filled his broken right. That's because my back wasn't in it. Blood poured from All Might's mouth as he used his final attack. Farewell, All for One. United States of Smash. His attack hit the villain's face, slamming him into the concrete. The attack created a tornado with its massive power, nearly pulling Izuku from the sky. Izuku landed in the destroyed city. Walking carefully in the rubble, he approached his father. He kneeled and pulled the scarred head into his lap. Purple and green lightning swirled around Izuku and stabbed into his father. Every quirk you have is mine. Within Izuku, the black and white voids were no more. In their place was a gray void. The quirks All for One and One for All were no more. In their place was the new quirk, One for All and All for 1.11. Chapter 24, Forms. In the days after the battle of good and evil, many things happened. Izuku was taken into police custody after what happened to ensure something like it didn't happen again. And the police combed the destroyed buildings that the villains had hideouts in. They found little, but the two important things they found were a woman floating in a tank and a little white-haired baby in a crib near her. Both were taken by the police, and Izuku was questioned about who they were. His response was simple. They're my mom and little bro. In the time before the new semester at UA started, Izuku had a single visitor, though it was one he asked for. Tiger. The day after visit, Izuku was a quirk shorter, and Ragdoll was back in the hero business. When the new semester started, there was a new building on the grounds of UA, the Heights Alliance. It was a simple change for Izuku to move from his given room to his new, slightly larger dorm room. While the others were being showed around, Izuku was sleeping in his new bed. Eventually he was sitting in the common room with the other guys when the girls came in. Boys, are you all done with your rooms? Kaminari the human Pikachu responded. Yep. Just relaxing now. Mina smiled at the boys and spoke. Well, me and the girls were just talking. And we have an idea. Want to have a room presentation contest? Izuku didn't even try to stop them from invading his room. Whoa, I thought I was the only one that enjoyed rock. Jiraiya said, pointing to his many pre-Quirk band posters. Yeah, it's the one good thing I inherited from my dad. Kirishima held up a picture. Hey Midoriya, who is this? He asked, pointing to his only picture in his room. It was of his father and Shinaki before the two brothers had their falling out. That's my uncle and my father. This caught the attention of the others, looking at him questioningly. The questioning looks only increased when Hagakure pointed out his green hair dye. Wait, you dye your hair? Yeah, I want to erase my father as much as possible. Todoroki was the only one who spoke. Why have I never thought of this? He said, pulling a strand of red hair into his eyesight. Eventually they left his room and checked out the others. Tokoyami's room was emo as fuck. Oyama's was too bright to see anything. Minetta's was no. Ojiro's had nothing special. Kaminari's looked like he went to Goodwill and bought random shit. Ida's was full of books and glasses. Kota's was adorable with stuffed animals and even a bunny, which immediately hopped over to Izuku, nuzzling his leg. Then Minetta suggested they also check out the girls' rooms. Probably so he could steal their underwear, but they, Nina, agreed. Regrouping in the common room, they prepared to see the girls' rooms. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku saw drool pouring out of Minetta's mouth. I vote we ban Minetta from seeing the female dorms, he said, pointing to the drool escaping the great pervert's mouth. All of the girls agreed, tying up Minetta with a rope created by Momo. Kirishima's room was manly as fuck, even having a freaking punching bag and a poster that said great catch in kanji. Shaoji's was just a desk and a bed. Moving on. Siro's room was decorated in a Asian style. Next was Todoroki's room. One of the two most capable students. The most handsome boy in the class. Going into the aloof Todoroki's room is kind of exciting. He completely remodeled the room, even changing the floorboards, and his response when asked how. I worked hard. Sato had a pretty average room, but he had one thing the other boys didn't. A cake. That the girls found delicious. They returned to the second floor for the girls' rooms. Jiraiya was first, and was filled to the brim with instruments. Izuku picked up a guitar and strummed the chords, catching Jiraiya's attention. You play? A little. This surprised Jiraiya, who didn't think he'd have more interest in music than just listening to it. Wanna play together sometime? He looked at her with the guitar in his hands. Setting it down, he spoke. Sure. Mina looked on and noticed the slight blush that Jiraiya had while talking to the adorable brunette. I ship it. Hagakure's was super girly. Mina's was pretty cool. I have no idea how to describe hers. Uraraka's was pretty average. Tsuyu would have been next had it not been for her apparently not feeling well. Momo's was just a massive bed. They held votes for the best room. Have you all voted? Remember, you can't vote for yourself. Mina said, holding up the box containing their votes. And now the winner of the Room King competition minus Bakugo and Su is. With a total of 5 votes, Sato is the winner. Me. By the way, they were all girls because. In unison the girls spoke. The cake was so delicious. With that, Izuku retired for the night, collapsing onto his bed. And for once having a dreamless sleep. 11 Chapter 25 Ultimate Moves. Izuku, when he woke up, headed to the boys' bathroom. Seeing Ida, who was brushing his teeth, they waved to each other as Izuku grabbed his toothbrush and began brushing his teeth. He skipped breakfast, not feeling hungry. Entering the classroom, he sat down and waited for Aizawa to enter the classroom. When he did, he went behind his desk and spoke to all of Class 1A. I believe I mentioned this yesterday, but for now, Class 1A will be focusing on getting their provisional licenses. Speaking in unison, the class shouted. Yes, sir. A hero license bears with it the great responsibility of human life. Of course, the exam to receive one is very difficult. Even the provisional license has only a 50% passing rate each year. The grapefucker spoke in fear. The provisional license is that hard. That's why today, we will have each of you come up with at least 2 Class 1A's door slid open midnight, ectoplasm, and Cementos behind it. Ultimate moves. Ultimate moves. It's like a real normal school thing, and yet it's like a super normal hero thing. Mina, Sero, Kirishima, and Kaminari shouted in unison. Ectoplasm spoke first. Ultimate. This means that this move will give you a sure win. Cementos spoke next. A move so ingrained into your body that others cannot copy it. Battle means seeing how much you can force what you're good at on your opponent. Finally, Midnight, one of the most beautiful heroes, spoke last. Your moves will represent you. These days, pros without ultimate moves are an endangered species. Aizawa, once the other teachers finished, spoke. We will tell you more as we go along. We want to proceed logically. Change into your costumes and meet me in Gym Gamma. Izuku had gotten rid of his costume's old design after he learned of his half-brother's similar concept and adopted a new look. His suit was replaced with a flexible black bodysuit with dark green stripes on it. For shoes he had black combat boots. Covering his face was a black Oni half mask. Walking out into the gym, the teachers explained why they were making the ultimate moves. When they finished, Cementos made areas with his quirk for the students to experiment with their attacks. Ectoplasm as well created many clones for them to test their attacks upon. Aizawa also suggested they think of ways to alter their costumes for their ultimate moves. They finally let them get to the training, and each student was placed in an area made for them. Izuku's was especially sturdy due to his massive amount of quirks. Two of Ectoplasm's clones charged at him, making Izuku have to think he activated a quirk he hadn't used in forever. Comic. Bang boom. The onomatopoeia he shouted became as he used the quirk, making a shield for the boy. He got of the quirks he had stolen from his father, and decided to use the combination his father used against All Might. Air Cannon, Spring-like Limbs Kinetic Booster ×4, and Strength Enhancer ×3. A devastating blast of air was sent forward, flattening the concrete in front of him and obliterating Ectoplasm's clones. His arm returned to its normal size as he deactivated the quirks. If it's that powerful normally, I wonder how strong it'll get with the power of one for all behind it. Izuku doesn't know yet that AFO and OFA have mixed together. Izuku turned and saw All Might looking at him. The raven-haired boy smiled at his predecessor, and gave him a thumbs up as another one of Ectoplasm's clones ran at him. He dodged the clones and felt around in his quirk, and used another combination. The raven-haired boy raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. For an instant nothing happened, but then the area in front of him was hit by a violent wave of air that slashed apart Ectoplasm's clone and cut the concrete into dust, shredding the area with an infinite number of sharp blades. Air Cutter, Air Propulsion, 5 Air Boost, and Controlled Outburst. The quirks are from the fanfic The World's Darkest Hero. Check it out, it's great. Izuku headed to the support department and met with Yida and Araraka, who were both there to improve their costumes. I'm not going to change my costume, but I could use a piece of supportive equipment for one of my quirks. Araraka spoke first. Which quirk, Midoriya-kun? Izuku smiled and spoke of the quirk on his mind. Gun game. It lets me create a gun from a video game or a real weapon that I've studied, or blueprints of a gun. That sounds really useful. Araraka was speaking when she was cut off when the door of the support department exploded in front of Izuku, knocking him off his feet. Yada yada, me being too lazy to type all the shit from the show. Hatsume. Izuku spoke to the pink-haired girl. She looked at him. Do you have any babies that are guns? Any gun babies? She rubbed her chin, thinking. Nope. His eye twitched at her happiness. But we can make one. He brought his hands up and shook them. I don't need an actual gun, I just need a blueprint. She was already at the table, bent over grabbing a blue paper and some pieces of tech. I already started making it, hurry up. Sighing, Izuku went to her to make sure the gun was made for his fighting style. Bakugo was practicing his ultimate attack and accidentally sent a chunk of concrete falling to All Might's weakened form. Watch out. A red blast obliterated the concrete, saving All Might. Izuku walked in shouldering a large gun. The gun was large with a long wooden stock, the stock connected to a capacitor with 4 cooling vents and connecting to a perforated barrel with a glowing red vertical slit for a muzzle. Its barrel was steaming from the blast. "Gun game red cutter," he said, smiling. "Thanks again to Elector 888 for Gun Game 11 Chapter 26 Provisional License Exam 1. Their training days went by quickly. Izuku had practiced further with his red cutter and the 2 quirk combinations. On the finale day before they had the exam, Izuku got permission from the principal to visit his baby brother. He entered the hospital they had placed Shigaraki in. The boy walked into the nursery the white-haired baby was in. He walked towards the cradle he was in and sat in the nearby chair. Looking at his baby brother, he smiled sadly, rubbing the puncture wounds on his arms. He whispered to the white-haired baby, "Don't worry, Shigaraki, everything will be okay, Mikomo's here." He got up and leaned over the edge of the crib, kissing the sleeping baby's forehead. The greenette sat back down and sat there just watching his sleeping brother for over an hour. All of Class 1 stood in front of the exam building holding the cases that contained their costumes. Others were speaking of how nervous they were, especially Mineta. Aizawa, in a surprising turn, gave him some advice while bending down to the grape fuckers level. Their teacher stood back up and looked at his students, speaking to them. "If you can pass this test and get your provisional licenses, then you novice eggs will become chicks. You'll hatch into semi-pros." Aizawa looked seriously at them. "Do your best." Kirishima and Kaminari spoke, and the manly man began the school's cry only for someone else to finish the cry. "You shouldn't just barge in on other people's huddles, Inasa." A purple-haired boy spoke to the giant who had interrupted the school's motto. "Oh no." The giant leaned back. "I am." He slammed his open palms against his legs. "Very. Extremely." He slammed his head into the concrete with the rest of his body in an awkward position. "Sorry." The other students were shocked at his actions, but Izuku wasn't really paying attention. His eyes were focused on the boy's chest. Within his chest burned a powerful quirk. Izuku felt his greed start to burn in his chest, only for it to be squashed down by something else. He came back to reality as Kaminari finished speaking. Jiraiya spoke after the human Pikachu. "Wait, that uniform. It's from the famous school in western Japan." Bakugo spoke next. "UA in the east, Shiksu in the west." Izuku spoke last. "It's the only school with a hero course that rivals UA." The giant jumped back up, shouting as blood dripped from his head. "I wanted to try saying it once. Plus ultra. I love UA High School. I am extremely honored to be able to compete against students of UA. I'm looking forward to it." Izuku could literally feel the enthusiasm coming of the giant. The purple-haired boy who reprimanded the giant started walking towards the entrance. A girl with a curvaceous body and straight fawn hair that wore the Shiksu uniform leaned forward and spoke. "Oh, blood." The purple-haired boy spoke as he walked away. "Let's go." Aizawa looked at the giant. "Inasa Yorishi." Hagakure looked at their teacher. "Do you know him, sensei?" "He's strong." Izuku's eyes widened. Aizawa admitting that about someone was rare. "He must be powerful indeed. Last year, the same year as you guys, Yorishi got the top scores of those admitted through recommendations, but for some reason, he turned down his acceptance." "He's a first year?" Izuku asked. "If he was at the top of the recommended students, then that means..." The greenette looked at the peppermint-haired boy on his left. "He's stronger than Todoroki." The others spoke about the giant, saying he was weird for turning down his application for UE even though he loved the school. Aizawa agreed with them about him being weird, but said that he was apparently that real deal. "Eraser. It's you, isn't it, Eraser?" A happy voice spoke, making the normally calm teacher flinch. "I've seen you on TV and at the sports festival, but it's been a while since I've seen you in person." Aizawa's face filled with dread as the light green-haired woman walked towards him. "Let's get married," she said once she got in front of the hobo-looking teacher. "No." Mina looked at the two. "I ship it." The green-haired woman doubled over, laughing. "No good one. You're hard to talk to as usual," joke. She stood back up smiling, an arm stuck out with a thumb sticking up. If you marry me, then we can make a happy family with never-ending laughter. A family like that can't be happy. Izuku watched on as the two went back and forth. Until Ms. Joke pointed behind her at the students marching toward Class 1A. They gushed about being able to meet the number 1 class of the number 1 hero school. But Izuku could tell that their enthusiasm was fake. They obviously didn't like the class and were most likely there to scope out their competition. A black-haired male grabbed Izuku's hands and introduced himself. I'm Shindo. UA this year's had trouble after trouble, so it must have been tough. He let go of Izuku's hands, dashing over to Arie and holding his hands the same way. But even so, you're all still aiming to be heroes like this, huh? He dashed again to Jiraiya, grabbing her hands that same way. That's wonderful. As he kept speaking, Izuku stopped looking at him and started looking at his quirk. It was a green spark constantly shaking as if filled with vibrations. He came back to reality as Bakugo slapped the hand extended by the black-haired boy away. Stop pretending. What you're saying doesn't match the look on your face. A dark look appeared on the black-haired boy. Manly boy yelled at his friend. Stop being rude. Sorry about his rudeness. It's fine. It just proves how strong his heart is. Aizawa looked back at his students. Hey, change into your costumes and don't be late for orientation. Yes, sir. Izuku was in his costume with his classmates surrounded by a metric ton of other heroes in training. An exhausted blonde man was in front of the hundreds of students. He began speaking, introducing the exam. I'm way too lazy to type out the intro. The walls of the building fell, and the many students scattered, leaving Class 1A behind. Izuku placed the targets on the small of his back, his left pectoral, and his right shin. Looking up, he spun in a circle, looking around the massive area the exam was housed in, and saw the hundreds of quirks that surrounded the UA students in a massive circle. Hundreds of balls flew at Class 1A as the hundreds of rival students attempted to get rid of the competition they had the most information on the quickest. The Provisional License Exam has begun. 11 Chapter 27 Provisional License Exam 2. As the hundreds of balls flew at the students, they each hit or avoided them in their own ways. Izuku was no different. Raising his right arm, it began to bulge and deform as he used a combination. Ultimate Air Cannon. A massive blast of air sent the balls meant for Class 1A back at the many students that surrounded them. Some actually hitting home and giving Izuku more of a chance to pass. Two of the students that had come with Ms. Joke used their quirks together. One making the balls hard as stone and the other sending them as projectiles in the ground. Jiraiya shoved Izuku out of the way, slamming her amplifiers into the ground. She plugged her jacks into the amps and sent shockwaves at the students. Tokoyami used his ultimate move, which was making Dark Shadow into armor, and used the Shadow's hand to send a ball at a female student, who dodged it by using her quirk to pull the top half of her body into the lower. The black-haired boy from outside with the green vibrating spark of a quirk placed his palms onto the ground and sent vibrations into the ground, causing an artificial earthquake that sent most of Class 1A falling into the earth. Devolution Rabbit Legs. His legs became digitigrade and rabbit-like. The black-haired boy used his now-present animal legs to jump from falling rock until he managed to get clear of most of it. With a final leap, he activated another quirk alongside another use of devolution. Devolution Crow Wings. Two sets of wings tore from his back. One from devolution, the other from his flying quirk, literally named Wings. Using the two sets of wings in unison, he flew from the falling rock and into the air, where he had a better view of the havoc wreaked by that attack. Damn, there's no way the others managed to escape that unscathed. Looking around, he spotted the black-haired asshole who made the attack, and swooped down onto him. Devolution Bald Eagle Talons. His legs lost the rabbit appearance and became long yellow bird legs, with the upper legs, which were covered by his costume, covered in feathers, with his feet becoming sharp talons exposed. Izuku grabbed the black-haired asshole with his talons and pulled him from the ground. Let me go. If I did, you'd die. The black-haired asshole looked down and saw that what he had said was true. They were more than 2 stories in the air by now. Izuku pulled the balls from nowhere and threw the boy into the air with his talons. He caught him with his free left hand and proceeded to hit all of the boy's targets. Izuku flew back to the ground, black-haired douche in hand. He stopped a few feet above the ground and dropped the dickhead. If you can tell, I really do not like Shindo. Who landed with a thump. Izuku quickly flew away, landing in the industrial area, where Todoroki was. He found Todoroki surrounded by students wearing ninja outfits. The black-haired kleptomaniac swooped down, grabbing the boy in red ninja garb. Sludge form, multiple arm creation. Izuku's arms turned into sludge, where he further turned them into tentacles with small hands on the end. Using the many hands, he used the balls he was given to eliminate the red ninja. A tired voice spoke over the speakers. 57 people passing now, hurry up. Izuku dropped the red ninja and flew away. He soon landed as he began to feel the effects of overusing devolution. Gritting his teeth, he deactivated the quirk quickly to keep his sanity. As he deactivated the quirk, he almost didn't hear the targets on his body speak. Those who have passed, head to the waiting room. Hurry. Izuku found a room labeled anteroom and walked in, finding a massive room full of people. He quickly sat down, hoping to avoid as many people as possible. When Todoroki walked in, he waved the peppermint-haired boy over. They sat together, waiting for the first test to end so they could attempt the next. Class 1 slowly trickled in. When the last two Ida and Oyama entered, the first test ended. The voice of the tired man spoke over the intercom, asking the 100 remaining students to look at the screen that showed the field they had been in. Explosions went off in multiple areas in the field, causing the entire field to be covered in rubble. People climbed out of the rubble, and the tired voice explained them as professional people in distress. It looks like the Kamino ward after All Might fought father. They were given 10 minutes to finish up any necessary business like going to the bathroom. At the end of the 10 minutes, a bell rang, and the tired voice read off a script. Villains have begun a large-scale terrorist attack. This is occurring in all areas of insert city name here. Due to the buildings collapsing, there are many injured. The voice sounded bored even as he described an event that should be full of excitement. The walls of the anteroom began to fall back as the man continued. Due to damaged roads, the first group of rescue workers has been delayed. Until they arrive, the heroes in the area will provide support. Save as many lives as you can. The voice stopped for a second. Well then. Start. Air horns went off as the hundreds of students ran, determined on making themselves pass. 11 Chapter 28 Provisional License Exam 3. Izuku watched as the many other students created a first aid station and a helicopter landing area. He heard a sound in the distance but was unable to make it out clearly. Devolution bunny ears. His normal ear shrunk into his head, and two long floppy ears with black fur shot out of his head, giving him a far stronger sense of sound. Using his new ears, he pinpointed the sound. Running toward it, he used the power of one for all to jump over the rubble. Landing, he saw a small person crying. My grandpa, he's under the rubble. Izuku ran to the small person, getting down on his knees when he reached him. Don't worry, I'll save your grandpa and you. He smiled at the adult, pretending to be a child. Devolution dolphin echolocation. Clicking his tongue, he sent out a wave of sound, locating a man in the rubble. Picking up the man pretending to be a child, he dashed for the old man. Sludge form, multiple arm creation. His left arm changed into a slimy tentacle that split into 3 that had tiny hands on the end. Using the tentacles, he picked the rubble off of the man. Don't worry, sir, everything is fine now because I am here. Throwing the rubble away, he picked up the old man and ran straight to the first aid station. As he neared it, he spoke to the 2 injured people. We're nearly at a first aid station, you'll be safe there. When he finally did get them there, his ears twitched. One of the walls of the exam area exploded and villains poured out with a massive orca-like man behind them. Gang Orca. The hero he had interned with was part of their exam. The villains ran at the first aid station. Izuku turned and looked at those behind him. Get the injured to safety now. Many of the students behind him began hurrying as the villains drew near. He glared at the villains and felt a quirk he had stolen from his father wriggle in his chest. Marionette. Quirk marionette. Info allows user to control the living and non-living like puppets on strings. Disadvantage if used for 3 hours or 4 if the user is pushing it, the user will experience a terrible migraine or simply faint. Thanks to Wolfangirl 1997 on Wattpad for this quirk. The closest villain stopped in their tracks, their bodies falling limp as he turned them around and prepared to use them to attack. Only for his vision to be blocked and pain to ripple through his head. Only a single rear guard. It's like you're underestimating me. Izuku looked up at the dolphin-quirked hero glaring as his head throbbed in pain. He tried to get up only for the hero to place a foot on his chest holding him there. Almost like Tamyani. As memories tried to surface, Izuku slammed a fist against his head. Not now, I need to stay here in the present. He felt quirks wriggling in his chest and felt a strange power. At least until the civilians are safe. A storm of green and purple lightning swirled around Izuku's small form. Grabbing at the hero's massive foot, he forced it off with surprising strength. The hero stumbled back, surprised a child could move him. This is going to be interesting. Orca began slowly walking towards the lightning-wreathed kleptomaniac who had jumped away from him. Only to stop to destroy spikes of ice coming from Todoroki with a controlled blast of echolocation. Izuku looked at the peppermint-haired boy and turned running to the injured, taking as many as he could. He distantly heard the ice shatter as wind was blasted down by the giant who had turned down UA. The kleptomaniac looked back as the giant and Todoroki attacked at the same time, their attacks redirecting the others right into the path of a downed hero in training who had also tried to fight Orca. Izuku gave the civilians to others and used his newfound power to run back to the downed hero in training, pulling him away from the attack. What are you doing? He fell carrying the student and saw the many fake villains running towards the evac center. Raising his arm, he snapped his fingers. Ultimate Air Cutter reduced lethality. Many of the villains' cement guns were destroyed as they tried to block the millions of blades with the guns. Small cuts appeared on their bodies, but nothing nearly as lethal as the normal version of Ultimate Air Cutter. Izuku ran at the fake villains, tearing a cement gun from the arm of one. The black-haired boy examined it and felt a quirk writhe with the want to be used. Gun game cement gun. The gun appeared on his arm. Izuku dropped the original and began shooting at the fake villains, immobilizing them. Ojiro, Tokoyami, Ashido, Asui, and that hairy guy from Shiksu joined in on the fight. A massive spiral of flame had erupted where Orca was standing. The hero's quirk made him function like an actual member of the largest species of dolphin, making him weak to flame-based attacks. But the raven-haired thief remembered that the hero kept bottles of water on his belt in case of his drying out. Watching the hero spray water on his head, Izuku let the gun created by one of his quirks fade away and used the quirk for another use. Gun game red cutter. The weapon appeared in his hand and the black-haired kleptomaniac pulled the trigger the second he saw the spiral of flame dissipate. A red blast of plasma cut into the hero's arm, destroying his gauntlet. Izuku almost pulled the trigger again, only to stop when a horn went off signaling that the exam was over. They were told to change back to their uniforms, so Izuku headed to the changing room to do just that. When he stepped back into the field, there was a screen there and the tired voice explained how they were graded. Eventually he told them that their names were in alphabetical order and showed them on the screen. Me. A smile appeared on his face when he saw his name. I passed Shinaki. Determined green eyes looked at the screen. Thinking of his new reason for becoming a hero now that his goal of taking his father down was accomplished. I will become a hero so that I may make this world a better place for my little brother. 11 Chapter 30 Father and Son. Within the massive prison Tartarus, the villain all for one sat behind thick glass in a special harness specifically made to prevent his quirk use. On the other side of the glass sat the emaciated form of All Might. How are my sons, All Might? Blue sunken eyes glared at the villain. Izuku and Shinaki are not your children, Akatani. If the human fried potato's face could move, his face would have shown great surprise. I haven't been called that name since my beloved little brother passed. By your hand. The hero angrily replied. My all might adopting your replacement's anger. The hero gritted his teeth. Why? I'm not a mind reader, All Might, and even if I had had a quirk like that, my son stole all my quirks but my own, so you'll have to tell me what exactly you are asking. Blue's eyes with deep black sclera glared at where the eyes of the villain had once been. Why did you create Izuku and Shinaki? A smirk showed on the face of the villain. I decided to take a page out of my beloved little brother's book and find a successor, and who better than a clone of myself? Izuku is your clone. The smirk fell a bit as the villain continued. Well, not entirely, I could only remove so much of that woman's DNA to create him. Blue ringed and black glared into the villain's scar tissue covered eyes, but they presumably were emerald green just as in Izuku. And Shinaki. A means to an end. I had the idea that a little brother would make my son come back. Apparently, I was wrong. The hero looked as though he was about to speak, but was interrupted by one of the guards. All Might, you have 3 minutes left. May I bring in my guest? The door opened behind him in response, allowing in a raven-haired boy, his emerald eyes trained on All for One. The hero stood in the back of the room, allowing the boy to sit. Mikomo, how have you been, son? I have my provisional license now. Emerald green eyes full of determination stared in the scarred face of his father. I'm one step closer to my goal. A smile appeared on the villain's face, but unlike the smirks he had shown the hero, this one was almost like a father proud of his child. And what is your goal, Mikomo? I wish to make this terrible world a better place for my little brother, whatever means necessary. The villain looked as though he was about to speak, but was interrupted by the guards. Your time is up, All Might. The door opened behind them, Mikomo quickly leaving, but before he could get out the door, All for One yelled at him. I love you, son. Mikomo stepped out of the room. I know, he said, subconsciously rubbing the puncture wounds on his arms. A raven-haired boy walked into a rock and roll themed room, collapsing on the bed. When he had nearly fallen asleep, his eyes snapped open. Should I promise to help May tomorrow? The pink-haired machine-loving girl had put the finishing touches on the gun's blueprints. Izuku reached for it, only for it to be held behind her. She said, shaking her head. What? A smile appeared on the pinkette's face. In exchange, you get to test one of my babies. What? Why? It's the May Hatsume policy to test a new baby on a victime subject who is already using one of my products. Rubbing his eyes, the boy glared at her. Fine, when are we doing this? We can start 2 days after your license exam. Joy. Izuku stepped into the support department. Looking around, he spotted a pink-haired machine-crazed girl. Hatsume. She looked up from her current experiment, was it some kind of toaster? And straight at him. Hey, what are you doing here? You told me to come help you with an experiment in exchange for the weapon you made for me. Oh right. She turned away from the mega toaster and went to a large backpack. Picking it up, she nearly fell over due to its weight. This baby is a jetpack. And I'm going to test it. She nodded vigorously. They stood in the field outside the school. Are you sure this is safe? Not in the slightest. Hatsume held a remote, pointing it at the large backpack. Wait, minus. She pressed down on the button that set up, sending Izuku flying into the air, eventually stopping 50 feet from the ground. That's too high. She pressed the down button, but it didn't work. Black smoke began flowing from the back of the jetpack. Uh-oh. More black smoke flowed out, sending Izuku tumbling to the ground. Green and purple lightning flowed around him as he hit the ground, making it crack with the sheer force of his landing. Is my baby okay? Emerald Green looked up at her. It made me go insanely far up and then dropped me straight to the ground, but other than that it's fine. Good. If Izuku could smack his forehead, he would have. Come on, there's way more tests to do. His only response was a groan. 11 Chapter 30. The students of UA on their first day back after the provisional license exam were directed outside, where the mammal of unknown species that went by the name Nizu recited a speech to the many students. Izuku wasn't really paying attention, but he got the gist. Eventually, once the rat, dog, thing finished speaking, they were sent back to their classrooms. Third years going first. When they were back in class, they were informed that today they would be starting normal studies again, and that this semester's training would be even harder. Asui rose her hand and asked about the hero studies that had been mentioned during the speech. Others said they would like to know of these studies as well, and Izuku was no different. Aizawa explained it to them in his usual bored tone. Once he finished, he spoke to the door. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Mike." The door slid open, and present Mike stood there posed weirdly. "First period is English." Oh great, an early morning headache that goes perfect with crippling depression. Once the school day was over, the students of Class 1 Ampere were cleaning their dorms. And Izuku had garbage duty. Before he took out all of the trash though, Izuku went to his room, taking out the drugs he kept underneath his bed. For Shinaki. He dropped the drugs into the garbage, and left the dorm building with his arms full of trash. When he was nearly at the garbage dump, a face came out of the wall. Kaboom! Izuku in surprise may have activated a quirk or 2 or 3 or 20. Completely demolishing the wall the face had came out of the garbage dump, and the garbage in the boy's hands. The face reappeared in the ground and spoke to him. But Izuku didn't catch any one of it, as he was passed out standing up. Turns out sending out a blast powerful enough to level a city with no preparation can take a toll on your body. Who would have figured? The League of Villains had been scattered, yet was still functioning. Tomohiro sat in the League's temporary hideout. He was waiting. As he waited, he thought of the past, when his Yamakun was still with him. Tomohiro doesn't know when he started to have perverted feelings towards his adopted younger brother, but when he did, they were powerful. Powerful enough that when his 7-year-old brother brushed against him one day, making him lose control of his carefully concealed lust for the younger boy. He hates that when he showed his love for the boy, his little brother rejected it. But what he hates even more was that his love caused the younger male pain. Tomohiro looked up as he heard footsteps coming to him. "What do you want, Davy?" The scarred man looked at his superior. "I got new members like you asked." He nodded, looking away. "Handyman, I have to ask, why are you so focused on that UA brat?" Ruby Red glared into turquoise. "Why wouldn't I be? He's powerful and could one day prove to be a good ally." Davy smirked at Tomohiro, seeing through the obvious lie. He'd been there when they had captured the Greenette. Every day Tomohiro tried to break into the boy's room, and he screamed in rage whenever Kurogiri stopped him. "Have fine, but when we do capture him again." Scarred flesh was bit into by white teeth. "He's mine." Like hell. Turquoise filled with want stared into Ruby Red filled with rage as blue fire crackled in an open palm. Izuku was walking to the dorms when All Might came up to him. "Young Midoriya, please come with me." Together they walked to the principal's office. "All Might, why am I here?" "Sorry, young Midoriya, Principal Nezu requested I don't tell you." The Greenette crossed his arms. "He scares you, doesn't he?" He smirked when the hero seemed too embarrassed to answer. Izuku walked into the office, sitting down in front of the tiny mammal's desk. "You wished to see me, Principal?" The small mammal nodded. "Yes, I believe Wood should speak of where you will live when the school year ends." Surprise filled the Greenette. "Why?" A smile appeared on the super intelligent rodent thing's face. "Well, you can't raise your brother on the streets. They're giving me custody." Nezu nodded, and a smile filled with happiness appeared on Izuku's face. "Now then, Mr. Midoriya, let us discuss your housing." Izuku nodded, filled to the brim with joy. 11 Chapter 31, The Big Three. The next day Izuku had a bright smile on his face thanks to his chat with the principal. "Now the school can't provide you with housing while the school year is over." The white-furred mammal thing spoke with his normal cheery demeanor. "But I believe we as heroes can help you gain a home due to your unique status." "Unique status?" Nezu nodded at the far larger boy. "Yes, due to who your father and elder brother are, we can put you in a private home with a hero bodyguard in front at all times to protect you." Izuku's eyes widened. "It doesn't matter as long as I get custody of Shinaki." The extremely small white-furred mammal nodded. Alright then Midoriya, I believe we'll be able to give you a home by the end of the third quarter. Izuku nodded. I'll take care of Shinaki while I'm living in the dorms. Nizu nodded, obviously having expected this. I believe that we could perhaps hire a live-in nurse to take care of him while you are living here. Izuku stood up and bowed to the miniature mammal. Thank you so much, sir. Nizu climbed up onto his desk and walked to the raven-haired boy, sticking his small paw out. No need to thank me, it's simply what you deserve, Midoriya-kun. Izuku looked up, wiping tears of joy into his sleeve. He stood straight up and shook the mammal's paw. Izuku woke from his reverie as Class 1A's teacher looked at the door and told someone who was outside to come in. The door of the classroom was pulled open and 3 people walked in. All obviously older than them, but still students, as they wore the UA uniform. One was a tall and thin male with dark blue hair and pointed ears, so looked like a fucking elf. So he was either a crazy cosplayer who got surgery to alter his ears, or they are somehow related to his quirk. Another was a female with extremely long baby blue hair and large blue eyes. Lastly was a muscled blonde male who looked like fucking Tintin. Izuku looked at the Tintin look-alike and his eyes widened. Apparently they were the top 3 students at UA and were going to inform them on their upcoming work studies. Aizawa asked for them to introduce themselves. First was the boy with pointed ears, who gave the students an intense glare. Only to begin speaking to his fellow members of the Big 3 that imagining them as potatoes didn't work. So the baby blue-haired girl introduced him instead. This is Tamaki Amajiki. She placed her hand to her chest after introducing the trembling boy. I'm Nighteye Hato. We were asked to talk to you guys about work studies. But wait. The airhead began dashing from student to student, asking them about themselves. Like the multi-armed Shoji's mask or Todoroki's scar. Eventually she asked Izuku a question. You were ranked the hottest male first year in the sports festival this year, right? I can see why. Izuku blushed at this, looking away. Hey, how does your quirk work? Can you take mutant-type quirks, or can you just take any quirk? He didn't answer, as he saw a dark aura of annoyance appear from his teacher as the girl continued on and on. Until the Tintin look-alike stopped the teacher. He stepped behind the podium and leaned over it, putting a hand to his ear. The future's gonna be. Class 1A sat their blank faces all around, staring at him. Gonna be what? Grim. That's what you were supposed to say, right? Alright, my call and response was a huge fail. The others began whispering at how strange the 3 were, and our favorite broccoli boy agreed. Well, you guys look like you're not sure what's going on, right? We're third years who suddenly appeared to explain the work studies. That's confusing, right? The boy put his hand to his chin, obviously thinking. You guys got your provisional licenses as first years, right? This year's first years are really energetic, right? Besides, it looked like my jokes didn't work earlier, right? The 2 other third years looked at him questioningly. Why don't you all fight me at once? He said, his fist raised in the air, similar to All Might. As if on cue, the class spoke in unison. WH. What? Their teacher approved it. The students went to the same place where they had created their ultimate moves. Murio was stretching as the other 2 were still being weird. Tamaki had his forehead against the wall, and Nighteye was messing with Mina's horns. The other students began speaking until the buff clone of Tintin told them to come at him anytime. Izuku stepped up, a smile appearing on his face as he felt several of his quirks conglomerate for a new special move. Air compressor, burning touch exoskeleton, meltdown of hands, strength enhancer ×3, and muscle augmentation. His right hand grew white hot, burning hot enough to melt even tungsten with a single touch. Calcium began growing on his arm, making it appear larger, and acting as armor. His fingertips grew sharp due to it. 6 holes appeared through the armor, drawing in large stores of air. Muscle fibers erupted from any opening in the calcium armor, wrapping around the calcified flesh. The right sleeve of his PE clothes were ruined, but it didn't matter. All that mattered was showing his strength. If he's truly at the top, I need all the power I can get. Izuku charged forward, using the compressed air increase his speed drastically. not even faltering when Murio's clothes fell away as the buff blonde activated his quirk, falling back on one of the first lessons his father had given. Mikamo, when in a fight you may face an opponent who has great power. The man sat on his knees in front of the small 6-year-old. But no matter what, do not falter in a fight. Faltering gives your opponent an opening to defeat you. But the boy's fist went through the Tintin lookalike's head. You went for the head, huh? Izuku flew forwards, his fist impacting the pillar of stone that was behind the blonde, and making it instantly begin to melt. The boy's hair began to stand on end, and he jumped away, barely escaping a combination of attacks created by Oyama, Mina, and Sero, which destroyed the pillar of stone. The blonde phased into the ground, reappearing behind long-range fighters, quickly defeating them by punching them in the stomach and phasing through their attacks. After defeating the long-range students, he shouted out the word power. That's it for the long-distance fighters. All that's left are the ones who focus on close combat, right? Izuku gritted his teeth. Not quite. Raising his left arm, it bulged as he activated his air cannon combo. Everyone get out of the wall minus. Izuku was cut off by a fist to the stomach. Gritting his teeth, he activated another quirk. Impact recoil. Izuku could tell by looking at Murio's quirk that it had to do with something phantasmal. The quirk was a small see-through spark in the buff boy's chest. So all Izuku needed was a single instant of the buff boy being tangible, and he had to be when he attacked. Murio was blown back by the force of his own strike. His knuckles were bruised, yet his smile didn't falter. This was just making the fight more fun. Izuku raised his still bulging arm and released an intense blast of air at the Tintin lookalike, tearing the ground apart and narrowly missing the boy's fellow students. Murio went back into the ground, appearing again underneath Izuku. The greenette bit his lip, drawing blood and activating another quirk. Black blood, bloody barrage. Izuku dodged and spit many globs of corrosive black liquid at the buff blonde. In the single moment that Murio was tangible, a single droplet managed to hit his fist, making the flesh bubble and steam and the blonde to grit his teeth. Murio phased back into the ground and reappeared once more behind Izuku and finally landed a hit on the greenette, sending the greenette straight into the ground. Once Murio finished off the other students, he spoke to them all. I tried to make it so you couldn't see my willy. Sorry about that, girls. But anyway, you kind of get it now, right? Murio's hand where Izuku had managed to land a hit was bandaged. Class 1 stood there holding their bruised stomachs. Did you think my quirk was strong? The others began chanting about how overpowered his quirk was. But Izuku could tell this wasn't true because he could see the man's actual quirk. Murio told them how his quirk truly worked, and that his quirk started weak, but he made it powerful, as well as telling them why he wished to fight them. Others began clapping when he finished his speech, speaking amongst themselves about what he had said. They were told to thank them, and when they did, the trio began walking away. Izuku watched the blonde happily walk away. If he's the closest to being the #1 hero, I have a ways to go before I can become his equal. A smile appeared on his face as he watched the blonde leave the gym. I look forward to the next time we meet Murio-senpai. A man with a beak-like mask walked with Deadpool RR twice to a large warehouse. Hey guys, I've brought him. I'm back. He was a surprisingly good guy after I talked to him. He said he wanted to talk to you. Isn't that disgusting? You brought a crazy big fish, huh? Twice. The leaders of 2 illegal organizations glared at Ecover. 11 Chapter 32. I have the results of yesterday's discussion on the issue of internships. The hobo lookalike known as Aizawa spoke to the hero students he taught. The majority of teachers said give it up. As if it was planned, the whole of one shouted in unison. What? Izuku looked down at his desk, disappointed at the teacher's words. But there was also the opinion that we cannot raise you to be strong heroes under this current safeguard policy. The greenette and his fellow students looked to their teacher, giving him a questioning look. So we have reached a compromise in a new policy. His tired black eyes looked at each student in turn as he spoke. We will only allow the freshmen to take on internships with offices with a good track record with internships. Do you know of any offices I could intern at? Izuku was in the staff room. He was speaking to the emaciated form of All Might, who looked at him with wide eyes. No. The green-haired kleptomaniac quirked a smooth green brow at the blonde America-obsessed hero. Why not? All Might sighed and looked at the boy with his sunken eyes. There are 3 reasons, he said, holding up 3 fingers. 1. I was a part of the side that was against allowing the freshmen to take on internships, due to the recent resurgence of villains. Izuku looked away, thinking of his brother/nephew. 2. I think you should practice using the quirks you've taken from your father. If you lose control of them at an internship, the results could be disastrous. At his words, the boy felt a niggling in his chest, as if the quirks were adjusting themselves, reacting to the fact that they had been spoken of. And 3. It's dangerous for you, especially after the incident at the mall and your kidnapping at the training camp. Tomura is likely still after you, and I don't want to risk him recapturing you, young Midoriya. Izuku twitched at the mention of the mall. He clenched his teeth and glared into the retired hero's sunken blue eyes. I'm not some child who needs protecting. The brunette's quirks swirled in his chest, reacting to his anger. All Might, I need this experience, and if you're not going to help me. The boy stood glaring down at the hero. I'll find someone else who will. He turned and stomped towards the door of the room in anger. Young Midoriya. The retired hero called out after him. Izuku ignored him and ripped open the door of the staff room, leaving the emaciated hero behind. Later, the brunette and the Tintin look-alike from the previous day had been called into an office by All Might. What's going on? Izuku asked, looking at the emaciated hero. Yeah, what's going on, All Might? The muscular blonde hero in training spoke excitedly. Young Togata is currently working under Sir Nighteye, one of my former sidekicks, in an internship. Izuku's green eyes widened in surprise. You're working under All Might's old sidekick? He said, looking at the vault boy look-alike. The blonde nodded and spoke. Yeah. It's continued for a whole year now. Izuku gained a small smile. Really? I guess you'll be his sidekick when you graduate then. As long as Sir's opinion of me doesn't change, was the blonde's simple response. Young Tugoto. The emaciated hero had his hands clasped over his lap and was looking straight into the other blonde's eyes. Do you think that Sir Nighteye would allow young Midoriya to work under him? Murio's eyes widened. Is that even possible for him? And he smiled as he spoke. So that's it, huh? He then wrapped an arm around Izuku's shoulders. Could I introduce Midoriya to Sir? The small-eyed blonde spoke to the hero in his normal happy tone, but quickly gained a new confused tone. But why do I need to cushion the exchange? He'd be thrilled to hear from you personally. All Might looked down to his lap and sighed. Honestly, I'm ashamed to show him my face. Izuku looked at the retired hero, giving the emaciated man a questioning look. In the end, things turned out exactly as he had forewarned. His sunken eyes hidden by shadows, disallowing Izuku from seeing the blonde's eyes. Anyway, what do you think of young Midoriya? Murio looked at the brunette. Let's see. His trademark smile appeared as he asked the brunette a simple question. Midoriya, what kind of hero do you want to be? Izuku looked at the blonde, thinking of what he wished to be. Closing his eyes, Izuku thought of what had brought him to the Hero Academy. His want to imprison his villainous father. The torment he had endured from his adopted brother. The wish he had to redeem himself of his horrid quirk. And the want to change the world and make it better for his baby brother. I want to become the greatest hero. 11 Chapter 33, Sir Nighteye. The next day, Murio took Izuku to the offices of the future seeing hero. As they walked to the building, the older hero in training spoke to the brunette. I think I forgot to tell you, but... He turned to the shorter first year. Sir has very strict standards, so... The blonde pointed at the brunette. You have to make him laugh at least once. Unless you want to be turned away at the door. Make him laugh. Izuku's face contorted into a look of terror. Have you met me? I don't do humor. Murio slapped his back in a playful manner. I'm sure you'll do fine. The two made their way into the offices, only to see some kind of torture machine with a girl hooked up to it. Nighteye has a really weird kink. Looks like Bubble Girl didn't show him enough humor, was Murio's simple response to the torture machine. Izuku stiffly turned to him. The hell is wrong with this guy? Murio shrugged. He really likes humor. It was then that the stoic hero decided to walk in. He glared at them. If I want to get this internship, I need to make him laugh, so. Izuku activated a body manipulation quirk and changed his facial features to those of All Mights. I'm Midoriya Izuku. The stoic hero glared at the greenette. Are you mocking All Might? Izuku's smile dropped. It bombed. What do you mean by that face you're pulling? The hero said, pushing his glasses up his nose. It must be a shot at the fact that I was once All Might's sidekick. Izuku raised his hands and tried to dissuade the man's statement, until he rushed forward and pressed his finger to a wrinkle on Izuku's transformed face. All Might has no wrinkle here, and began spouting some All Might trivia. Izuku looked at the man. Wait. He grabbed the man's face. That face was from Vinegar Suicide Incident. The man's cold eyes looked into Izuku's. All Might showed me the video of it one time. What he said after that kid thanked him was really witty too. Izuku didn't notice the man release his head. If I remember correctly, it was this: I should be thanking you for making my skin look 10 years younger. Sir Nighteye pushes up his glasses, glaring at the kleptomaniac as he did. Are you testing me, villain child? Izuku flinched at the name. No, it was simply the funniest thing that came to my mind, sir. Izuku scratched the back of his head. I don't really do humor. Nighteye glared at him, before silently motioning the greenette to follow him. So you wish to intern at my agency? They were sat at a desk. Night-Eye's fingers were pressed together as he glared at Izuku over the top of his glasses. In order to become greater than you presently are. Izuku nodded, dots of his reasons filling his head. This is no internship at a normal company where it ends in a week. You'll be working with us for a month. And with you being a freshman, the time you'll have to take off of lessons will increase. The greenette nodded, picking up his and digging in it for his paper. When he found it, he placed it onto the desk. I know that, sir. But I need this if I'm going to become the hero I wish to one day be. Sir Nighteye picked up and stamped and slammed it down beside the paper. Izuku gave him a blank look. You missed. Yes, because I have no intention of giving my seal. His blank look turned into a look of annoyance. What? Sir Nighteye glared at him over the top of his glasses. I understand that interning here will help you, he said as he raised and slammed the stamp into the desk again. But how will it help me? The dark green-haired man continued. What would you contribute to society, villain child? Placing his hands on the table, he stood to his full height, towering over Izuku. All Might showed his worth through his power and humor. Villainy was reduced to an all-time low because of him. The man turned away, stuffing his hands into his pockets. So what advantages would you bring to my agency? I'd prefer you'd show me in actions, not words. Before he turned to the shorter greenette, the stamp held up in his hand. You have 3 minutes to take the stamp from me. Yellow eyes glared icily into emerald green. That is if you still wish to become a hero, villain child. Izuku panted on the ground, exhausted from his attempt to gain the stamp. Why did he choose you to be his successor? Tired green eyes looked into cold yellow. What? Why did he choose you to inherit one for all? The lanky dark green-haired man crossed his arms, glaring down at Izuku. Izuku gritted his teeth. He chose me because he got that I could be a hero. The greenette forced himself to a shaky stance. Despite my father, despite my brother, despite my birth, despite my evil quirk, and despite my vileness. Green eyes filled with determination looked into icy yellow. That I could become not just a hero. His body was covered in green and black lightning that gave him the strength to keep standing despite his exhausted state. But the greatest hero. Sir Nighteye glared at him, and only then seemed to notice his All Might posters. You missed. All of them. Izuku gave a shaky nod. I may not be as big a All Might fan as you, but I have some rare posters, so I know how expensive and important they are. Sir Nighteye held his chin and tried to stifle a laugh. It was then the door opened. Pardon us. Is it over? It got pretty quiet all of a sudden. The dark green-haired man turned to the muscled blonde. Murio, he's hired. Huh. Izuku looked at the lanky man. But I didn't pass you test. The man nodded. I never said I wouldn't hire you if you failed. He bent to half his height and glared at Izuku. I may not acknowledge you as his successor. But I can see that you may one day be a good hero. He passed the stamp to the greenette. But until then you are nothing but the son of the world's most dangerous villain. 11 Chapter 34. The next day Izuku returned to the agency dressed in his costume. Catching a few eyes along his way with the suit's tight fabric and the scary mask. Today we'll be conducting both surveillance and patrol work. Sir Nighteye spoke to Izuku and Murio. Bubble Girl and I will do the surveillance while you and Murio patrol. Izuku quirked a smooth black brow. Surveillance, huh? Nighteye explained to him about the criminal group they were after. A offshoot of the pre-Quirk Yakuza organizations known as the Eightfold Cleansers. They already knew of their leader, a man known as Shigaraki, whose trademark was the plague doctor mask he always wore. So the two heroes in training would patrol the streets looking for any possible illegal goings-on. When a little white-haired girl ran into the kleptomaniac hero student. Everything hurt. Her lower half burned with ferocious pain each step she took. Her throat and lungs burned with each breath. Her arms filled with stabbing pain each time she swung them in unison with her step. Blood dripped onto her face from her cracked and split horn. Somebody. Anybody. She panted with exhaustion as she ran with all her might against the pain filling her. I can't take it anymore. The clacking of shoe heels echoed in the alleyway behind her. Please help me. Then she ran into a soft, warm surface. Falling to the ground, she looked up at what she had run into. Fear filled her eyes as she looked at another person. Is he like him? Izuku looked down at the little girl on the ground. She looked terrified of him. He kneeled and looked at her. I'm sorry. Extending one pale thieving hand, his warm green eyes looked into her terrified red. That look in her eyes. It's so familiar. He spoke to the little girl, making his voice as warm as he possibly could. That must have hurt. I'm sorry. A annoyed voice echoed out from the alley she had come from. Look at what you've done. Causing a hero so much trouble. Izuku looked up from the girl, whose red eyes filled with even greater terror at the sight of the man. Izuku and Murio walked down the street. The raven-haired boy noticed in his peripheral vision that some civilians were watching the two as they patrolled. Murio was explaining the point of their patrolling. But then stopped. Oh. We never told each other our hero names, did we? He said as he looked at the shorter male through his huge visor. Izuku turned to him and shrugged. I guess not. The greenette pointed to himself and blandly said. I'm all for one. Murio crossed his arms in surprise. Like the villain. Izuku nodded. Yeah, he's my dad. Okay then. Was the blonde's surprisingly bland response to the greenette statement. Before he excitedly stated and explained his hero name. I'm Rumillion. I may not be able to save everyone like All Might, but I decided to take a name that shows my desire to save millions. Shortly after he explained his hero name, a little white-haired girl ran into Izuku. Izuku stood up holding the little girl close to his chest. As he stood, he looked at the man. That's the Yakuza that Nighteye is after. Sorry about my daughter, hero. The man closed his eyes and shrugged his shoulders. Izuku noticed that the man was wearing plastic gloves. She's been horsing around too much and scraped herself up. The girl worries me sick. Izuku glared at the man and was about to say something, but before the black-haired kleptomaniac could, a firm hand was placed on his shoulder. Looking at the source of the appendage, Izuku saw Murio standing above him. The blonde's ever-present smile showing for all to see. We're the ones who should be saying sorry. he said brightly towards the brown-haired man. With that kick-ass mask you must be one of the cleansers. They're real famous round these parts. Murio said to the man who gained an suspicious look. No, I simply despise germs. Izuku felt the little girl begin to tremble against his chest. Each time the man spoke her trembling got worse. Hey, you two must be newbie heroes. You're way too young to be proper pros. The well-dressed man said, glaring at Izuku. Or more accurately glaring at the girl he was holding. What offices are you with? Murio gestured to Izuku and himself. We're still students, so it's quite presumptuous to think that we'd be with an office. We were just patrolling around for a workplace experience. The blonde turned away. Speaking of which, we have to keep patrolling till noon. So we'd better keep at it, let's go. Izuku nodded and tried to set the girl down. Only for her to tightly hold on to his costume. Her red eyes filled with tears as she looked into his eyes and whimpered in fear. Don't go. Please. She pleaded. Izuku's eyes widened. That look. It's so familiar. Murio turned back to him when he noticed Izuku wasn't following him. Your daughter. She's terrified of something. The man's eyes squinted with annoyance. She's just afraid of how badly she's going to be scolded. Murio quickly speed-walked to Izuku. Let's go. He said insistingly. And her bandages are far too thick for just some horsing around. The man shrugged. She falls down a lot. Izuku glared at the man. His quirks swirled in his chest, they roared with rage with every blatant lie the man spoke. She is shaking and begging me to not leave. His emerald green eyes filled with rage glared at the mask-wearing man. That's not something a child scared of being scolded would normally do. The man glared at the raven-haired hero. And who are you to say what's normal? Murio silently pleaded for Izuku to shut up. If he discovers who they are, he might attack. What have you done to her? Izuku glared into the man's eyes, while his quirks beat against his chest like the beating of a war drum. The villain sighed and shrugged. Fine, I swear you heroes are sensitive to the smallest of things. He turned and began slowly walking into the alley. It's embarrassing, so I'd rather not speak of it in public. As they followed him into the alley, the man began to speak. To tell you the truth, I've been worried about Arie lately. The girl's trembling grew far stronger when the man spoke her name. No matter what I do, she does nothing but rebel. Izuku felt a wet patch began to grow on his shoulder as the girl buried her face into his shoulder. You worried about raising her then? The man nodded. Kids are hard to understand, let me tell you. He reached for his gloved left hand and began tugging at it. It honestly makes me think I could turn into a very different person. At his words, Arie forced out of his hold and ran to him. Done with your little tantrum? The man spoke in an annoyed tone. Arie, what are you? The man turned slightly to the kleptomaniac and Vault Boy lookalike. This is how it's always like. I'm sorry I ended up bothering you with all this. Both began walking away, their backs to the heroes. Arie's head was bowed, still trembling in fear. Good luck on the job. Izuku tried to chase after the girl, but Murio stopped him. We can't go after them. No matter how much we want to. Murio spoke to him, trying to stop him from charging after the two. Didn't you notice? He made a show of murderous intent to reel the girl back in. The war drum beat of quirks in Izuku's chest grew stronger as he clenched his fists in rage. Chase too far and you'll just make him harder to catch. Come on, let's respect Sir's orders. Izuku closed his eyes. It's just. She reminds me. Murio looked at the raven-haired kleptomaniac. Of myself. Izuku opened his eyes and watched the backs of the villain and child disappear in the darkness of the alley. 11 Chapter 35. After their encounter with Shigaraki, the two heroes in training met up with Nighteye and Bubble Girl. Izuku wasn't listening to the others as they spoke. The war drumming of his quirks filling his ears. They called out for him to destroy that bastard, to take his quirk, to kill him with it, to stop him before he hurt that girl again, to stop him before he killed her, to stop him before he killed them. Midoriya. Nighteye said, touching his shoulder. It's him, he'll hurt you just like before. A voice whispered in his ear. Izuku smacked the hand away, not even seeing who it was. Pale hands tightly gripped black hair. As he fell to his knees. Shigaraki hurt her. Just like Tamiya hurt me. Anger-filled emerald eyes glared unseeingly at whatever was in front of him. And I did nothing. He said, venom pouring from every word. Murio looked at Izuku, his face covered in a mixture of surprise and confusion. Sir, what does he mean? Bubble Girl asked the thing that Murio didn't have the courage to. The dark green-haired man looked down at the black-haired kleptomaniac. It's none of your business to know. The suit wearing, he said as he slowly kneeled in front of the raven-haired child. Midoriya, you should calm down. He said, slowly placing a hand gingerly on the boy's shoulder. Making sure to use all 5 of his fingers. You're safe, and I do not believe that Shigaraki hurt this girl the same way that man hurt you. Slowly Izuku's eyes focused on the yellow irises of the hero. He let go of his hair, and let his hands drop to the ground. Nighteye, seeing that Izuku had calmed down, stood up, and gave the boy some space. The lanky hero turned to the blonde. Help Midoriya back to the office. I believe you have had enough field experience for the day. Murio nodded and slowly helped the black-haired kleptomaniac to his feet. They then left the 2 pros behind. Bubble Girl turned to the future-seeing hero. Sir, I know you said it's not my business. But the way he reacted. It's almost like minus. Like it's not of your business. The far taller pro said, interrupting the blue-skinned woman. He glared over his glasses at her. Midoriya's trauma is not something I am permitted to divulge. The dark green-haired man turned away from her, stuffing his hands into his pockets as he did. But if there is absolutely no choice, I will tell you. On Monday, class resumed as usual. Though Bakugo and Todoroki looked like they had their shit kicked in. Throughout the week, Izuku wasn't able to focus on the classwork, be it normal school-related stuff, or part of the main hero course. He could think of nothing but the voice that had whispered in his ear. It was the only thing he could hear, even over the overwhelming beat of the war drum that rose from his chest. Before he finally decided that he needed to speak with someone about it. All Might. He's out jogging. Midnight said in a apparently seductive pose. Izuku nodded and looked out the window. A quirk burned in his chest as he activated it. Almost as if it was impatient to be used. He blinked hard. And when he reopened his eyes, he was outside of the school building. Toshinori was jogging in an attempt to get some form of muscle in his emaciated form. When a loud voice yelled out to him. All Might. The retired hero stopped jogging and turned around to see his successor. Young Midoriya. Sunken eyes widened in surprise. I need to talk to you about something important. The 2 were sitting at a bench. So what is it, young Midoriya? Izuku stared at his hands, thinking for a few moments before he spoke. I think my quirks are speaking to me. The blonde looked at his successor. They're speaking to you. He scratched his bony chin, thinking. There are theories that quirks are related to one's soul. He closed his sunken eyes. One for All itself created an impression of their former wielder's soul, and those impressions can speak to the current wielder to give guidance. All Might opened his eyes, looking at his successor. But All for One is a unique quirk. The quirks you've stolen may have a shred of the sentience that belonged to their former owners. Izuku rubbed his thumbs. I used to be able to speak with the former wielders, I even spoke with my uncle quite a bit. But I stopped hearing their advice after I stole all of my father's quirks. The retired hero crossed his arms. One for All was born through the fusion of a stockpiling quirk and your uncle's original quirk. He stood and turned to his successor. So your version of All for One and One for All may have become one, creating something entirely new. Izuku stood and stuffed his hands into his pockets. Maybe I should meditate and look within my quirk. Bright green eyes looked down to his feet for answers, whatever they may be. 11 Chapter 36. Once Izuku returned to his dorm, he locked his room's door. After that he sat down in the middle of the dorm, crossing his legs and resting his arms on top of them. Closing his eyes, Izuku took deep breaths through his nose, then breathing out through his mouth, until he eventually lost consciousness. Izuku woke in a gray void. "Hello," he spoke, looking around for anything he could recognize. "Uncle." The gray void was empty. "Nana." No twinkling lights and no house were present in it. A shuffling sound came from behind Izuku, but when he turned, nothing was there. "Hello, is anyone there?" After he asked that, he heard the sound behind him once more. He decided not to move. The greenette stood there in the gray void, waiting for what he didn't know, but whatever it was related to his quirk. Each second he waited, the shuffling grew louder and louder as it grew closer. A hand laid itself on his shoulder. Izuku whipped around, instinctively jumping away from whoever has touched him. It was then he was able to see the owner of the hand. "Uncle." The man looked different, but this was definitely his uncle. He seemed paler than usual, his hair was shaggy instead of its normal groom state, his eyes were not focused on him, constantly checking around them for anything, his clothes were torn, and he was constantly shaking as if he was afraid. "Izuku, you shouldn't be here." The man's eyes were focused on him while he said this, but instantly began searching for anything around them once more. "It's dangerous." "How can it be dangerous?" "It's my quirk." The shuffling sound began again, and his uncle froze in fear. "Your quirk has a very different idea on that front." Izuku looked at the man. "What's that supposed to mean?" Fearful eyes glanced down at him as the shuffling grew worse. "It means the minus." Before Shinaki could finish what he was saying, a monstrous roar interrupted him. The roar was like hundreds of voices all screaming at once, making the sound beat against Izuku's ears. And in that roar, Izuku could almost hear his own voice. "You need to leave. Now," his uncle said, grabbing him by his shoulders. "Before that thing gets here." The shuffling had become mixed with the sound of the clinking and rattling of chains. "What thing?" Izuku asked, trying to figure out what the hell his uncle was speaking of. "Your quirk." That shuffling had become stomping as whatever it was began charging at them. "What?" The fog was beginning to clear, and in the distance Izuku could see something massive. "You need to leave, nephew." Izuku looked into his uncle's eyes. "Arie minus." Izuku was cut off by another roar. This time far closer. Shinaki looked behind him and his fearful shaking became far worse. Leave now," he yelled, trying to make his nephew escape. But Izuku wasn't paying attention to him. He was paying attention to the massive thing that he could see over his uncle's shoulder. Izuku couldn't see it well, but it looked as if it was made of hundreds of bodies cloaked in mist, bound together by hundreds of chains. The fog cleared further, and Izuku could say minus. "Midoriya." Izuku felt ice-cold water splash onto his face. He shot up, breathing heavily. Above him stood All Might and Tokoyami. "What's going on?" he asked, somehow out of breath. "Midoriya, you were screaming." Izuku squinted at the bird-headed emo. "What?" All Might kneeled down, placing his hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Young Midoriya, you've been screaming for the past 2 minutes. What happened?" Izuku looked at the blonde retired hero. I did what you said. I meditated and went into my quirk." Sunken and blue eyes glanced stealthily at the chicken of darkness before All Might motioned for him to continue. "When I went in, it was all gray and foggy. And All Might." The blonde looked at him questioningly. I think my quirk may be alive." Izuku, after that bombshell, was left alone. And the next day he got a call. A call from Sir Nighteye to come to the agency. The greenette, strangely enough, was heading in the same direction as Kirishima, Tsuyu, and Araraka. Kirishima, being Kirishima, yelled out how manly it was that they were going in the same direction. Along the way they met up with the big three, Nighteye being inquisitive as usual about his quirk. And when they entered the building they saw the heroes they were interning with, along with Aizawa-sensei. Izuku questioned, making the hobo look-alike turn to him. "And some old-timer," he added when he noticed the small old man that was near the quirk eraser. Nighteye called attention from the gathered heroes and students, and began speaking. Thanks to all the information we've gathered, the investigation has been proceeding smoothly. Everyone in the room looked at the fortune-telling hero. Along with the information that we are sharing today, I'd like to ask you all a question. They all looked at the dark green-haired man closer than before. The small Yakuza organization Shigaraki. Nighteye glared at them all and turned over his glasses as he spoke. What exactly are they planning? 11 Chapter 37. Izuku didn't pay attention to most of the briefing. He knows that he should have, but when Nighteye mentioned Shigaraki, the brunette couldn't stop thinking of that little girl. But he stood at attention when they mentioned what the bullet that had hit Amajiki had been made of. Blood. That word made images of that girl's bandage-covered arms and legs to Izuku. Her blood is being harvested. Izuku asked, his voice shaking with rage. Sir, Nighteye nodded. Yes, along with that the quirks of the capo, Shigaraki, is called Overhaul. He spoke to all of the gathered heroes. It allows him to disassemble and reassemble any target. Nightaye's yellow eyes glared over his glasses. A quirk that dismantles and repairs at once, along with bullets that can destroy quirks. Izuku looked down at his feet, trembling with rage. The voices of the heroes around him becoming white noise consumed by the thundering beat of his quirks. He stood, his chair clattering to the floor. In the fog of his rage he heard Murio's do the same. I am going to take his quirk. Izuku declared, each word burning white-hot with his fury. And make sure that bastard never touches that girl ever again. The heroes looked at him, muttering slightly. Take his quirk. Is he gonna shoot him with that bullet? Meanwhile, Nighteye simply looked at him blandly. That is our goal. The rest of the meeting was discussing when the raid on Shigaraki should happen. Izuku didn't pay attention to most of it because he already knew that they wouldn't act. Not until they were sure of the girl's location. They were put on standby for several days. But eventually they were given a call to suit up and meet at a predetermined location. Though before they go, Murio spoke to Izuku. All right, Midoriya, let's do this. We gotta. Well, spoke is a nice way of putting it. It was more like turning all of his pent-up rage at Shigaraki into energy to stomp the bastard's face in, as well as trying to pump up his fellow intern. Izuku grabbed his mask, running his fingers over the decorative teeth it had. This time, he pulled on the mask, pulling the straps as tight as he could. I will not fail. Emerald eyes filled with righteous fury glared out from behind his curly black hair. I will save her even if it's the last thing I do. Izuku stood in front of the wall of police with the other interns and heroes. Hey Midoriya bro. He turned to see the ever-manly Kirishima. Yeah. The redhead was smiling as usual. It's so manly that the pros are so cool and collected about this kind of thing. I guess they're used to it, right? Izuku nodded, though he wasn't really listening. Yo. Izuku turned to see his teacher. You know that I'll be with the Nighteye group, correct? The brunette nodded at his teacher. It makes sense, really. You and I can stop any of the quirks that the Yakuza have. Hey heroes. A gruff-looking man called out. If you see even the slightest hint of suspicious behavior or resistance, please deal with it immediately. Izuku saw out of the corner of his eye that Fat Gum was handing Amajiki some kind of food. Our opponents are Yakuza types who at the very least survived long enough to see this day. The brunette took a deep breath to try and keep calm. So I want every one of you fulfilling your roles to the utmost without letting your guards down for a single second. Izuku looked for the quirks he planned to use first. When he found them, he gripped them tight. Now move out. The gruff man prepared to read the warrant he had into the Yakuza's intercom, but was stopped when a massive member of the group blasted the doors apart in a single punch. What do you want? The massive brute roughly asked. So many visitors so early in the morning, the brute declared as he pulled his arm back and attempted to smash the police to bloody mist. Sludge form, multiple arm creation. 8 arms made of sludge grabbed several of the police and pulled them from harm's way. The massive brute stood in the middle of the police. I'm feeling a little more pumped, so tell me, he said, rearing his arm back for another massive punch. Ryukyu stepped in front of the police the brute was aiming for. What is it you want? He attempted to crush her and the police in a single massive blow, only for his fist to be caught by Ryukyu's massive dragon claw. The Ryukyu squad will deal with this guy, she said, holding the brute's fist in a vice-like grip. Everyone else continue onward. The other heroes, interns included, dashed through the now open front wall. 3 minor Yakuza attempted to stop them, but were easily defeated. Izuku ran into the Yakuza house with the other heroes. He wasn't listening to what they were saying. When they came to the secret entrance of the Yakuza base, 3 goons popped out attempting to stop them. Force quirk activation. Izuku spoke, raising his right arm as its digits turned into black tendrils that shot forward, stabbing into the shoulders of the goons. Before Izuku pulled his arm back, making the goons slam into the wall behind him. Bubble Girl and Centipeder stayed behind to keep the goons from moving. The others charged down the stairs only to come to a dead end. While the dude with lock earrings and the gruff man questioned Nighteye about what's going on, Murio phased through the wall. The wall was just thrown up to block the way, though it's very thick. Izuku stepped forward and let his quirks flow into his right arm. Muscle augmentation, air compressor and strength enchanter ×3. He reared his arm back and in a single strike turned the once solid wall to dust. But when he stepped into the hallway, it began twisting and shifting, as if a giant was twisting it. Amajiki started panicking. Murio placed a hand on the panicked intern. Tamaki. The panicked male glanced at him. You're going to be fine because you are Suniter. This seemed to calm down the antisocial hero. Besides, no matter how this guy warps the passage, as long as I know the location, I can get there. Murio charged to the wall. I'll go on ahead. And phased straight through. When he did, the floor began to tremble, before it disappeared from beneath the hero's feet, sending them to a lower level where 3 villains waited. Looks like you're itching for an all-out war here, one villain said. All right then, I hope you pros will show me your strength. Fat Gum tried to go to the villains, but Amajiki stopped him. I'll show you the strength of a pro. To achieve our goal, the only one who's needed to take out these time-eating pawns. Amajiki glared at the villains, memories flashing in his head. Is me. 11 Chapter 38. The others tried to fight the Yakuza members, only for the police's bullets to be taken by a villain who could steal anything he could see. Almost like All for One, but for possessions instead of quirks. Eraserhead erased their quirks once he had the 3 villains in his goggled sight. Once he did, the villains simply pulled out weapons from the pre-quirk era. Fat Gum stomped to the front of the group to block any of the villains' incoming bullets. But just as he did, a massive clamshell soared above him. It opened as it got behind the villains, sending out massive octopus tentacles and revealing Amajiki. The tentacles wrapped around the villains, capturing them before the antisocial hero made them crash into a wall. I'll be your opponent, he said with shaky confidence, before he turned to his fellow heroes. It's pointless to waste our time with these guys, Amajiki said, sending the tentacles of his offhand to grab the dropped weapons of the villains. We've got plenty of pro heroes in the premises. This situation. He brought the weapons back to his hand, and once they were, he transformed the hand from tentacles to a crab lobster claw, crushing the weapons. It's exactly what we wished for. Kirishima stepped forward, about to cry out, before Izuku placed a hand on his shoulder. Suniter is right, we can't waste time here when that girl could be in worse trouble than she already was. The redhead looked at him, trepidation in his normally bright eyes. But 3-on-1. It's not a fair fight. Izuku sighed and glanced at the antisocial hero. We all know that, Red Riot. But we don't have a choice. The raven-haired boy let go of the other boy's shoulder. We have to save her. And if we are slowed down because we stop to help Suniter defeat these weaklings and that bastard escapes. Blazing green eyes glared at the crimson-haired hero in training. I will never forgive myself. And like that, the kleptomaniac hero rushed through the door connecting the room they were in to the rest of the underground base. The heroes charged through a hallway in the base. when a part of the wall shot outward attempting to crush Eraserhead and separate the hero groups. Only for Fat Gum to knock the Erasure hero out of harm's way. And once the two groups were separated, the walls began twisting once more as the villain from before attempting to crush them to bloody paste. Deadbolt. But before they were, Lockrock used his quirk to prevent any further movement of one of the walls. Look, he's attacking again from the wall I didn't lock down. Izuku raised his right arm. Ultimate air cannon. His arm bulged out, changing as he created a combo. And sent a massively powerful blast of air that made the twisting wall of the underground base explode back from the heroes. If we don't think of something, and soon we'll be crushed. Each time the wall attempted to crush them, Izuku blasted it back. And each time he did, he grew more and more tired. But he refused to fall. The thundering drum beat of his rage pushing him to keep fighting onward despite his exhaustion. The use of multiple quirks at once may be powerful. But it also combines the downsides of the quirks. But for some reason the area opened up in a massive dome shape. Before crashing down like a tidal wave, separating the heroes into smaller groups. Izuku stood with Eraserhead. He could hear the sounds of a struggle happening behind one of the thinner walls. Green and purple lightning spiraled around his fist as he dashed for the wall and turned the wall to rubble in a single strike. They charged into the cavern to find two Lockrocks. One of the two was on the ground. What the? The lock-themed hero that was on his feet turned to them. A imposter appeared out of nowhere and attacked me. Keep your eyes peeled, there might be more. Eraserhead approached the down Lockrock and looked at imposter's shoulder. A knife wound. The standing one approached Izuku asking if he was okay. Before pulling a knife, Eraserhead turned and erased the imposter's quirk, making the facade fade away to show a naked teenage girl, who kept trying to stab Izuku. Toga Himiko. She seemed to blush. You remembered me. Handyman is gonna have to wait till I'm done with you once I capture you. Her blush darkened. I wonder what your blood tastes like, Yamakun baby. Izuku twitched involuntarily and the girl stabbed her blade into his shoulder before Eraserhead could capture her in his scarf. He pulled her back to him and attempted to knock the girl out, only for her to dodge his blow and use his scarf to choke him. Before flipping away from him to land against the wall, Izuku gritted his teeth and tore the knife from his shoulder, shuddering as he felt his muscles knit themselves back together thanks to his regeneration quirk. When he tried to charge at the girl, a wall slammed down in front of her, separating the villain from the heroes. The raven-haired boy glared at the wall, before he turned to his teacher. Are you okay? The man nodded before rasping out. I'm fine. Check on Lockrock. He's bleeding. Between each word the man coughed, trying to get air in through his bruised windpipe. When Izuku tried to walk to the injured man, the area was sealed off. Damn it. A loud rumble filled the room as if the man whose quirk was changing the entire underground was roaring with rage. And the room they had been in became a tidal wave of liquid earth. As the room shifted around them, Eraserhead managed to catch Izuku with his scarf. He pulled the boy to him and grabbed the boy tightly in his arms to ensure his safety. The man grimaced slightly as he noticed the boy instinctively tense up at his touch. Midoriya. He spoke to the boy to remind him where they were. Do you hear that voice? In the churning liquid earth, Aizawa could almost see the girl who had attacked them. Why, yeah. The raven-haired boy choked out. Hold on. He closed his eyes. Devolution Batacolocation. The boy clicked his tongue to make sound waves. His eyes snapped open to the hole a man's body was within. There. He cried out, pointing to the hole. Before using the same combo as before to blast apart the rock, Aizawa's glowing red glare found it. And out tumbled a bulky man. Izuku blinked and appeared midair to catch the man. Before he landed on the ground with the bulky Yakuza in front of Aizawa and Nighteye. 11 Chapter 39. Izuku placed his hand on the Yakuza's head. Hey, whatcha doing, kid? The gruff-looking police officer asked him. He turned and looked at the man, taking his quirk. Once he did, the other heroes began questioning the bulky Yakuza, on the two villains that had been there. Izuku didn't pay attention to them as he looked for a way to escape the chaotic labyrinth. What in the hell are you doing standing around and chatting? The injured locking hero asked in annoyance. Ignore the villains and press on. We can leave the league to the cops. But we gotta remember our top priority. Izuku looked at the injured man and nodded. We need to find Arie before that bastard can escape with her. The gruff man turned to the kleptomaniac. Someone'll have to stay behind to keep a watch on him, he said, pointing to the down Yakuza. I'll do it, not like I can do much anyway thanks to that girl, stated the down locking hero. But the rest of you need to go and save that little girl. Izuku nodded and began dashing down the passage that was the most open. He was soon joined by Eraserhead and Nighteye. The raven-haired boy called back to the downed hero. I'll save her even if I must lay down my life to do it. Izuku wasn't sure how long they had ran for, but eventually they came across a downed Yakuza. The kleptomaniac could hear a gunshot in the distance. Gritting his teeth, Izuku allowed several quirks to flow throughout his body. Muscle augmentation, air compressor, strength enhancer ×3 exoskeleton, and shock absorption. He cried out before smashing the wall beside him. When he ran through it, he saw quite a sight. The boy could hear just above the chaotic beating of his rage Eraserhead telling Nighteye to secure Arie. Izuku ran at the head villain, the quirks in his arm still active. When an arrow-shaped blade tried to cut him, only to cut Eraserhead, who has pushed the boy out of the way. He looked for a second at his teacher in concern before continuing to run at the villain, until the floor became a sea of spikes. Izuku had just in time activated Shadow Traveler when the spikes attempted to skewer him. He could hear the crazed villain speak as he approached his downed ally. I will not allow my plan to be ruined by these damned heroes, Shizaki cried, holding his face. Right, Nemoto. You don't want that either, do you? You would never want me to see my end here. Each word shook with rage and madness as the villain approached his downed comrade. Nemoto, you have truly done well for me, he said, kneeling in front of the man's still body. I'm sure you of all people. The crazed villain grabbed his ally by his mask, making an audible crack as he did. Would be happy to die for my sake, wouldn't you? And like that, the villain's world became indescribable pain. Until it wasn't. Where Shizaki Kai had once been kneeling now stood a monstrosity. Its 4 arms flailed around it as it cried out from its horrid maw. You'll be returning my pet to me now. Its voice a horrid amalgamation of Shizaki's and Nemoto's. Pet. He called her his pet. That got raged in Izuku's mind. The thundering beat of his rage almost overpowering his guts. Did he do that to her? Everything else in the world became white noise as his veins filled with fiery hatred. He shot out of the shadow he had taken refuge within. Purple and green lightning spiraling around his entire form. Izuku soared to the man. Know the monster and prepared to hit the bastard with all the might he had. But his attack never connected. Midoriya. Nighteye yelled in his ear as he pulled the boy away from one of the monster's flailing limbs. Calm down. Get Lemillion and Arie-chan out of here, I'll deal with Shizaki. Izuku, trembling with rage, nodded and dashed away to the 2. Lemillion, can you move? Izuku asked, his voice trembling with rage. Yeah. No sweat. The blonde answered. Only to slump when he tried to stand. I guess this is bumming me out after all. Izuku kneeled down and picked up both the older blonde and the young girl. No matter, we just gotta get out of here. The raven-haired boy dashed to the wall they had come in through and was about to step through when Arie began trembling. Please. No more. Her voice trembling with utter terror. I'm sorry. Izuku looked down at her as the primal drumbeat of rage rising to a new tempo. Gritting his teeth, he ran into the hallway beyond the massive subterranean room. Only to stop when Murio cried out. Sir. Izuku turned and saw the spikes rushing towards the dark green-haired man. Thinking quickly, he rushed to remove his hands from the 2 he was carrying and tried to save the man who had allowed him to intern at his office. But he was too late. By the time he was able to set down Murio and Arie, Nighteye had already been impaled. Izuku rushed the monster, allowing all his power to flow through his form. Not hearing the words the bastard tried to speak, all he heard was the roar of his quirks, and a voice urging him to allow it to take the reins, and give that monster the punishment it deserves. 11 Chapter 40. As Izuku dashed for the monster, but as he did it slammed its hands down, and sent multiple massive spikes at him. Izuku didn't even try to avoid them. 2 of them grazed him, drawing blood from his leg and side, the third missed him entirely, and the 4th severed his left arm. It doesn't matter. Tendrils of muscle erupted from the bloody stump of his arm. I can heal from anything this bastard does. The tendrils twisted around and formed into a new arm. Green and purple lightning spiraled around his arm as he pulled it back, and slammed it down into the ruined earth, cracking it, and making the monster lose its balance. It stumbled, and Izuku took this as a chance. His quirks flowed through his body. Force quirk activation. 5 black tendrils shot forward and pierced the monster's right arm. Electric touch. Electricity flowed through the long black tendrils and into the monster, making it jolt. Before it grabbed the tendrils and disassembled them, Izuku deactivated the quirk, gritting his teeth at his ruined fingers before they were remade by his healing quirk. The monster dashed at him, swiping at the kleptomaniac with its 4 hands. It nearly hit him, until the raven-haired hero blinked and disappeared, and reappeared beside the monster. He slammed his fist into its side. The attack was enhanced by the muscle fibers that had wrapped around the boy's arm. The creature that had once been Shigaraki coughed blood as the attack made one of its ribs pierce its lung. It tried to hit Izuku with its first left hand, only to miss as the boy once again disappeared and reappeared above him. Izuku came down with a downward kick enhanced by the green and purple lightning that spiraled around the limb. An audible crack sounded as his foot connected with the creature's back. Crying out in pain, the monster tried to grab at the boy, only for him to once again disappear. But when he did reappear, he doubled over in pain. Damn it, this quirk's drawback suck. The kleptomaniac clutched his stomach, looking slightly green. And the monstrosity used this as an opening for attack. It dashed at him, and tried to once again kill him, but was blasted back by a blast of pure energy. Concussive blast. He choked out through gritted teeth. The creature was slammed back into a spire of transformed rock. Arie. A distorted voice roared in rage from the hand in the creature's second left arm. Because of you I had to die again. Is this what you wanted? That primal beat that roared in Izuku's head had nearly blocked out the words that answered the distorted voice. That's not what I wanted. Izuku turned, his green eyes shaking with shock as he looked back at the small girl. No. She shouldn't be back here. The raven-haired boy shakily turned to her. Stay away. My pet. The cold, warped voice of the monster spoke to the girl. Do you think this boy can ever separate me from you? That he can ever overcome this situation on his own? The little girl's fearful red eyes glanced at Izuku. No, was her fearful answer. In that case. The distorted voice spoke from the mouth in the creature's second left hand. What is it you should do? Izuku trembled with rage as the drumbeat filled his skull. He could just barely hear her over its overwhelming noise. Come back. And in exchange you need to fix everyone. The distorted voice of the monster spoke. But Izuku didn't hear any of its words as the drumbeat tore through his skull, hammering his brain with a whispering voice. Allow me to take control. It sounded as if hundreds of voices were speaking as one. And his own was at the center. And I will make him pay. I will make them all pay. Izuku smacked the side of his head with an open palm. He stood to his full height, whispering to himself as he did. In control. Stay in control. The kleptomaniac glared at the monster. You will not take her. He spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. And yet he could tell that both the monstrosity and Arie heard every word. Because I am here. Emerald eyes blazing with righteous fury. After he said that, the roof of the room gave an immense shudder. and broke apart as the Ryukyu team and the villain they had been fighting crashed through it. Rubble fell around them as the massive dragon form of Ryukyu yelled out. Right on target. A well-dressed one-armed man fell after them. While the League of Villains too. The dragon hero cried out as the man fell into the underground area. Izuku looked at his classmate. Uravity. Look after Nighteye. The Ravenette. And I got tired of typing out raven-haired Semi using this now. Dashed to the little girl. Only for a massive spire of stone to erupt from the earth as the monster once again attacked. A offshoot of the spire cut the Ravenette's arm. Blood shortly spurted from the wound before the muscles and skin were knitted back together by his healing quirk. An animalistic roar of rage tore from Izuku's throat as the former human grabbed the young girl and kept making the spire rise to the hole the heroes had crashed through. I won't let you. He roared as wings erupted from his back. Muscle fibers wrapped around the new limbs. Izuku flapped the wings, creating great gusts of wind that cracked and sent large rocks into the air as the Ravenette quickly rose into the air. One such rock was wrapped in a torn fabric. Arie spotted it and grabbed it, not seeming to truly know what she was doing. Light exploded from her cracked horn as tears welled in her eyes. Her small scarred hand touched the monstrous arm of the former human. And with her touch the inhuman fusion was reduced to its natural halves. Both the halves of the fusion fell to the earth as did the girl. Izuku outstretched his arms, catching the girl and pulling her into a tight embrace. 11 Chapter 41. Izuku held Arie close to his chest. This time I won't let go of you. She buried her head into his shoulder, shivering. Give her back. Shigaraki yelled, jumping off of the spire with his hand stretched out, aiming to disassemble Izuku. The Ravenette tried to move out of the way but realized he wouldn't be able to in time. Damn, my maneuverability's down cause of her added weight. Gritting his teeth, Izuku tightened his hold on the girl. No matter what. Muscle fibers erupted from his right leg, tearing through the fabric of his costume, before completely wrapping around his leg. Green and purple lightning soon joined the fibers in enhancing the boy's leg. I will not allow what once happened to me. Instead of flapping backward in a futile attempt to get out of Shigaraki's path, he flapped forward and sent himself at the mask-wearing Yakuza, who in turn sent 4 massive stone spikes to kill the Ravenette. Those spikes just barely missed hitting Izuku dead on. They only managed to graze him, causing minor wounds to happen to her. Izuku brought his leg up in a superpowered kick, and was blasted away by the wind pressure created by it. Izuku was confused. 1 second he was about to kick Shigaraki, and the other he was outside. But he did know that he was beginning to fall from the air. Spreading his wings wide, he glided safely to the ground, setting Arie down once his feet safely touched the road. Are you alright? He asked, kneeling in front of the girl. She gave a shaky nod as she held the hem of her dress. Izuku gave her a bright smile. Now let's go find the Polyminus. The Ravenette was interrupted by the street shuddering as 3 massive tentacles burst through the asphalt and rocketed toward the two. Reacting quickly, Izuku grabbed Arie and used his still tired wings to quickly move them from the tentacles. After he dodged the attack, a massive claw tore through the street, along with many more tentacles that were all connected to a massive monster that had a massive gaping maw that fused to the flesh within was Shigaraki, who glared at the boy. She belongs to me. She is my little pet, and you will return her now. The man's crazed golden eyes focused on Izuku's emerald. And I might allow you to live as another pet. And with those words, Izuku finally lost control. Arie was placed on the ground, and the boy glared at the villain, his cold green eyes holding one emotion: pure uncontrollable rage. Quickly activating the heroic half of his quirk in his legs, he raced forward and hit the villain with a super-powered quick that sent the villain rocketing into the air. Spreading his wings wide, the boy soared into the air after the villain. The creature sent multiple tentacles at the boy, only for the tentacles to be torn apart and sent falling to the earth. Soon the massive fusion began falling to the earth, making the boy's ascent all the quicker. He reared his right arm back, allowing his power to flow fully through it. The limb bulged out, twisting and shifting as it rapidly grew in size. Muscle fibers exploded from the limb wrapping around it as massive rivets, and spears of bone grew from the flesh. Small arms stuck out randomly from the muscle fiber-wrapped limb. Hard bone grew over the limb's fist as 6 massive holes opened up in the muscle fibers. The fist grew white-hot as heat, over 1,000 degrees burned in it. And green and purple lightning spiraled around the whole limb as the boy reared back and punched the man-turned beast as it began to fall past him. The massive deformed fist tore through the monstrous form's massive abdomen, tearing the creature in half and cauterizing the wounds it made. The 2 halves of the beast fell to the earth, one falling partially into the hole it had created and the other crashing onto the street, creating a spiderweb of cracks. The boy quickly descended to the street, deactivating the multitude of quirks in his arm as he did. Once his feet touched the ground, he walked to the upper half of the creature. It flailed a bit and tried to attack him, only for the limbs that did to be once again torn off. He soon stood in front of the gaping maw that held Shizaki's body. The golden eyes of the man glared at him. "You think that you won?" He spoke his words slurred with pain. The villain pointed at the white-haired girl who stood a short distance away. "She'll always be nothing more than my PE-. Shizaki's words were cut off when the boy ripped his upper half from the flesh that fused him to the maw of the beast. Throwing him to the ground, the boy placed his hand on the man's head and tore his quirk from him. The boy looked at his hand, flexing it as he did before turning his head to Arie and speaking in a cold, dead voice. "Do you want to hurt him the same way he hurt you?" he asked the girl, who seemed terrified at his actions. She looked at him and the villain with tearful red eyes. "Yes," was her quiet reply. "Then come here." She slowly walked over to him, fearful of what he would do. He placed his hand on her head. "This may hurt," he warned, before purple and green lightning exploded from his hand and dug into her head. Arie didn't scream, even though the pain was excruciating. Soon he removed his hand and spoke once more. "If you want to make him pay for what he has done to you, now is your only chance." Arie looked at the broken body of the man who had harmed her almost her entire life. She kneeled down and placed her hand on the man's chest. And he was reduced to a bloody mess. 11 Chapter 42. Izuku fell to his knees. His head pounded with a migraine. His sight was filled with black spots as he tried to look up at the girl who was shaking him. "Arie," he shakily said to the girl. "I'm so sorry that I did that." She shook her head before wrapping her arms around his neck in a hug, burying her head into his shoulder as she did. "Thank you so much." Her voice muffled by the torn fabric of his costume. "Why?" he rasped, making her teary ruby eyes look at him. "You saved me and let me hurt him." She buried her head into his shoulder again. Izuku shakily rose his hand and let it rest on her head, before tilting his head to rest it on hers. Both fell asleep there. Eventually the police and heroes came upon them and the monstrous corpse of Shizaki's fused body. They put both Izuku and Arie on stretchers, equating their current state to quirk exhaustion Izuku and overexcitement Arie, and took them both to the hospital. Though Izuku was only sent there for a physical exam to ensure he was alright from the battle. "I found nothing wrong with you but minus. Forget about me. How are the others?" Izuku asked, pulling on a pair of jeans and a shirt that the hospital had provided for him due to the tattered state of his costume. A sloppily dressed man leaned into the room. "They're fine, I just went to check on them all." Izuku looked at the man, surprise easily showing on his face. "Aizawa-sensei, are you alright?" The man nodded, ignoring the nurse behind him who stated that he shouldn't be walking around yet. "I got 10 stitches now, come," he said, motioning for the boy to follow him as he left to the doorway of room. They walked down the hall, the man speaking as they did. "I'm sorry I wasn't able to stay with you in the more critical moments." Izuku shook his head. "There isn't anything to be sorry for, it was completely out of your control, sir." The man reluctantly nodded before informing him on the states of his fellow heroes. Kirishima had immense bruising and lacerations covering his body, though thankfully nothing life-threatening. Amajiki was fine besides the large fissure-like wound on his face that would heal in time. Fat Gum has numerous bone fractures but seemed to be fine. And Rocklock thankfully didn't have any major damage. That's good, sir, but what about Arie? The man looked away, sighing as he did. She hasn't woken up yet. What happened to her was far more than overexcitement. Aizawa glared at him. So what really happened to her? Izuku looked away, guilt tearing at his heart. I gave her Shizaki's quirk after I killed him with it. It's a bad idea to lie, Midoriya. Came a voice behind the boy and the hero. Izuku turned and saw the plain-faced detective that he knew worked with all might at times. What did he lie about, Tsukachi-san? The hobo look-alike teacher said, crossing his arms as he looked at the detective. The death of Shizaki. The detective looked at the boy. So how did he truly die? Izuku looked at the detective. Arie killed him after I gave her Shizaki's quirk. He said, his eyes filled with guilt. But only because I urged her on. Aizawa places a hand onto his shoulder. Midoriya, why? Izuku bit his lip. Because I would do the same to Tomoyanai Tomohira should I ever get the chance. He said, glaring into the eyes of his teacher. What you did was extremely risky. You could have turned Arie into a mindless husk like one of those Nomu. The detective lectured him. Which is why I lied to you about Arie. Aizawa said, making Izuku turn his head so fast his neck made an audible crack. What? The hobo look-alike gave him a small smile. Arie is fine, but what you did could have permanently harmed her. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I know the giving of quirks is incredibly dangerous, and I'm so sorry that I could have hurt her. And I understand that what I did was likely incredibly illegal, and I accept that. I won't try to fight you if you find me guilty. The detective walked up to the boy. Midoriya, you aren't in trouble. Wah. Aizawa placed his hand back on the boy's shoulder, ensuring to place all 5 of his fingers on the boy's clothed shoulder. What you did was incredibly dangerous. But you did stop an incredibly dangerous villain by doing it. Izuku looked up at the man. So you are getting off scot-free? Just this once. If you ever do something like this again, your provisional license will be taken from you. This is your only warning. Detective Tsukachi nodded with the man's statement. Eraserhead, I need to go. The plain man said, pointing to a room down the hall. Aizawa nodded and motioned for the man to go on. Wait. Izuku called out to the plain man. He turned to the boy with a quirked brow. When Arie is able to leave the hospital, is it possible that she could be placed into my custody like Shinaki? The plain man shrugged. I wouldn't know. Izuku nodded. But she does seem to like you, Midoriya, and may in the future be placed in your custody. He gave the man a small smile and nodded, before turning back to his teacher. Can I visit Arie, sir? Aizawa nodded. She's probably asleep by now, so be quiet. Izuku entered Arie's room and sat down in the chair that was near her bed. He wasn't sure how long he sat in that chair watching her sleep. But he eventually fell asleep himself. With a small smile on his face. 11 Chapter 43. Eventually Izuku and his fellow heroes in training were allowed to return to the school, where they encountered their fellow students who were excited to see them. Once the 4 teens stepped through the entrance of the dorms, they meet with a semicircle of their fellow students, who immediately began questioning them on what had happened. Izuku was uncomfortable with all the attention. Thankfully Ida eventually came to his rescue. Everyone, I know you are all worried, but let's calm down. He yelled, doing air chops with his arms. You all saw the news, so you know what they went through. The other students of Wana quieted down. As classmates, we should be sensitive to their feelings and allow them to rest. Ida gave each and every one of the Wana students a serious look. It's not just their bodies, but their spirits must be hurting too. Izuku, with hair freshly dyed green, smiled at the square but gestured for him to stop. Ida, I know you mean well, but thoughts of what he had done filled his mind. I'm fine. The square looked surprised but didn't question his statement. Yaoyorozu declared that she would make some herbal tea to put their hearts at ease, while Sato shoved chocolate cake into Izuku's mouth, making the greenette instinctively smack the other's hand and jump away. He then promptly apologized for ruining the cake. Innocent whistling, skipping an entire arc, don't mind me. Eventually September turned to October, and the last vestiges of summer faded away. Internships were postponed partially due to the death of Sir Nighteye. Arie was still in the hospital, as they helped the young girl recover from years of trauma. Izuku wished that he had had a similar occurrence when he was her age. Perhaps he wouldn't be as messed up as he is if he did. Though quirk specialists have partially figured out how her quirk works, it being connected to her horn, which had shrunk drastically when her body awoke a dormant gene which gave her a second quirk, or so the cover story went anyway. The greenette visited his little brother when he discovered that he couldn't visit the girl he saved. Izuku smiled slightly when he was told that Shinaki would soon be able to be placed in his custody. But that doesn't matter at the moment. What matters is math. It's not particularly elegant, but calculate the integral of this equation. Ectoplasm said, gesturing to an equation he had written on the board. Those who have the answer, raise your hand. Izuku sat looking at the equation, questioning every decision he's made in his life that brought him to this point. Tapping his lip with his pencil, he tried to think of an answer to the problem. But what, only getting a bunch of white noise. Think, damn it, think. Stabbing his pencil into his paper as he made rough calculations in his head. Eventually he jumped up at the same time as Yaoyorozu, his hand in the air slightly higher than hers. Midoriya. Ectoplasm said, pointing to the currently green-haired boy. 107/27. The cloning hero didn't hesitate as he quickly responded to the boy's answer. Wrong. Yaoyorozu, he said, making Izuku slump slightly. 107/28. Ectoplasm nodded. Correct, now let's go to the next page. Izuku sat in his chair looking at his calculations as the tiny pervert behind him tried to reassure the fake greenette. It was really close, just a calculation error, Midoriya. The greenette turned slightly, looking at the gray-haired pervert. Close is still wrong. Soon the bell for lunch came, allowing the students to leave their classrooms to hang out with their friends. Uraraka, Ida, and Hagakure approached the greenette. You were ferocious in your writing, Midoriya-kun. Uraraka said, pumping her fist in the air. Ida nodded, concurring with her statement. Putting effort into studies is a good thing, Midoriya. Now, to save time for afternoon activities, we should attempt to beat the lunch rush. Hagakure seemed to nod. Yeah, I'd hate to be stuck all the way in the back of the line, she said, looking at the greenette, thinking of what Tomura had told her before she left to live in the dorms. Keep a close eye on my Yamakun, try to befriend him, and try to find a way to bring him home. Izuku nodded at their words before speaking himself. Yeah, we should go soon, I'm starving. After he finished speaking, something hard with a strange texture was shoved into his mouth. Okay, here's some cheese, came a sparkling, slightly accented voice. Izuku flailed back, jumping out of his seat and landing back first on the floor, nearly spitting out the thing that had been shoved into his mouth, until he realized that it was just cheese. Oyama. Izuku spluttered, his entire body instinctively tense from something being forcefully put into his mouth. Don't do that, the greenette yelled at the sparkling blonde, who simply shrugged. You said you were hungry. He then held up another piece of cheese, offering it to the still greenette. Izuku shook his head. No thanks. Oyama just shrugged, eating the cheese instead. Izuku stood, brushing off his uniform, ignoring the worried look Uraraka gave him, and left the classroom, intent on grabbing his lunch. After school, Izuku headed for his room but was stopped as he began floating. Flailing in the air, Izuku turned to the perpetrator. Uraraka, what are you doing? The girl held up her hands apologetically. Sorry, Midoriya-kun, I didn't know how else to stop you. Izuku crossed his arms, glaring at her as he floated in the air. Sighing, he spoke. Why exactly did you need to stop me? This question seemed to give the girl pause as she quickly looked around the hallway, searching for any of their fellow students. After finding none, she looked at him. I wanted to talk to you about how you reacted today. Is it because of what happened at the mall? She asked, her eyes filled with sadness as she watched the brunette tense up. Let me down, he said, his voice hard. Wait, might or minus. Let me down, or I will make you. He growled, his words shaking with rage. Uraraka stared at him and reluctantly pushed her fingertips together, restoring the boy's gravity. Landing on the ground, Izuku stomped away, leaving a saddened Uraraka in his wake. 11 Chapter 44. Izuku avoided Uraraka for the next couple days. He eventually did calm down enough that he could be in the classroom without glaring at her. When their oh-so-wonderful hobo of a teacher announced what they'd be doing. A cultural festival. And they had to think of a theme for one. The classroom was filled with voices as the students each gave their idea for the class festival theme. Maid Cafe, cried the human version of Pichu. No, a titty bar, yelled the pervert, who was quickly beaten to a pulp by the girls of Wana. A mochi shop, Uraraka cried, holding up her hand. A manly arm wrestling competition. The manliest of the manly man yelled out in a manly fashion. Bakery house, Hagakure suggested, waving her invisible hands. Crepe house, Captain Diabetes suggested. Dancing, the acid doer suggested. A petting zoo, 1A's resident Disney princess meekly said. A banquet for students of darkness, the chicken of darkness said. My glitter show, Sparkly Boy said, confusing the other students. A short play or something, Rock Queen suggested, bored. These suggestions eventually delved into chaos, making it nigh impossible to hear any of the suggestions. Later, Yida sat trying to think of what the class should do. As he sat, the other members of the class joined him in his thinking. Minus the students who had internships, who had supplementary lessons for the classes they had missed. As well as Bakugo, who didn't care about the theme and just went to sleep. But quickly dissolved into arguing once more. Until Todoroki suggested something. Wouldn't dancing be a good idea? He asked, making Ashido look at him in surprise. What an unexpected supporter. The peppermint-haired boy walked to the laptop Yida had been using to try and find an idea. Speaking as he kneeled in front of it. There was this one thing. I forget what it's called, but it's where everyone gets rowdy. He seemed to have found the video. Moving out of the way to show it to his fellow students. This thing, the stoic boy said, pointing to the screen that showed a rave. How is this a Todoroki idea? Saro questioned, looking at the screen. When you become a party person. The purple pervert cried out in confusion. I'm not. Todoroki said, shaking his head. I thought Rida's suggestion was best. A place where everyone can have fun. He said in his normal stoic tone. I got the idea from the remedial courses. Todoroki said, explaining his idea. What kind of courses did you have? Sato questioned in total confusion. Todoroki didn't answer. Wait, won't dancing be as stressful as a play? Saro asked in confusion. I can teach you guys. Ashido announced, spreading her arms. Hold it, amateurs. Mineta said, pointing at his fellow students. Dance takes rhythm. In other words, music. Our guests'll need first-rate music. He announced to his fellow students. If talking about music. Hagakure said, turning to Jairu. Making all of the other students turn to the girl. Causing her to panic. What? Wait a minute. Hagakure jumped to the girl. Why? Not only are you really good with music, but when we were playing together it was really fun. Jairu looked away from the invisible girl, rubbing her arm in embarrassment. It's just a hobby. It's not something I could ever be proud of enough to play for others. She said, a small embarrassed blush appearing on the thin girl's cheeks. Kaminari and Kota both rushed to the girl, trying to reassure her of her music's goodness. After they spoke, Jairu rubbed the back of her head, thinking. If I don't do it after this much commotion, she said dejectedly as she rubbed the back of her head. But it doesn't have to be rock, right? Her fellow students shook their heads before crying out. Then Class 1A's program is a live performance and dance with party space. They cried as one, seeming as if they planned it. 11 Chapter 45. Izuku had with his fellow internship students been put into supplementary lessons. And during these supplementary lessons, Aizawa had informed them of Arie's request. She wants to see Midoriya. Karo, Tsuyu asked, looked at her teacher with her normal apathetic expression. Their hobo of a teacher nodded. Yeah, her request was specifically for Midoriya and Togata. Izuku looked up from his notebook, a small smile growing on his face. It's the first thing that she's asked for since she was placed in the hospital. The brunette closed his notebook. When can I go, sir? Aizawa looked at his student, giving him a small warm smile. Tomorrow. Is this all right? A nurse quietly asked the doctor that had been assigned to the young girl. We were told to keep anything that could trigger her memories of the incident away from her, she said, looking into the girl's room with a worried expression. Watching the backs of the two UA students that had come to visit the child. The doctor shook his head. We were worried about her going on a rampage. But it's not really a worry at this point. He pointed at the girl's small horn and the small gloves that covered her hands. Given her current energy level, a rampage with her quirk rewind wouldn't be possible, and a rampage with her newly developed second quirk likely won't happen, due to those special gloves preventing its activation. The man looked at the nurse out of the corner of his eye. So it should be fine. We're sorry we couldn't visit you earlier, Arie-chan. Izuku said, a small smile on his face as Murio held up a fruit basket he had brought along with them. It's an assortment of fruits. If you like them, then eat on up. Murio said, gesturing slightly to the fruit basket, his smile as bright as ever. Do you have a favorite fruit? Can I guess? It's peaches, isn't it? You're kinda peachy after all. Arie took the basket in her small gloved hands. Her face showed her surprise at the gift as she spoke. It's apples. Just like I got. Murio excitedly exclaimed. Izuku just looked at him, shaking his head. You got it was peaches. The Tintin look-alike sweat dropped before rubbing the back of his head. I knew it was something sweet. Izuku scoffed at the older student's exclamation. Arie looked confused at their interaction, before speaking up with her quiet voice. The whole time I was in this place I was thinking. The young girl said, her bright red eyes looking at Izuku as she spoke. Even while I was being saved, I didn't know your name. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. I only learned Lemillion Sans and I wanted to know. The faux brunette gave her a warm smile as he answered her. Midoriya Izuku is the name I go by, and my hero name is All for One. Izuku said, ignoring how Murio looked at him in surprise. The name you go by? Hero name? Arie asked, tilting her head, her face filled with confusion. A hero name is like a nickname. Murio explained, his smile as bright as ever. Though I wouldn't know what Midoriya-san means by the name he goes by. He said, his tiny eyes turning to the brunette, who rubbed the back of his head slightly. I had a not-so-good childhood, and had decided to go by a new name and a new appearance when I left my former home. He said, gesturing to his green hair as he said appearance. If you want, Arie-chan, you can call me Mikamo. Mikamo? Arie asked, tilting her head. Izuku gave her a small smile. It's my actual name, Akatni Mikamo, I'd like you to call me that. Murio gave Izuku a surprised look but kept silent. She nodded slightly before she gained a slightly saddened look in her bright ruby eyes. Lemillion-san, Mikamo-san, and that man with the glasses. You all got hurt. Because of me. Arie gripped the hem of her hospital gown, looking away from the two students, who gave each other a surprised look. No one told her? Murio questioned in his head. Tears prickled at Arie's eyes as she spoke. I'm sorry you all such painful things because of me. She avoided eye contact with the teens as she spoke. It's because of me, Lemillion-san, that you lost your powers. Murio got up as small tears began to flow from Arie's eyes. He placed his hand onto her head. Arie-chan. He began in his normal happy tone. No one thinks you caused painful things. Everyone's thinking something more like this. It's great that Arie-chan is safe. Murio said, trying to reassure the young girl. It's no use apologizing to people that aren't there. Let's take it easy. Everyone fought because we all wanted to see your smiling face," he said, making the girl looked up at him, her eyes wide with surprise. She seemed to be trying to do something with her mouth, shaking as she tried to move her lips, before she eventually reached up and tried to pull her mouth into the shape of a smile. Murio looked at her with confusion, but Izuku had a knowing look on his face, having gone through a similar trouble when he had escaped. "I'm sorry," the girl eventually said, placing her hands in her lap looking down, tears once again prickling at her ruby eyes. "How do you smile again?" she asked, making Izuku sigh, his head filled with the memory of his own trouble smiling. "She and we both went through something awful." He could almost see the pain she went through in her eyes. "And while I came out damaged, there is hope that she can be saved. Unlike me." Then an idea came to him. Izuku stood up, turning to his scruffy teacher who leaned against the room's doorway. "Aizawa-sensei, is it possible for Arie-chan to go out for a single day?" The man moved to stand fully on his feet as he began speaking to the boy. "It's likely not impossible, but she'd have to be somewhere safe," Izuku quickly responded. "Then is it possible, sir?" The brunette gestured to the girl. "For Arie-chan to come to the culture festival too?" he asked, making the blonde teen behind him brighten up and making the young girl tilt her head in confusion. "Culture festival?" she asked, her brows drawn together in confusion. Murio turned to her and excitedly explained the event to the child. "It's a festival put on by our school. Students set up events and food for other students to enjoy." Izuku nodded along with the older teen's explanation. The blonde quickly continued. "And apples, they'll probably even have candy apples." Arie quirked a white brow. "Candy apples?" she asked, making the blonde give a brighter than usual smile. "It's an apple that's been sweetened to the point of becoming candy," he explained, making the girl drool at the thought. "Sweetened?" she said, drool dripping down to her chin as her eyes grew wide with a want for the food. Aizawa raised his phone, saying that he would talk it over with the principal. Izuku turned to the young girl, speaking as he did. "Well then, Arie-chan, what do you think?" he asked, giving the young girl a warm smile. She looked down at her gloved hands, clenching them as she spoke. "I've been thinking, ever since I was rescued, about the people who saved me." She spoke, her voice quiet and hard to hear, before she looked up, her eyes like glimmering rubies staring at the two teens. "Lemillion-san and Mikamo-san, and everyone else, I want to get to know them more," she announced, her eyes bright, making Murio excitedly begin speaking. "I'll tell you about us until you can't take it anymore. Let's start working on the go-ahead from the principal," he excitedly exclaimed, his voice filled with joy. "I'm currently on suspension, so I can be on a constantly supervised date with Arie-chan, right?" Izuku looked at the older teen. Confusion etched in his features. "What?" he asked, making the blonde continue. "A honeymoon couple's outing?" Izuku shook his head. "Okay, I'm going to pretend that makes sense," his confusion never leaving his voice as he spoke. 11 Chapter 46. When quirks first appeared, people with these powers wished to do good. They were known as vigilantes. Between then and our current age of heroism, many great heroes have shined brightly in our turbulent history. The sight of a camera was focused on a black, steaming hot tea poured into a china cup that was soon grabbed by a gloved hand. All Might, the symbol of peace; Crimson Riot, the fearless manly hero; and Brave, the dauntless hero. The steaming cup was brought to lips, a handlebar mustache emerging just above them. But rivaling them were the hero's natural counterpart, those who carved their names into history. Villains. The lips were pulled into a pleased smile at the strong, bold flavor of the tea. The ruler of legends and father of a up-and-coming hero who shares his aliases, All for One, leader of the Special Abilities Liberation Army, Destro, and the uncanny Thifoji Karma. The still steaming cup was placed back on its saucer. Before our current systems were established, chaos reigned and the lines between hero and villain were nigh impossible to tell. The camera panned up within its mechanical sight. Now was a man with slicked back white hair who faced away from the camera. However, therein lay freedom. Like with the Anglaise translation English, pure freedom was alive and well. The man leaned his head back against the padding of his high-backed chair. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. What I deliver to you now is the romance of a Wonder Man. The man suddenly stood and looked to the camera. One could almost hear his neck snap at how fast he turned it, winking at the camera, and giving it a thumbs up. Yes. I am Gentle. The gentle criminal. Sitting in a straight-backed chair, a small woman with magenta hair looked into the laptop screen that showed the recording. So cool. She gushed in excitement at watching the video for yet another time. Her pink eyes filled with wonderment and love for the man on the screen. La Brava have to finish uploading the video yet. Which was why she panicked and fell out of the wooden chair when her idol asked her a question. The woman got to her feet, looking up to the taller man, her eyes filled with the same wonderment as when she had been watching the video. Why, yes, Gentle. She stuttered, embarrassed at her previous reaction. The account got deactivated again, so I uploaded everything from your first video. Gentle nodded and politely chuckled at his partner in crime. She blushed slightly as he messily poured tea into his cup. Instead of having my morning coffee, I swooned over our debut video. Gentle politely chuckled once as he brought the half-empty tea-stained cup to his lips. La Brava, you've done great work today. Setting the cup back onto its matching saucer. Now then. Let's move on to today's filming. But let me elegantly finish this cup first. Gentle was a criminal who doesn't commit crimes like a simple gug. He commits crimes in an insignificant attempt to carve his name into history. He equates himself to a modern equivalent to Robin Hood. A chivalrous thief. It's so frustrating, Gentle. The short La Brava complained as she and her idol walked on the rooftop of a building. What is La Brava? Gentle questioned as strode alongside the shorter woman. Assisting his stride was an old-fashioned wooden cane. The fact that the JSTOR video has gotten many views. It doesn't have the world's attention, even thought you're so amazing. She complained, making the man bend over in laughter. Ha ha ha. You shall not grow if you seek out justifications, La Brava. He chastised each word, shaking as if he would break into laughter. The short woman seemed frustrated at his words, beginning to jump up and down in a cute fashion in her frustration. But listen. It's already been 6 years since you've been an active villain in the media. She complained, frustration making her words shake. Then suddenly, a video about that Stain guy's life steals all of our views and reprints aren't even him. La Brava seemed to get more worked up as she spoke. Nowadays, when people think of villains, they think of that malicious villain alliance. Not a chivalrous villains. No. They only care about that malicious and disheartening alliance. Gentle looked away from her. His eyes shadowed. You're right, La Brava, extremely violent behavior can sometimes make one into a spectacle. The man turned back to her. My style is the opposite. However, the fact is they also have momentum. All of the 10,000 plus comments on their videos concern their violent behavior. La Brava looked at the man, her eyes widening. Meanwhile, look at the comments on my videos, he said, bringing up his phone that held comments that spoke ill of the man. Gentle. La Brava exclaimed, surprised at the comments. However, I will not be discouraged, La Brava, he exclaimed, chuckling. And why? Because the next project will surpass even theirs. La Brava squeaked at his words, holding up the camera. So cool. Tell me, Gentle, what's the next project? The man placed his hands onto his hips, smiling as he looked down at the spanning rooftops. A question for the ages. Exploits are forever. The original place where their rhetoric became what it is now. That is where the next one will be. The students of WANA were planning their event, minus the internship group who had more supplementary classes. The most important part came first. Who were playing the instruments? Gyra looked at her fellow students, rubbing her chin as she spoke. Well, we already know who the guitarists will be, she stated, looking at her fellow students. Guitarists? As in plural? Mina asked, tilting her horned head in confusion. Gyru nodded, pointing to the 2 guitars that were in the common room. There are usually 2 guitarists and a bassist in bands. One is the lead guitarist who plays the electric guitar and the other is the rhythm guitarist who plays electric as well. As she said this she pointed to her two electric guitars. And the bassist who plays with a bass guitar. At this she pointed to her other guitar, this one having a different body than the other. I have the most experience playing bass, so I'll be the bassist, and Midoriya has agreed to be the lead guitarist. The others nodded at this. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess he really seems to like rock. Kaminari said, nodding. We'll need a drummer as well, since without one a band has a far weaker sound. Jiraiya said to her classmates, crossing her arms. So does anyone know how to play the drums? The girl asked, looking at her classmates. Kaminari looked thoughtful before he turned his head to Bakugo. Hey, you were forced to take a music class a while back, right? Said one blonde to another. The entire class looked at the explosion user in total surprise. Bakugo, to his credit, didn't explode. Just turning around and shoving his hands into his pockets. Asking can't someone else do it, while he tried to walk away. Only to stop as Sero taunted him. Leading him to play on the drums. The way he played them was perfect. All of one stood in a shocked silence. Until someone, Pichu, decided to announce Bakugo as their drummer. To which Bakugo responded with these cheery words. I ain't doing any of this pointless shit. He stated, beginning to walk away. Until Jiraiya began speaking to him. Asking him to join them. Telling the ash blonde that doing this would make him a good person. Making the ash blonde turn to her. His face filled with annoyance and rage. What a surprise, as he glared at her. This is a stress reliever for the other departments, right? Why the hell should I help with stress relief for weaklings like them? His ruby eyes glared into Jiraiya's dark purple. And why the hell would I do it with you or that villain bastard? His statement set a fire in Jiraiya's heart. She clenched her fists, making her nails dig into her palms and causing blood to prickle. Bakugo, seeming satisfied, made to walk away, only to be stopped when Jiraiya spoke. How dare you? The ash blonde turned his head, glaring at her. What the hell are you, Tau minus? He tried to speak but was stopped when Jiraiya yelled. After all he's done, you're more of a villain than he'll ever be. Bakugo just looked at her and Jiraiya seemed to realize her mistake. Yelling at the most volatile student wasn't always the best idea. Especially when that student can make explosions from his palms. But Bakugo only crossed his arms, seeming to be sizing her up. Before he spoke. TCH, fine. I'll do it. And turned his head away once more, stomping off to his room. Leaving a stunned Jiraiya behind. 11 Chapter 47. They continued picking parts well into the night. Until they finally decided who would play what. Momo keyboard. Tokoyami rhythm guitar. Izuku lead guitar. Jiraiya bass/vocals. Bakugo drums. And all of the others were either dancing, working behind the scenes and staging. The next day Izuku was speaking with All Might. I don't know what happened when I fought him. And they were mostly speaking of the fight Izuku had with Overhaul. I just lost control. Izuku said, looking into his cup of tea. Giving his reflection a look of disgust. All Might nodded sagely. Your quirk is unique. From what you said before, I'd say with some confidence that one for all and all for one have become a single quirk. He took a sip from the still steaming liquid, making it completely different from any other. Izuku nodded. Do you think that I'll lose control again? He asked in a fearful voice. All Might shrugged. I don't know. I couldn't know. The brunette nodded once more. Once again staring into the liquid. All Might, have you? Is my father adjusting well to prison? The boy asked, his emerald green looking into his teacher's sunken blue. All Might sighed. He's a villain, young Akatni, they never adjust to prison. Izuku hummed. The blonde retired hero took a sip of his tea. If you just stare at it, your tea will get cold. He chastised, making the brunette blush slightly. Muttering a quiet apology, Izuku began drinking the now lukewarm liquid. They sat in silence for a short while. Until All Might spoke up. Have you created any new super moves? Izuku nodded and spoke after taking a sip from his tea. I've tried experimenting with some of the quirks my father had and some of my own. All Might nodded, and after taking another sip from his tea he spoke. Any luck? The brunette shrugged. Dad didn't have a lot of combative quirks left. It seems like he gave most of them to the Nomu. Sunken and blue eyes narrowed when the Nomu were mentioned. Speaking of the Nomu, young Akatani, did All for One ever make you create one? Emerald eyes widened in surprise before closing. Izuku sighed and set the tea down. I've made 2 Nomu. One was nothing special, he was probably captured in the raid. All Might looked at the younger male. I'm sensing a but here. Izuku nodded, looking away from the man. You're right. The second was unique. The blonde retiree quirked a blonde brow. Unique. Izuku nodded, looking away from the man. As he continued, he gazed out of the window. Yeah, he could speak. Not much, but he could also strategize and remember things. Father's been trying to replicate that uniqueness ever since the big guy came into existence. A sad look filled the boy's eyes. But despite that, he chuckled. He couldn't remember who he once was. But he could remember who made him. The big softy used to follow me around like a lost puppy. The sad look grew worse as he continued. The big lug always tried to eat with me and tried to feed me like a baby bird once. That chuckle grew slightly broken as he spoke. Tears beginning to prickle at his eyes. And then Tomura found out about how the big softy liked me so much and taught him another way he could show his love for me. All Might laid a hand on Izuku's shoulder, trying to shake the boy out of his memories. It hurt so much. And all the while Tomura stood there getting off to it. Tears freely flowed from his eyes as All Might shook him, speaking his name over and over again, before getting desperate and slapping the boy, shocking him out of the memories. All Might kneeled in front of Izuku and pulled him into a hug. The brunette buried his face in the man's bony shoulder, crying freely. All the while All Might was rocking the boy and whispering that it was in the past and that he was sorry. The guilt from it stopped him from sleeping that night. Izuku eventually cried himself to sleep. When All Might noticed that the tears had stopped, he picked up the boy, noting that he was still light for his age, and carried him to his dorm room. When the retired hero entered the dorm building, he was questioned by some of the brunette's fellow students what had happened. All Might played it off as Izuku accidentally activating a quirk that amped up emotions and another that reversed your emotions at the same time. After dropping the boy on his bed, the retired hero made a mental note to get the boy some therapy and left, with a sad smile on his face. Earlier that day, while Izuku was crying his eyes out, a young white-haired girl stood outside the gates of UA dressed in freshly bought clothes. Beside her, a tall, blonde, and well-muscled teenager gave her a warm smile and extended his hand to the girl. Welcome to UA Arie. 11 Chapter 48. The next day was Saturday. And once Izuku had woken up, aka Kaminari shocked the shit out of him after drawing the shortest straw and got blasted through the wall, he joined the practice. The band and dancers were practicing outside due to the extra space required for both to practice at once. Izuku and his bandmates had been practicing their chosen songs for a little while, when he heard the bushes in front of 1A's dorm building rustle. As a vault boy look-alike stuck his out from the plant. The brunette signaled for the band to stop and sat down his guitar and quirked a brow at the blonde, who seemed to be muttering to himself, before his head disappeared back into the foliage and a little girl was pushed out of it by the large blonde's backside. As the blonde yelled out that the peach is ripe, for some strange reason, Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized the young child. Arie-chan, he exclaimed, giving the young girl a warm smile. Mikomo-san, she meekly responded, waving one gloved hand at the boy. The girl was dressed in a white dress shirt that had a frilled collar. Over top of that, she wore a deep red pinafore that had 2 large buttons on the straps that held it up. Under that, she wore black tights and a large set of boots that looked like that would fall off at any second. A small messenger bag that had a red strap that rested on her shoulder. Covering her small hands were gloves that's fingers were a rich red while the rest was a pitch black. All in all, she looked really cute. Aizawa appeared soon after, glaring down at the bush, giving a questioning look to the blonde. The principal gave permission for her to be here, and to make sure she doesn't panic in the chaos of the festival, we've brought her here beforehand to get her used to the place. Arie looked at the students as she shyly hid behind Murio's leg. Yuta walked towards the young girl. Arie-chan. Oh, the girl from the internship. I'm Yuta, it's nice to meet you. The square said, extending a hand to the girl for an extremely formal and proper handshake. Mineta appeared behind the square, looking creepily at the girl. I look forward to seeing you in 10 years. He said, lascivious look, imagining how she'd look when she was a teen. Drooling slightly at the god until he grabbed by Izuku and thrown into the dorm building through a window. The blonde hero student looked at the greenette. Midoriya-kun, I'm planning on taking Arie-chan on a tour around UA, how about you come with? He brightly said, giving the greenette a bright smile as Arie looked at the kleptomaniac, giving him a hopeful look. Izuku nodded. Sure. After the two hero students changed into their uniforms, they began the young girls' tour. Murio was explaining what the students were doing at the school to Arie while she held onto Izuku's hand as they walked. As they walked, two of Murio's fellow third years, though they were part of the business department, noticed them. Well, if it isn't Togata, said the one on the right, who carried a large stack of flyers. What the? A kid. The horned one on left, who carried a large box. What did you get into over break, Togata? Don't tell me. Horn asked, looking at the shy girl that tried to hide behind Izuku. Murio simply gave the other teen a small smile. Hey, say something. I guess it must be true then. The other walked up to them chuckling and handed them both a flyer. Okay, putting jokes aside, this year's class is killing it. Izuku nodded, and the two quickly moved on, passing out flyers to the other students. The greenette watched the chaos that was the area as the multitude of students worked on their events with a smirk. A dragon head appeared randomly in front of the greenette's face as they walked. Excuse me? Asked a gruff voice that Izuku recognized as belonging to Kirishima's clone. Hey, wait a minute, you're Midoriya from one up right. The second after the steel-skinned manly man said his name, the blonde douche that had been helping carry the dragon head began yelling some random shit about one of being inferior to 1B. Monoma. Our events aren't about the attention that my class has gained over yours. Besides, our events are incredibly different and will draw different audiences. But if you wish to shame us, I'm sure you can truly try in a spar. Brother. The blonde quieted at the name he had been called, just looking at Izuku with shock in his eyes. The greenette motioned for the other two to follow him before the blonde broke out of his stupor, quickly escaping before a massive yell sounded through the school. The three hearing it even in front of the equipment room. Murio was explaining to the two why they were here as he opened the room's door. Every year Nighteye runs in a beauty competition called Miss Con. He explained, pushing open the room's door to show the young girl and student the floating form of Nighteye as she floated in the center of the room, wearing a dress as she did. She floated down to the floor and introduced herself to Arie. The three friends, Amajiki suddenly appearing, chatted with the young girl, telling her of the upcoming Miss Con. Izuku gave the young girl a small smile as she listened with rapt attention as they explained the contest to her. Shortly after the big three had finished explaining the contest, the tour continued with them going to the support department. The sound of heavy machinery filled the space as the students that were in the department worked on their projects for the technology exhibition the 3 years of support were holding. As Izuku admired the many projects almost being lost in his own head as he got of his useful those inventions could be for heroes, when a pair of strong arms wrapping around him, pulling him into a tight pillowy embrace. When you have a kid boyfriend, Chan. 1. Izuku looked back at the girl with crosshair pupils he called his girlfriend. May, are you ever going to remember my name? He asked in a monotone, already knowing the answer. Nope, was her simple answer as she rested her chin on the boy's shoulder. Besides, you didn't answer my question, boyfriend Chan, she said, looking at the young girl past the fluff of her boyfriend's hair. This is Arie-chan, she's on a tour around UA. She's the girl I saved in my internship. May nodded slightly as she looked at the young girl, removing one hand from around Izuku, extending it towards the girl. Arie shyly grabbed the teen's hand and her arm was nearly torn off by the speed that Mei shook her hand. "Nice you meet you, Shiro-chan," she exclaimed, giving her a bright smile. Izuku looked at the pink-haired teen. "Did you seriously forget her name already?" "Yep." She nodded once more and Izuku was going to sigh, but stopped when a loud creaking filled the air. "Mei." "Yes, boyfriend-chan." Izuku looked down at the girl with tuba-like hair. "Is one of your babies behind me?" She nodded. "Yep. One of our babies is behind us." Izuku looked at Arie and Murio, mouthing at them to run, as a massive explosion filled the support department. After the tour group peeled themselves off of the wall they had been blasted into went to the cafeteria, leaving Mei behind to clean up the mess that her creation had made. "That's pretty much it. Are you going to be okay here?" Izuku asked the girl who was sipping a steaming hot cup of hot chocolate. "I don't know," she said, looking down into the steam that flowed up from the cup. "But everyone is working so hard and I really want to see how it all will turn out." Izuku and Murio beamed at each other. "We call that feeling excitement." An attractive voice came from down the table. Izuku looked down the table at the voice's origin. "Midnight Sensei and Principal Nezu." Said principal was devouring a massive chunk of cheese as he sat beside the R-rated hero. "I'm excited as well for the festival." Nezu spoke as he dabbed his chin with a napkin. "Especially with all the trouble we've had to go through with the police." Midnight said, bringing a glass of dark liquid to her red lips. "Watch it, Kayama-kun," her boss warned as he climbed onto the table, walking across it, and jumped down on the other side. "Well, I best be going now," he said as he walked away, likely heading for his office. But stopped as he seemed to think of something. Turning quickly he looked at the greenette. "Oh yes, Mr. Midoriya, I need to speak to you of your housing situation when you get a chance." Finished with what he needed to say, the rodent thing left once again for his office. Midnight watched him go, shaking her head and sighing. "I'm looking forward to 1A's event," she said, standing up, grabbing her tray as she did. Talk of it filled the staff room. The woman smiled at the boy. "So keep on working hard, young ones." She left, leaving the three behind to sit at table. "Mikamo-san, what were you doing?" she shyly asked, making Izuku look down at her. "We're doing a live music show with dancing. I'll be a part of the band." He gave the girl a warm smile. "I'm doing my best so that you can have a fun time here." He looked down at her, giving the girl a caring look. "So please come and see." 11 Chapter 49. The majority of the weeks after Arie visited UA went to preparing for the festival. Izuku and the other members of the band had managed to actually start sounding similar to an actual band. The disharmony that is often present in most amateur bands was dampened, if not eliminated entirely. While the dancers had begun moving with greater grace than they had when they began, and the staging team was able to devise an entertaining accompaniment for the dancers and band. On the morning before the festival, Wana was getting the last few preparations done. Izuku leaned against the wall of the dorms, a small smile on his face as he watched his fellow students work. "Midoriya." The greenette looked to his side where his fellow student Yoirozu stood, a tray filled with teacups in her hands. "Would you like a cup?" Izuku looked at steaming cups of tea, sniffing at the strong aroma that came from them. "Is that the Imperial Golden Tips black tea?" he asked, remembering the aroma from his father's office. When the boy was young, he often sat in his father's lap as he worked on paperwork and sipped the tea from a china cup he had apparently acquired over a century before the boy's birth. The boy's father was angrier than he had ever seen him when he accidentally broke that cup. Yoirozu seemed surprised at him knowing of the tea. "Yes. Would you like one?" she asked, offering the tray. Izuku nodded, grabbing the cup she had offered. He leaned back against the wall and watched the girl leave, before a flask appeared in his hand courtesy of a storage Quirk, and poured some of its golden contents into the black liquid. How my father ever enjoyed tea is beyond me. Before drinking the spiked tea, Scotch's more my speed, and grew a smile at the combined flavor. Later into the night, Izuku was still up with the Night Owls of Wano when Oyama mentioned that the rope that the staging team was using had become frayed. I'll pick up a new one tomorrow. I have to go out for something anyway. Kaminari looked at him confused. Why can't we just have Yaomomo make a new one? Izuku glared at him. She actually has a use outside being a tool for others, unlike yourself, human charger. Kaminari deflated at his statement. Ah, come on man, why you gotta do me like that? Izuku shrugged and walked away. The next day Izuku quickly dressed and went to the nearest convenience store. Quickly leaving, not before using his storage quirk to take a bottle of whiskey, and going to the next. And the next. And the next. Until after half a fucking hour he managed to find a store, then carried ropes. Izuku ran down the street. 2 bags in his hands, not looking at the exact place he was going. And so he accidentally ran into 2 people. Sorry, he said, looking at the 2 who wore large amounts of clothes. That made it almost look like they were trying to hide their faces. You surprised me, the taller of the 2 said. His smooth voice sounded familiar. The aftertaste of the Imperial golden tips was almost ruined. Izuku could feel the man glaring at him, but didn't care. He was focused on the man's familiar voice. That house back there is a cafe then? The brunette questioned, and the man seemed surprised. He turned, ignoring the shorter woman who tried to stop him. I was expecting you to ask what are Imperial golden tips. But you 2 already know of it, the man said, leaning on his cane to look more closely at the shorter male. But you seem to be of the few who know of its splendid taste. The man spread his arms in joy. It's nice to meet you, my high-class free minus. It didn't taste that good at first. Tea was always more my dad's speed. Izuku gave the man a smirk. It tasted far better with some high-quality scotch added to it. The man gasped aghast that anyone would taint such a exquisite tea with an alcoholic beverage. Your voice sounds quite familiar, sir. Emerald Green glared into the man's glasses. So tell me, are you the criminal Gentle? The man seemed surprised, before giving a hearty chuckle. I've never heard of this gentle fellow, my friend. But he sounds like a 1-. Then explain why your quirk is just like his. Izuku said, taking a step toward the man. Looking at his chest with a silver light bounced within his sternum. My quirk? The man nervously asked. How could my quirk be like another's? Izuku glared at him. Don't you dare lie to me. Gentle, he said, taking another step towards the man. Dropping his bags to the ground as he did. And grabbing the man by the front of his trench coat, pulling him down so they could be face to face with him. You will not lay one of your grimy villainous hands on UA. Burning emerald swirled with images of the young girl he had saved. She needs this. A little girl needs this festival. Izuku growled as he glared into the man's hidden eyes. You will not ruin the chance for her to feel joy for once in her life. The man seemed to smile before he yelled out. La brava. Prepare the camera, and don't stop filming minus. He was cut off by a fist that sparked with purple and green lightning smashing into his face, blasting him away with an intense concentrated blast of air pressure. 11 Chapter 50 Gentle vs Izuku. Gentle, as he flew backwards, seemed to hit an invisible wall that caught him and allowed him to bounce off and gracefully land on his feet, grabbing the collar of his trench coat and pulled it off, revealing his costume underneath. The small woman looked at Izuku, her eyes widening in surprise. No way, she muttered before yelling out to the man. Gentle. That's Midoriya Izuku, the student from the sports festival who used multiple quirks. Gentle looked back at her, his eyes widening in shock as he mouthed her statement. No matter, he said, turning to the greenette. Multiple quirks or not, dear listeners, the gentle criminal will not be deterred. Izuku growled and dashed forward, green and purple lightning spiraling around his body, only to slam into an invisible wall and be blasted backward, tumbling on the street before he activated meltdown and smacked his hands against the concrete, forcing his fingers into the street, melting it and giving him a finger hold to stop the momentum created by the villain's quirk. Izuku looked up as the bruises made by his tumble quickly disappearing thanks to super healing. He spotted the two villains running away. Digging his feet into the street, he activated muscle augmentation to go along with the lightning that flowed around him. Muscle fibers exploded from his legs and quickly wrapped around them. And in the next minute he was dashing after the two villains, only to be sent into the air by the villain, making the ground act as a massive trampoline. Izuku looked around. He was suddenly far above the buildings that had surrounded him. In the distance he could the villain using his quirk to make stepping stones in the air, carrying his smaller companion as they climbed into the air. The greenette gritted his teeth, glaring at the retreating form of the villains. "Gentle criminal," he yelled as two pairs of wings exploded from his back, one from wings growing from in between his shoulder blades and the other from devolution. They were crow wings, and grew from the area just above the waist of his pants, tearing his shirt to shreds. Rearing back his right fist, the green and purple lightning spiraling around it as he used the two sets of wings to soar forward. "I wonder if I can use that wind pressure at a range." And punched the air. The punch was so strong that the air bended around it, and was forced into a bullet that shot forward towards the villain. Said air bullet gained even greater power as aerokinesis forced it to move with even greater speed. The bullet slammed into the villain's back, blasting him off of his stepping stones. His small companion holding onto his arm for dear life as he flailed. Izuku used his wings and the lightning to blast forward, and slammed into the villain, grabbing him by his collar. Before slamming his fist into his chest, wind pressure blasting him forward yet again, sending him through the steel skeleton of a building that was in the process of being constructed. The small villain fell flailing through the air, somehow safely landing on top of a house. Izuku landed in the steel structure. He walked through it following the torn-apart beams and found the hanging body of Gentle. My, what an unexpected situation," the man said, scratching his chin. "But I will not be deterred, a gentleman never is. My plan shall be executed without pause." The greenette glared at him as his wings pulled themselves back into his back. "You call yourself a gentleman and yet you hope to infiltrate UA and ruin everyone's fun," he growled as he pointed at the man. "You're nothing more than a common criminal." "I beg your pardon," the man said, aghast. "I am for more than a common criminal. I am Gentle, a chivalrous criminal who has little interest in looting and plundering. All I wish for is to invade your festival, so you should look the other way, young man." Izuku scoffed. "I know a villain when I see one. My father was a villain like you. He got what he was doing was for a just and noble cause," the greenette said, thinking of the man who had raised him. "Perhaps it once was. But the fact is, you either die the hero or you live to see yourself become a villain. And you have already began to go down that path." Gentle blinked and looked at him with surprise. "I have only done good things in my time," he said, spreading his arms with a smug smile on his face. "I give punishments to only those who act ungentlemanly, such as the company behind Fluffy Pudding putting expiration dates that don't match the product, making people sick and then feigning ignorance." Izuku glared at the man's smug face. "So you do something illegally that would have likely happened in its own time. Bravo," the greenette said, giving the man a mocking clap. "You've already been reported and have mere moments before heroes arrive." Izuku was bluffing, but he hoped the fancy bastard couldn't tell from his facial expression. "Then I'll simply have to escape before then," Gentle said, looking behind the greenette, before he suddenly soared into the air using his quirk to escape. His feet found purchase on another beam and began bouncing around Izuku at a speed that the greenette couldn't read. "If I can't read him," Izuku felt a tremor go through him as he activated a quirk. "Then I'll attack everywhere at once." Combusted soul. Flames exploded from his pores, filling the area around the greenette in a spiraling shroud of scorching flames. Gentle yelled in pain as the flames collided with him, catching his cape on fire as he went past the greenette. The villain landed on another beam and tore off his cape to avoid catching on fire. Izuku, seeing that the man had stopped moving, ended the quirk, barely avoiding turning his pants to ash. "You may have multiple quirks, my young foe," he said as the beam he was on began to shift. But will that save the man below us from this beam? Gentle jumped, and as he did the beam started to fall. No. Izuku charged forward, green and purple lightning spiraling around him, and grabbed the beam, catching it in a crushing grip, bending the steel as he buckled under its weight. Muscle fibers joined the lightning and Izuku tried to hold up the beam. Sorry, my young friend. Someone will eventually find you, I'm sure. Gentle said, grabbing the hook of a crane, bending it with his quirk. Come, La Brava, we must go. The small woman ran to the man, grabbing the hook alongside the man after griping about how dirty the hook was. They were about to use it to escape. No. I will not allow them to ruin this for everyone. Izuku forced himself to his full height, forcing more muscle fibers out, holding the beam with a single shaky arm and rearing his other back, forcing more power into it than he had for his previous uses, and sent a weaponized blast of air pressure at the villain duo, blasting the hook and sending them flying. Izuku slammed the beam down, glaring at the flying form of the villains. La Brava looked at him, fear filling her pink eyes as she witnessed his immense power. This is bad, Gentle. This kid, he's not gonna give up, she said, making the man look at her. Guess I'll have to use it, Gentle. Her eyes focused on the shuddering, well-built body of the teen as he glared at them from the construction site. My quirk. I must pursue them. I will not allow them to ruin this for everyone. Izuku charged forward and grabbed the hook, pulling back as far as he could. I only need one set for this. His wings erupted from his back, muscle fibers wrapping around them. Jumping, Izuku used the hook to fling himself into the air and used the wings to make himself soar towards the retreating villains, rearing his fist back as green and purple lightning spiraled around it. Concussive blast and a air bullet at once, and punched the air, sending a air bullet at the villain duo, and in the same instant activated concussive blast. The pressurized blast of air wrapped around the massive blast of energy, focusing it into a massive bullet. Ultimate move, pressurized concussive bullet. The attack slammed into the duo, sending them to the flailing to the ground. Gentle was able to cushion their fall just before they slammed into the earth at a speed that would turn them into blood splatters. The two landed heavily on the ground. Izuku wrapped his wings around himself and fell towards the ground, gaining momentum as he fell. As he fell, he activated exoskeleton, the extra bone growing around him, and he tried to crash into the villains at Mach speed, only to hit an invisible barrier, bouncing off and landing in the grass. Izuku sent another air bullet at the villain, intentionally making it go higher than the villain's body to ricochet off the barrier he automatically made, and to bounce off the one he still had up to slam into the villain, hitting him in the chest, knocking the air out of his lungs and making him fall to the ground. Izuku charged forward, dashing around the invisible barriers, and grabbed the villain by his throat and slammed him into the ground, pinning his arms under his body. His other arm shot out, grabbing the small woman by her shirt and slamming her into the ground beside the man. I suggest neither of you struggle. Just give up, and I'll try to take your quirks as painlessly as possible. Izuku pressed his knee into Gentle's back, reaching for his head. La Brava watched the boy's hand move in slow motion, fear gripping her heart at the idea of her precious Gentle losing his quirk. Gentle, she cried out, making Izuku pause and look at her. I love you. Wah minus. Izuku was cut as he was blasted back by an invisible force. A leg slammed into his gut as a smooth voice spoke. Solving problems with brute force is not something I enjoy. Izuku held his stomach. He was almost sure that it was covered in a massive bruise, as he looked up at Gentle, who seemed to have power flowing off of him. So I tend to cut away at times like this. Gentle stomped his foot down on the boy's chest. Just stay sleeping here for a while. He brought his arm up and flattened his hand. I'm sorry, Midoriya Izuku, but love always wins in the E-. He was cut off by Izuku chuckling. You think you can beat me? Really? Izuku laughed. You're hysterical if you think that a poser like you'd beat me. His arm shot up and an air bullet slammed into the man's chest. 11 Chapter 51, Gentle vs Izuku 2. Gentle was blasted back from the boy, slamming into a tree hard enough to crack the wood. Izuku dashed forward, flames erupting from his flesh as he unconsciously activated Burning Fury. He tried to punch the man again but instead hit another invisible barrier. Gritting his teeth in pain as the pressurized air recoiled, slamming into his body as the barrier made the force of his punch rebound into his arm. Gentle slammed his fist into Izuku's face as he was stunned by the pain, blasting him back as he created a barrier that was enhanced by Lawbriva's quirk. Izuku nearly did a flip in the air before his wings exploded from his back, stopping his impromptu ascent. The boy was about to charge the well-groomed man again, only to stop when an immense amount of those air barriers slammed down onto the boy, forcing him out of the air and grinding his small body into the ground. He felt the delicate bones in his wings snap at the pressure. I don't like using such an inelegant attack, but if I must to defeat you, my young foe, I will. Black spots entered Izuku's vision as he felt his ribs creak at the pressure he was under. I must do this to achieve my dream. Gentle flattened his hand once more as waves of power created by Lawbriva's quirk flowed off of him. Surely you, a UA student, must know how it is to yearn for a dream. Please allow me to achieve it without killing you. Izuku glared at the man. I know what it's like, I suppose. The boy moved his arm as best he could. But I will not allow you to ruin the fun of the closest thing I have to real family. He thrust his arm forward, sending a massive blast of pressurized arm at the man. The blast tore apart the ground and allowed Izuku to pull himself out of the crushing embrace of the man's attack. As soon as he was able to breathe without fear of his lungs being stabbed by his ribs, he used Blink, disappearing from the ground and reappearing behind Gentle, slamming a fist into the man's back and blasting him forward with a pressurized blast of air. Izuku snapped his fingers and filled the air with thousands of invisible blades that attempted to turn Gentle into a pile of bloody flesh, but only succeeded in making massive cuts in his forearms, the white of his bone appearing under it. The last of the invisible blades of air bouncing off of an invisible barrier the man had created. You want to be remembered as a villain? Izuku spoke as he charged forward. Muscle fibers that had exploded and wrapped around his legs, making him move impossibly fast. The wings that had just snapped back into their proper place only adding to that speed. Who ruined the fun of children? Izuku slammed his fist into Gentle's face, breaking the man's nose as he did. In the depths of his mind, Izuku could hear a primal beat roaring in his chest, and the chance for a little girl to smile for once in her life. The greenette tightly held the man's collar and pulled him from the ground, slamming him down into it. That primal beat slammed against his chest, sounding more like a beast's roar than a drum beat. Is that how you wish to be remembered? He roared into the man's blood-covered face, before he was blasted backward by an invisible wall. Izuku flailed in the air before his wings snapped open, stopping his upward movement before using them to swoop down on the man. 6 holes opening up on each forearm as he did. The holes sucked in massive gulps of air as his hands grew white-hot from a hand's burning touch and meltdown. And when there were less than 12 feet between Izuku and Gentle, the greenette let loose a torrent of air from the massive holes that had become present on his elbows at the same time as those 6 holes. Izuku charged forward, his body almost becoming a blur as he tried to grab the white-haired man with his white-hot hands, only to miss as the man blasted into the air as he used one of his own barriers to dodge the boy's attack. The greenette's wings snapped out, and flap stopped his movement, twisting around in the air as the man used another barrier to propel him forward and slammed his fists plus an invisible barrier into the boy's chest, blasting the boy back and making him slam into the ground. I will not be beaten by someone who laughs at my chivalrous heart. Izuku pressed his feet into the ground, using the added strength created by the added muscle fibers flip into the air, landing on his feet as Gentle charged forward and reared his gloved fist back and tried to punch the boy with a barrier-enhanced punch. Izuku caught it with a green and purple lightning-enhanced fist. I'm not laughing, Gentle. Waves of immense power exploded off of the two, slamming into the trees, making them creak and groan as they were nearly torn from the ground. This is that La Brava woman's quirk. Such power. Izuku felt himself be forcefully bent back by the man. Tell me, boy, why do you aspire to be a hero? Gentle asked Izuku as the boy groaned in pain as he felt his bones crack from the pressure of their grappling. The brunette grit his teeth as that beat slowed if for just a minute as he thought of the three people he truly cared about. I want to make this world better. Izuku choked out as he could almost feel his bones break from the power. For those I love, to give them a place they can live in peace. So they can live in the world that they truly deserve. Muscle fibers exploded from Izuku's body. A layer of thick muscle bulking the boy up as he forced himself up and shoved the man back. Izuku could out of the corner of his eye see the small woman running away. If her quirk gives him that power, then I must stop her. The brunette's fingers became black steel-like tendrils that shot forward aiming to stab into the woman, only to be blasted away by Gentle as the man charged forward through the air at the boy. Izuku felt his hand once again grow white-hot as he activated his 3 heating quirks once again as the man rocketed forward. I need to end this before I lose control again. Izuku reared back and punched Gentle in the face just as the man was about to hit him. Air pressure shot out from his fist. It absorbed the heat from his fist and became a massive bullet of flame. Nevada smash. The force of the attack blasted the man onto his back, landing heavily on the ground. Gentle groaned in pain on the ground, small flames apparent in his mustache and hair. Izuku kicked him over as his muscle fibers returned to their home under his skin, his hands returning to their normal temperature. The brunette kneeled down, digging his knee into the man's back. Izuku reaches for his head, preparing to take his quirk, but stopped when a voice called at him to stop. Knock it off. Let Gentle go. La Brava screamed at him as tears poured from her eyes as she looked at the boy. Let him go, she screamed, making Izuku look up at her. Gentle poured his heart and soul into this plan. He even forgot his precious tea breaks as he planned for it. Tears poured down her cheeks as she screamed. So let him go. Gentle looked up from the ground, his exhausted eyes looking at the small woman. If you take Gentle from me, I'll die. Please, she pleaded, making Gentle shift under Izuku and blasted him into the air with a final invisible barrier. Gentle crawled over to La Brava, pulling her into an embrace as heroes appeared through the foliage. Izuku twisted around in the air, looking down at the two. We would like to surrender. 11 Chapter 52. Izuku landed, allowing his wings to retreat back into his back as he did, and charged to where the villain had blasted him away, and arrived just as Gentle was asking for the heroes to spare his accomplice. The woman clutched to his torn clothing, crying as she tried to stay with him. Hound Dog looked at Izuku, taking in the boy's ruined clothes. Did you fight him? The dog-like man asked the boy. Izuku looked at the villain, his torn clothing and messed up and burnt hair giving the man a pitiful appearance. No, the brunette stated as he looked at the man, who gave him an incredulous look. He was trying to pull a prank on the school, and we had a small dispute. One of Ectoplasm's clones looked at him in surprise. But your cloth minus. We had a small dispute, Izuku said, interrupting the clone with a firm look. Hound Dog shook his head and began speaking to the villain. Izuku didn't catch what the man said. Midoriya Izuku-kun, Gentle said, looking at him past his freed bangs. I suppose I understand what you meant before. I hope that I may redeem myself, and in the end die a hero, Gentle said as Hound Dog began pulling him away. The gentle criminal was born from my despair as a dropout from a hero course, the white-haired man stated, making the brunette look at him in surprise. Maybe it is not my place to say this, but I hope that you can achieve your dream and make our world better for those you love. Izuku watched the villain be pulled away before he remembered his bags. The brunette plus one of Ectoplasm's clones rushed to where the boy had dropped the bags, and after rapidly thanking the old lady that had found them, he rushed to the school. Need to get there before it starts. He almost didn't see Oyama waiting for him at the front gates. You're late, Midoriya-kun, the French-speaking blonde pointed out. No. I'm sorry, Izuku said, each word interrupted by a tired pant. Your clothes are ruined. Oyama said, looking at his tattered clothes with wide eyes. No. The brunette breathed out, nearly bent double in exhaustion. Oyama looked at his wrist, where a fancy watch was present. We need to hurry if we are to be on time. Izuku nodded and blinked, disappearing from the front gates and reappearing far closer to the entrance of the school. After rushing to clean up and get dressed, Izuku rushed to the stage. And after being berated by his bandmates, grabbed his guitar and got ready to play with his friends. After spotting Arie in the crowd, he gave her a small smile before looking down to his guitar. He could hear the clacking of Bakugo's drumsticks before the ash blonde yelled out, "Let's fucking go." And the band began playing. A wave of sound soared over the crowd as they played their instruments. Bakugo beating his drums like a madman. Tokoyami making his guitar release a unholy scream to match the ash blonde's intensity. Yaoyorozu played the keyboard with grace that befit her aristocratic status. Izuku played his guitar with practiced ease, matching both the intensity and grace of the others. And Jiru's bass and lyrics pulling them all together in a discordant harmony as the dancers and stage crew matched the music with excellent dancing and a roaring explosion. The light of that explosion was almost blinding. It bleached the color from the world as they played. Oyama was thrown into the air and used a human firework, Ojiro catching him before he fell back into the crowd. Sero shot out tape latching onto several of the dancers before making them swing over the crowd. Uraraka giving the crowd high fives and letting them float into the air to join the fun. Yida just did the robot. Izuku blinked and reappeared in the air, wings growing from his back fitting themselves through slits in the back of his shirt. He flew above the crowd playing guitar to them as he did, giving a bright smile to Arie and Murio as he flew above them, and blowing a kiss to Mei as he flew above her as well. Jiru's lyrics flowed through the crowd making them scream in joy as the girl let her emotions become a song for them to enjoy. Izuku broke into a guitar solo as he soared through the air, controlling the flow of the music as he soared like an eagle above his fellow students and the adults that had chosen to attend the festival. His emerald eyes found Arie as he played, looking down at girl as she watched the event with excitement in her eyes and a smile on her face. A smile. She smiled. Izuku's painfully wide smile could have lit up an entire country. 11 Chapter 53. After the show, Izuku and the others were cleaning up the mess their show had made. Izuku was also busy being scolded by All Might. "It's fine you are late, but you should pick up your phone," the former hero said to the brunette. "You'd be shocked if you saw how many times I called you." Izuku shook his head. "Sorry, I went on stage without my phone. I didn't want it to overpower the guitar with it. Sorry, sir." All Might sighed and shook his head. "It's fine, I got the gist of what happened from Ecto's report. Good day everyone. Speak of the devil and he shall appear." The real ectoplasm walked up with Hound Dog waving at them. Said dog quirked man charged forward glaring into the brunette's eyes as he growled. "Don't think you made the right call." He growled at the kid in front of him. "It's true you had no serious injuries and the cultural festival continues on." He continued getting closer to the boy. "But that was pure luck. You're just a student acting as a provisional hero. If there's a problem, leave it to us. We're the ones supposed to protect you after all." After he finished, the large dog quirked man leaned back and crossed his arms. Izuku nodded. "I agree, sir, it was luck," the brunette said, gesturing to the forest where he had fought the groomed man. "But if I had the choice, I would do it again. If it meant saving the festival for Arie and the others." Ectoplasm and All Might looked at him in surprise, before they looked at the muzzle-wearing man. Hound Dog snarled, glaring at Izuku as drool escaped his maw, before he chuckled. "Ha ha ha. You have your head in the right place, kid." He laughed, spit escaping his maw. "Now go enjoy the festival." The dog man then turned and grabbed All Might. "Omi grrrrwww wool." He pulled the emaciated man from the ground. Rough outside, growl, and charged out of the building, pulling the skeletal along with him as he ran. Izuku watched this, shaking his head. "You good work back there." Murio said as he approached the greenette alongside the young girl whose hand he held. Arie gave the greenette a bright smile as her blood-red eyes sparkled with joy. First I was scared by the loud noise, but then there was dancing. Hop! Hop! When the young girl said hop, she jumped, trying to imitate the dancing of the students. And then it was so bright and Mikamo-san was flying. When the others heard the name the young girl had called the boy, they looked at him strangely. Except Mineta, who was struggling to move a large block of ice from the show. Then it was cold like whoosh. She spread her arms as she tried to explain the whole show. And then it was spinning around. Arie spun around in a circle before she continued speaking. Then the lady's voice was like YHHH. And I was. She looked at the boy who had saved her. And I was like YHH too. The young girl had a blush from the excitement she felt from the show. Izuku gave the girl a warm smile. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, well, I'm not glad at all. Mineta yelled at the taller boy. First you're late and now you're ditching cleanup to talk to a kid. Izuku looked at the tiny hero student. Yeah, I'm coming. He stated, walking over to the cleanup crew. Muscle fibers growing from and wrapping around his arm as he picked up a block of ice that was half his size. Giving the young girl a smile as he activated meltdown and of hands, quickly reducing the ice to vapor. He moved to another piece of ice. But before he could melt it away as well, a pair of strong arms wrapped around him, pulling him into a crushing embrace. That show was amazing, boyfriend Chan. He looked back to see the face of the pink-haired machine designer he called a girlfriend. Izuku wheezed as her strong arms constricted his chest. Nay. Can't breathe. The girl with tuba-like hair blinked before letting him go. Izuku coughed and held onto his chest after deactivating the quirks he had in his arm. Taking deep breaths as he turned to the girl. May, what is with you and sneaking up behind me? The greenette asked as he held his chest. The pinkette shrugged. You're just really easy to sneak up on, she said with a cocky smile. Izuku sighed and shook his head. Don't you have your own event you have to be at? He asked, making the pinkette jump in surprise, looking at the watch on her wrist. You're right. I'm coming, babies, she yelled, running away, making Izuku shake his head in amusement. The rest of the day was spent going to each of the student events. Spending extra time at the support department's collective event to support his girlfriend's show, though he did have to dodge a sharp shard of metal that had been created when her creation exploded, as it normally does. After the events, Izuku stood with Eraserhead, Murio, and Arie at the front gate. The young girl was looking down, saddened that she was leaving. Izuku looked down at the girl's sad face as he held something behind his back. Arie-chan, he said to the saddened girl. Look up. The girl looked up and saw a bright red thing on a stick that she didn't recognize. Surprise, Izuku said, holding it out for the girl. I remembered how excited you looked when Murio mentioned candy apples, so I made this one. Murio looked at him in surprise. You made it? He asked, looking at the younger student. Izuku nodded as he handed it to the girl. I worried that it wouldn't be for sale, so I just looked up a recipe and made it. The greenette scratched his chin. It wasn't very hard after getting the ingredients. Arie looked at the shiny food for a moment before she brought it to her lips and bit into its shiny surface. Her mouth exploded with the sweet taste of the food. The young girl smiled at the boy who had given her the sweet treat. I'll make you another sometime, he said as Eraserhead grabbed the girl's hand and began walking away with her. Murio started to follow but stopped when Izuku placed a hand on the blonde's muscled shoulder. Murio, before you go, Izuku said, making the blonde look at him. Why didn't you let me give you a quirk? Murio turned around, giving the boy a smile. Because I don't need it, he said, making the boy look at him with surprise. I have faith that Arie can bring my own back, the blonde stated, making Izuku look at the slowly shrinking forms of the hero and child. Yeah, I can see why. That night, after the fun, though exhausting, culture festival, Izuku was ready to collapse onto his bed, only to stop when a rapping came from his balcony door. The greenette stepped to the glass door and looked outside it to see two yellow eyes with pupils that resembled crosshairs looking at him. Izuku shook his head and opened the door, letting in the owner of the yellow eyes. Hatsume stepped into his room, dropping her jetpack on the floor, pulled off her jacket, threw Izuku onto the bed, then joined him on the bed in quick succession. The pink-haired girl lay on top of the greenette, and before he could say a single word she was out like a light. Izuku just looked at the pink-haired girl. How long did she go without sleep? He got in his head before he saw the deep bags under her eyes. Right, dumb question, this is May I'm talking about here. She probably hasn't slept in a week, if not longer, so she could make her babies. Izuku sighed before wrapping his arms around the girl and falling to sleep himself. Dreams of how they had come to date dancing in his head. Izuku stepped out into one of the many fields the school owned. He had been coming here the past few days to help Hatsume with her inventions. It had started as just having to help her test a jetpack in exchange for her creating a support item for him. But even though he hadn't had to come after the first, he kept coming. He wondered why. It's not like he liked helping the girl. Quite the opposite, seeing as whenever they tested one of her babies he was the one getting constantly hurt by them. But even with that he kept coming. And he wasn't sure why. Something was different about Hatsume. Izuku realized after he had met up with her. Not only was she not calling her invention her baby, but she was also not looking at him. Hatsume, are you okay? He eventually asked the girl, who seemed to be lost in her own head. Yep, totally, I'm a-okay, my engine's running on a full tank. She hurriedly said, looking anywhere but him as a deep blush covered her face. Izuku quirked a brow. Okay, he said with little confidence in her words. Where's the baby we're testing? He asked, making the girl's blush deepen. I thought that we could test something new today, she said, tapping her fingers together, looking away from him. Sure. Hatsume grabbed Izuku by his shirt and roughly pulled him close, smashing her lips into his, bringing him into a sloppy kiss. She wasn't entirely sure why she did it, but over the time they had spent together, May had felt strange feelings for the boy. Feelings that she had never felt for anyone before. Izuku didn't resist. This kiss was far more pleasant than any he'd had before, especially since the only other kiss he'd had was with Tomura. And the less said about the feeling of his chapped lips, the better. After a few moments the girl pulled back from the boy, looking away embarrassed. I'm sorry, I should have asked first, she said, looking away. It's fine, Izuku said, grabbing her chin and making her look at him. I wanted to kiss you too, he said, making the girl blush. Before he leaned in. I really like you, Izuku said, his breath tickling her lips. Before he closed in for another kiss as he looked into the girl's yellow eyes. Hatsume grabbed his hair, pulling him into a deeper kiss as she stuck her tongue into his mouth. Their tongues wrestled as they kissed. Izuku reached down, grabbing her waist, and pulled her close, making her chest press against his. After nearly a minute they pulled away from each other, a string of drool connecting their lips. Hey Midoriya, she spoke, taking deep breaths between each word as she ran a hand through the boy's surprisingly thick hair. Would you mind if I ran another test on you? She asked, making a slight blush appear on Izuku's cheeks. Okay. His slight blush deepening as he stuttered. Hatsume smirked as plans for what they could do together began running through her head as she pressed her lips into his once more. 11 Chapter 54. Soon after the culture festival, Izuku was walking into the common room, when he saw Eraserhead standing by the couch alongside Murio and Amajiki while Nighteye braided Arie's hair. Izuku's eyes widened comically at the sight. Eraserhead looked at him. UA is in charge of looking at her now, he stated before looking back at the young girl. Hi Mikamo-san, Arie said as she waved at Izuku while the other students from the Shy Hasaikai came into the common room. Kirishima took one look at the girl before he charged forward to kneel in front of her as he waved at the young girl, giving her a smile. Araraka leaned over the side of the couch, smiling at the young girl as Tsuyu looked at her over the back of the couch. You remind me of my sister now, Karo, she said, looking at the young girl. Izuku looked at the small gloves that young girl wore to prevent accidental activation of her second quirk. The greenette felt a stab of guilt as he remembered it was his fault that she had to wear them. Before he looked at the hobo look-alike he had for a teacher. "Why here?" he asked the man, making the others look up from the young girl. Eraserhead looked at Izuku before he started towards the front door of the dorm building, motioning for the students to follow him as he did. Once they were outside, Eraserhead explained the situation to the students, minus Murio, who already knew of the girl's situation but still followed them. It seems she was abandoned by her parents, and it also seems that her only living relative we could find was Shai Hasaikai's boss, and he's been out of commission for a while. Izuku looked at the scruffy man as he explained. "And you may have heard this from Sensei, but it's regarding the source of her quirk? Her horn." Murio chimed in as he pointed at his right temple where Arie's horn was located. "I got it had shrunk, and everything looked good." Kirishima said, his head tilted in confusion. Eraserhead nodded. "Yes, but it suddenly grew. If only be a tiny bit." Izuku looked at the man. "Then that means she was brought here minus. Because we can both stop her if she were to lose control of her quirks." Eraserhead stated, interrupting the boy and glaring at him ever so slightly when he said quirks. "She'll be living in one of the empty rooms in Heights Alliance," the underground hero said, looking at the dorm building before he looked back at Izuku. "She'll be on the same floor as you, Midoriya. So at least one of us will be able to neutralize her quirks as quickly as possible." Izuku nodded. "Aizawa-sensei," Asui said, looking at the scruffy man. "It seems like you're taking on a lot of extra work, Karo." "That is where I, friend of Arie-chan and student on hiatus, come in," Murio exclaimed, jumping up. Aizawa looked at him before speaking. "We'll be busy, but you all can pop your heads in once in a while." Izuku nodded, looking at the doors of the dorms. "If Arie-chan's heart and mind become stable." A new voice spoke as Amajiki came out of the building and laid his hand on his blonde friend's shoulder. "Then maybe the return of the peerless hero Lemillion might not be so far away." Murio shrugged. "I guess that'd be pretty neat." Asui looked at Izuku. "Why can't Midoriya just borrow her quirk and restore yours?" she asked, confusion just barely showing on her face. Izuku shook his head. "Bad idea. The only reason I can use my quirks as well as I can is because they are either easy to control or I've had them for a long time." His green eyes looked at the frog-quirked girl. "And Arie's quirk is especially powerful. It would fight my control, and I'd have to struggle just to avoid it running out of control." The others all looked at him in confusion. Izuku sighed before he explained. "A quirk is like a piece of someone's soul. When I take someone's quirk, a shard of their mind remains," he explained as if it were common knowledge. "The weaker the quirk, the easier it is to control, and the inverse is true. So Arie's quirk would take me months if not years to reign under my rule." Aizawa nodded. "Then we'll simply have to wait for her to learn how to use it," he stated, looking away from the students. "Third year's sorry if this is sudden, but I need to leave her with you for a bit." Murio nodded before he spoke. "Roger. We can play Agello." The hobo look-alike teacher looked at his students. "Wanna return to your dorms? We have visitors coming." Izuku sat in the common room, not really listening to what the others were talking about, as he covertly sipped from a flask. A loud creak filled the air as the door to the dorm building opened, revealing 4 adults plus 1 child. They did a intro while Izuku flailed to hide his flask in his hair. Izuku, once he had successfully hidden his flask in the fluff of his hair, he stood and was promptly brought into a bone-crushing hug, as all of their visitors hugged him at once. They all cried thank you to him before they released the boy, who clutched his chest in pain while his ribs snapped back into place. Izuku looked up to see that their visitors were in fact the pussycats. Then he saw the child that was behind them. "Kota-kun," he said, slowly standing, shuddering as his sternum popped back into its proper place, and approaching the boy, grabbing his hand and shaking it like a jackhammer. "How've you been?" The kid shrugged slightly. "I'm fine." Mandalay sneaked up behind the boy and grabbed his hat. "Hey Midoriya, look." "Hey!" the boy exclaimed, blushing as his aunt pulled his hat off of his head, revealing that his black now had green streaks running through it. It's not, give me back my hat. The boy said in quick succession, trying to rip his hat from the woman's hands. A deep blush covering his cheeks as he tried to hide that green streaks in his hair. Izuku smiled at the boy and placed his hand on the kid's head, ruffling his hair. Guess we match now. Kota looked up him, still slightly embarrassed, but he had a small smile nevertheless. Why are you guys at UA though? Sato eventually said, asking what many of them were thinking. We actually came to celebrate her reinstatement, Pixie Bob stated, looking at her green-haired friend, before she looked at the similarly haired student. And it's all thanks to you, Midoriya. Izuku stuck up his hands. Not really, he said, shaking his head. Father would have likely given it back eventually. He just has a bad habit of taking interesting quirks without realizing the consequences first. All of the people around him looked at Boy in surprise. Mandalay shrugged and shook her head. Maybe. Not like it matters now that you have all of his stolen quirks, Midoriya, she said, looking at the boy. Though there is a more specific reason Ragdoll rejoined at this time, she stated, pointing at the TV. It'll be broadcasted soon, but this time we were 411 on the JP Hero Billboard Chart. Izuku looked at her. Makes sense, I suppose. You guys have been out of commission for a while, he said, stuffing his hands into his pockets. So you'd need all four of you if you wished to still be in at least the triple digits. He leaned his head back, yawning. Though it's gonna be weird, he said, looking at the ceiling. Having a Billboard Chart without All Might. 11 Chapter 55. Izuku watched the new JP Billboard Chart rankings with little attention. He knew already who the top 10 would be, who had strangely gone down a rank despite her involvement in the Shy Hasaikai raid. Old-timer Yoroi Musha still keeping up with those far younger than himself. He was a fucking washing machine. How the hell did he get so far up in the ranks? Woods, it made sense. Old Mornin Wood here had been saving incredible amounts of lives in his time. Who honestly reminded the greenhead of Kirishima now that he got of it. Who has them muscular thighs that tell no lies. The edgy ninja who probably got the idea for his costume after he saw Naruto for the first time. Gymnast who hadn't even bothered to show up. The handsome prick. The winged hero who liked chicken. So there's a cannibalistic hero then, neat. Then there was the dumpster fire himself, Endeavor, who prized himself for his A-plus parenting of his 4 children, and how he wonderfully treated his wife. Why she enjoyed his loving so much that she had to take a vacation at a mental hospital to recover from it. Cough, sarcasm, cough. Then again, wouldn't you go crazy if your husband's pubes were made of fire? Hawks decided that this was the perfect time to state his beliefs of heroes. More specifically, that he wanted the people here, the people below him in the ranks, to stop being so tame and subdued, and for them to speak like real heroes. Izuku shook his head at the words of the hero who was not much older than him. Speak like real heroes, huh? The greenette looked at the screen as the winged hero introduced the only hero that ranked higher than him. I suppose some would want that. Especially if their current heroes were speaking as dreary as ours currently were. After the Billboard charts were shown, Izuku left the dorms, saying that he needed to be somewhere. Izuku walked through the school and eventually came to the principal's office. After he knocked on the door, the mammal's voice echoed out. Come in. Izuku sat down in a padded chair in front of the principal's desk as the white-furred mammal smiled at him. You wanted to speak to me about my housing, sir? Izuku began, looking at his principal. Nizu nodded. Yes. Do you remember what I said about your housing? He asked the boy, who nodded. Well. The white-furred mammal reached forward, grabbing his phone, and showed the boy a picture of a small house. This home should accommodate you, Shinaki-chan, the nurse, to care for him while you aren't home in. Nizu looked at Izuku. Arie-chan, if she is placed into your custody. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. What? He asked, his face filled with shock and surprise. You'd. How can you even think about placing her in my custody after what I did? Nizu looked at him for a moment, his black beady eyes staring at him as he got. Midoriya-kun, you're not the first human to do a monstrous act and yet still be a wonderful person. Izuku looked at the principal for a moment. You sound as if you're speaking from experience, sir. Nizu nodded. I am. The mammal said before giving the boy a small smile. I was experimented on by humans when I was far younger. They caused me immense pain. But they had no idea of my sentience, he said, looking to the roof of the room and God as he spoke. When they did. Not all of them apologized, but one did. Nizu looked at Izuku once more. He bowed to me, pressing his forehead to the floor in front of my paws as he begged for my forgiveness. Izuku looked at his principal. Did you forgive him, sir? Did you forgive someone who did such a terrible act? He asked, his eyes clouded with thoughts of his brother. Yes. Nizu said, making Izuku look away. But it wasn't the same as the situation between you and your rapist. My former tormentor wished for forgiveness just as you do now in regards to Arie, and I forgave him just as Arie has you because he was truly regretful of his actions. Just as you are, and just as your brother is not. Izuku looked away from Nizu, and stared at his feet as he got. But is someone as vile as M-? The boy's statement was cut off by Nizu hitting his head. Midoriya-kun. Nizu said, giving Izuku a saddened look. You aren't vile. You have done more heroic acts than a great many of our modern heroes. Before he have the boy a bright smile. Besides, you saved Arie-chan, and she does seem to care for you like a sibling. Izuku rubbed his head and sighed before speaking. All right then. When can Shinaki-chan can be moved in at any time? Nizu interrupted, answering Izuku's question. We just need to get a nurse for him, and a hero bodyguard. The mammal stated. And Arie-chan can stay with you during the times when school is not in session. Tears prickled at Izuku's eyes. Thank you. He yelled, standing up and pulling the principal into a crushing hug. Nizu patted the boy's head as he chuckled. No need to thank me, Midoriya-kun. Izuku set the small mammal down and bowed to him. Where is the home anyway, sir? The greenette asked after a moment. It's been built on UAS grounds. Nizu said, making Izuku quirk a brow. If it's on UA grounds, why would I need a hero bodyguard? He asked, making Izuku sigh. Well, it wouldn't be the first time your brother has broken into UA property. Izuku sighed and nodded. Yeah. His green eyes filled with a melancholy look. I guess you're right. A massive black skin form rested on all fours in an all-consuming darkness. It was waiting for its creator. Oh, how it missed him. The black-haired boy who showed it love and treated him kinder than any other. It wanted to show him the love he had always shown it. And when the blue-haired one showed it a way it could, the black-skin form readily agreed. It grabbed its creator and showed him all the love it felt for him. Yet it felt wrong. Its love made its creator cry, twist, and squirm in pain around it. He cried out in pain, begged it to stop, and hit its chest as the blue-haired one laughed and touched himself. And yet the next day its creator seemed to forget the pain. Petting it as he always had, and treating it no different. It made the black-skin form feel strange. But it forgot as soon as its creator petted its head once more. And then its creator disappeared, leaving it alone. Until now. High-end, we expect great things from you. Came the voice of its master. He reminded it of its creator with his long dark hair. Please try to follow through in your mission where your fellow Nomu failed. High-end's bright yellow eyes focused on its scarred master as it tried to speak. I'll leave it to. It stuttered as it tried to respond. Leave it to me, master. 11 Chapter 56. Izuku returned to the dorms after his talk with the principal. As he entered the dorm building, he heard the TV blaring from the common room. The new number 1 hero is currently in a devastating battle with another one of the League of Villains Nomu creatures. Reported one of the many reporters as they flew over a city whose buildings were being wrecked by the fight between the number 1 and the Nomu. Izuku watched it with horror covering his face. Not because of the damage caused by the fight. No, because of the Nomu the number 1 was fighting. High-end? Izuku asked as he walked towards the screen. Looking at the black skin form as it sent the hero through a building. His fellow students looked at him with surprise. Do you know that Nomu Midoriya bro? Kirishima asked, looking away from the TV for a moment to look at the green-haired boy. I don't just know it. Izuku began watching as Endeavor blasting high end with tendrils of flame, cutting halfway through its long neck, making its head hand limply as it stared at the hero. I made it. Everyone there looked at him in shock, turning away from the screen as it filled with the bright light of Endeavor's flames as blasted the creature with his most powerful move. No. He cried out in fear as High End's body was reduced to ash. No, 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 no. Only for its severed head to quickly heal so that it could send two sharp tendrils at the hero in a sneak attack, heavily damaging the left side of the hero's face and likely damaging his eye as well as slamming him into the ground, making a small impact crater appear in the concrete. Izuku approached the screen as Eraserhead came into the common room. The greenette twisted around to his teacher. Aizawa-sensei, I please. I need to save or stop it. He cried out as tears began to flow from his eyes. I created it. It should be me who stops High End. The greenette fell to his knees. It's my fault Endeavor is hurt, and it's my fault those civilians are in danger. Izuku's emerald eyes looked into his teacher's shocked eyes. Please, I can calm it down. Please. He pleaded as his voice cracked with effort. Eraserhead kneeled in front of the boy. There's no way we could get there in time, Midoriya, he said as he looked up from the boy and at the screen. Besides, I don't think Endeavor would let you call it off. Izuku twisted to look at the screen as Endeavor chased after the Nomu. The hero forced more and more flames out of his body as he chased the Nomu, who soared through the air, until he eventually caught up to the creature as he used the feathers Hawks had sent to him to boost his speed. He punched at High End, who caught his fist in its mouth. The hero forced his flames down the artificial human's throat as he slammed them both into a building, before they rebounded off the glass, making it crack and splinter as they fell towards the earth. But before they did, the flame hero roared in rage and blasted the creature with a super condensed blast of pure heat, turning the creature to ash, and making a scream of horror and grief erupt from Izuku. In the days after the fight between Endeavor and High End, Izuku became reserved. He refused to spend time with anyone, just going through the days with a saddened look on his face. The other students of Wana tried to cheer him up, only for Izuku to slam his door in their faces, while Mei gave him the space he needed, likely knowing that she wouldn't be able to help him through something like this, or she got caught up in creation of another one of her babies. The greenette just sat on his bed glaring at his wall with eyes that were puffy and red from tears as he got of the Nomu, eventually fading to sleep as he glared at his wall. Izuku opened his eyes in a black void. His body felt strange, nothing like how he felt the other times he was within his quirk. He tried to move only to hear a clink as a chain on his arm prevented his movement. Emerald eyes looked around his body, spotting the chains that were wrapped around his body anchoring him to the ground, or the black mass of mist that was his body. It was strange, he had never manifested within he quirk like this before. In the distance he could see two people. Both he recognized. One was his father, and the other was his uncle. He watched them debate their philosophies, trying to bring the other over to their side. Izuku could see the truth in both of their words. His father gave the quirkless the power they desired, and took quirks from those who wished to be normal, while his uncle brought up the evil his father had down in his good. Izuku had always wondered how One for All was born. He knew how it was made now, and he wished he didn't. He had got his uncle wanted the quirk he had been given. It was what his father had told him, that he had given the quirk to his baby brother because the man had wanted to be able to protect himself from quirk supremacist groups. But in truth his father had forced the stockpiling quirk upon his uncle. But why tell me now? I thought you were finally ready, came his uncle's voice from the shadows. Finally ready to know the truth. His frail uncle laid a hand on his bound shoulder. Now that you know the truth, what will you do, nephew? I don't know. Well, only you can decide what to do with this knowledge. His uncle began only to stop as a tremor passed through him. The first Akate Nishinaki twisted in pain as his body was torn apart, turning into white mist with a scream of pain. I thought he'd never shut up. A cold voice spoke as the white mist cleared, revealing eyes that glowed with a baleful purple light as they glared at him through the dark mist that surrounded them. A vicious smile filled with shark-like teeth appeared in the void along with the eyes. Well, it's been a while, Midoriya Izuku. It spoke with no emotion as it glared at him. Izuku struggled against the chains that restrained him. Don't fight now. A cold hand caressed his face in an all too familiar way as the eyes and smile grew closer. I want to savor what little control over you I have for now. It said, its freezing breath hitting Izuku's face as a second hand joined the first. Who? What is this? Even though he didn't speak, the thing seemed to know what he got as it spoke once more. I am everything you could have and should have been. Light burned Izuku's eyes as he slowly woke. I am your shadow. 11 Chapter 57. The next day Izuku and the other students were ushered out into another training area after they suited up in their costumes that had been modified for the winter. His new winter-based costume was made of a thicker material and now had a large black leather overcoat with a high fur collar that brushed against the Ravinet's hair. It also had a fur lining on the inside. He also had a pair of fingerless gloves that retained the heat in his hands. The black combat boots he wore now had an inner lining of fur that held in the heat of his feet. Izuku was mostly distracted by thoughts of the thing he had met within his quirk. It reminded him all too well of Tomura. If that was what he could have been, then he was even more glad for the fact that he had escaped when he did. He thought of the icy feeling of his shadow's breath on his face and the chilling hand that had caressed his face. Izuku was so caught up in his thoughts that he almost didn't notice the entrance of 1B, though he most certainly caught the annoying squawking of his slightly older half-brother. Monoma's squawking was silenced as a racer-red scarf wrapped around his throat, crushing his windpipe and shutting him up. Quiet. Eraserhead simply said as he released Monoma from his scarf, letting the blonde drop to his hands and knees as he coughed to try and breathe through his bruised throat. Izuku shook his head and sighed at his half-brother. You really need to learn when to shut up and let go of your anger, Monoma. The Ravinet thought as he looked at his wheezing half-brother. Vladkind 1B's homeroom teacher pushed past Eraserhead and spoke. All right, let's get right down to business, he said, glaring at the students. Combat exercises. The man began before he pointed to the fake industrial area behind them as he explained what they'd be doing that day. Apparently the classes would be up against each other in 4-on-4 team rounds. Each team would perceive the other as the villains and attempt to capture them. The winner would be the team who captured all of the members of the opposing team. The class with the most total wins would be the overall winner. And the teams would be chosen by drawing lots. The teams are this. Round 1. Class A Bakugo, Ida Mineta and Kaminari. Class B Honyakai, Kabura, Bondo and Kendo. Round 2. Class A Tokoyami Shoji Nina and Asui. Class B Kurero, Shiozaki Kodai and Shada. Round 3. Class A Ojiro Sero, Kirishima and Hagakure. Class B Rin Yanajai Sanatori and Aways. Round 4. Class A Araraka, Oyama Todoroki and Jairu. Class B Tetsutitsu, Tsuburaba Komori and Tokage. Round 5. Class A Izuku Kota, Momo and Sato. Class B Monoma, Shinsu, Diroda and Kamakiri. The different teams grouped up to begin discussing strategy. Izuku looked at his teammates. I may have an idea. His emerald eyes looked at the ever-shy Kota. But it will require Kota and Sato for it to work. The black-haired boy said, making the two, mainly Kota, look at him in surprise. And with you on our team, Yaoyorozu, I think my plan may work even better, he said with a smile on his face. The other three nodded. What's your plan, Midoriya? Yaoyorozu asked with a quirked brow. Izuku looked at her and placed his hands on his hips as he spoke. Okay, it goes like this. He began looking at his fellow students with a smile on his face. As he explained his plan, he could see out of the corner of his eye that the other teams were discussing their plans as well. After Izuku explained his plan, it was almost time for the first round. He and the rest of the gathered students sat down in front of the screens that showed the massive industrial yard. One screen focused on 1A's team and another focused on 1B's, while others showed the industrial yard in general. Izuku watched the two teams prepare with slight anticipation. He knew the capabilities and quirks of his classmates. But the students of 1B were a wild card. Their quirks were a total unknown to all of 1A, and Izuku could only make the barest of guesses on what their quirks were. Monama's quirk was the only one he was aware of. And even then he wasn't fully sure how his half-brother's quirk functioned. So he was extremely excited for the upcoming fights. Especially so he could see what the soon-to-happen fight would bring. Learning about new and interesting quirks was one of Izuku's favorite pastimes. Especially if he was able to get his hands on them. Izuku smiled and rolled his shoulders and cracked his back before he settled into a more comfortable position. 11 Chapter 58 Round 1. Katsuki stomped into the training area. His ruby-red eyes glaring out at the world as he surveyed it for any students of the other class. "Hey glasses." The explosive blonde began as he looked at the white-armored student. "Take grape micro-caucus and set some traps. So Dun's face can electrocute those 1B extras." Yuta sighed at the nickname before kneeling down so the far shorter Mineta could hold onto the back of his costume. "Hold on tight," he warned as his engines began to rumble in his legs. Mineta grabbed onto the white armor of the larger boy's costume. And a second later they were speeding away. Katsuki grunted and looked at the other blonde in the group. "Come on Dun's face, we need to get into position," he said before turning his back to the electricity user. Kaminari nodded and stepped forward, reluctantly wrapping his arms around the other blonde's torso. Before Katsuki used his explosions to send them into the air, landing on a pipe that was above one of the major pathways of the training ground. Kaminari let go of Katsuki and surveyed the ground. "Woenjinum and grape juice sure worked fast," he exclaimed when he saw the ground full of purple balls. Katsuki grunted. "Shoot those discs already Dun's face, I think I hear the extras coming," he said, making Kaminari take aim at the ground with his sharpshooter. Only to miss his shot when he was suddenly pulled into the wall of concrete turned mud that was suddenly behind him. Dun's face. Katsuki yelled in alarm, seeing his ally being pulled into the mud until only his face was visible, before it slowly solidified around him as the perpetrator of the attack pulled himself out of the muck. "Sorry Charge Bolt, but you're too dangerous to be allowed free rein," Mudman said as he looked at Katsuki through his mask. "Now Ground Zero, it would be best if you'll minus." The softener was cut off as Katsuki's fist slammed into his face, cracking his mask and blasting him into the wall. Katsuki pressed his open hand against the other male's face as he growled, "Let him out, you damn extra, or I'll blow your ass up." As he said this, small pops came from the palm pressed against Mudman's mask. "All right then," Mudman reluctantly said, reaching for the wall, only to slam his other fist into the blonde's stomach as he yelled, "Plamo now." A massive jet of sticky glue slammed into Katsuki's back, sending him forward and sticking him to both the wall and Mudman, who softened the glue that stuck him to Katsuki and escaped. He waved at the two stuck hero students before he walked away, confident that the two would be stuck long enough that he and his fellow 1B students could capture the other two enemy students. Tenya raced through the industrial yard, holding Mineta as he raced through the industrial yard. But as he came between two pipes, his path was blocked by a massive hand. Another massive hand joined the first, trapping Tenya and Mineta. "Sorry Ingenum, but 1B needs to win this time," Battle Fist said, giving them a apologetic smile as she turned and began running towards 1B's cage. Mineta began to panic, trying to claw at the girl's hands. Tenya tried to keep his cool as he attempted to think of a plan. "With each step she takes, we are closer to defeat," he got, as the girl started to run. "If I do this just right, then Recipro Turbo may be able to allow me and Mineta to escape," he got, as he began to warm his engines. "Hey water, why minus?" The girl was cut off as Uda's legs began pushing against her hands. That, combined with the immensely hot exhaust burning her other hand, made the girl let go of him. Tenya landed on his feet and quickly positioned his body in a combative stance before he used his engines to slam into the girl, winding her as he rammed his shoulder into her abdomen before quickly shifting her onto his shoulder, carrying her fireman style as he began running for 1A's cage, leaving grape juice behind. Katsuki growled as he struggled against the glue. Small pops came from his hands as he readied himself for a massive explosion. And said massive explosion was strong to turn the glue to paste. Once he pulled himself from the paste, he rushed over to the stuck charge bolt. He clawed at the concrete. "Leave me, Ground Zero," Charge Bolt said as Katsuki tried to free him. "If you try to use your explosions, you'll hurt me just as much as the wall." Katsuki growled and stopped clawing at the wall. "Damn it, the fuck do I do then, dunce face?" Charge Bolt was about to speak but was prevented when a spinning fist slammed into Katsuki's face. The blonde fell back into the pipe. Katsuki glared at the one responsible for his aching face. "What's up, Ground Zero?" Spiral asked as he leaned against the wall Charge Bolt was stuck in. "Your ugly ass," Katsuki roared as he let out 2 explosions from his palms, blasting him off of the pipe and sending him rushing forward at the brown-haired hero student. While Katsuki let out an explosion in the boy's face, quickly following it up with a sweeping kick that knocked him off of his feet. Katsuki landed on his feet and slammed his fist into the boy's face, knocking him out. The blonde grabbed him by the front of his hero costume and slung him over his shoulder. "I'll be back for you, dunce face," Katsuki said before heading off for 1A's cage. "It's good, man," Charge Bolt said as he watched Katsuki jump down. "Man, this is gonna be really boring." Mineta screamed in fear as he bounced off of one of his sticky balls to avoid being consumed by a tidal wave of metal-turned mud. "I don't wanna die a virgin," he screamed as he bounced off of another one of his balls. "Not like you die any other way, grape juice," Mudman exclaimed as he emerged from a wall that had been converted into mud. He grabbed Mineta by his cape and tried to pull him into the mud, only for Mineta to slap one of his sticky balls against Mudman's mask, blocking his sight. Mudman clawed at the sticky ball only for his hand to get stuck. He turned it into mud, but instead of sliding off of his mask, it just completely covered it. "What the hell is this thing?" Mudman exclaimed. "It's my sticky ball," Mineta yelled before he slammed his elbow into Mudman's head, knocking him out surprisingly enough. Mineta used his meager strength to slowly drag Mudman out of the mud, and began dragging him to 1A's cage. Kojiro carefully walked on the pipes that Mudman had helped him onto. He had seen the others be captured, and he was trying to escape. But as he made his escape, the pipes buckled under his weight, sending him crashing onto the pipe that was in front of where Charge Bolt had been captured. He tried to stand up, but was stopped as a foot was firmly planted on his back. "Well, looks like I found the fucker who stuck me to a wall," Ground Zero growled, before he pointed his palm at the glue user's face. "I surrender," Kojiro yelled before Ground Zero could do anything. "Whatever," Ground Zero said as he reached down and grabbed Kojiro by the front of his costume, before slamming his fist into the boy's face, knocking him out and gaining the victory for 111 Chapter 59 Round 5. Izuku sighed as he watched the last members of Wana to fight trickle back into the common area. Each fight had been interesting, sure, but now it was time for his own. He stood and looked at his teammates before he walked into the entrance of the fake factory. Phantom Thief and his teammates stood in their beginning area, and were about to begin enacting their plan when the inhuman roar sounded, as the pipes in front of them shuddered and were torn apart as a massive beast with black hair slammed down on all fours in front of them. Its massive frame was covered in sheets of steel that hid most of its strange form from sight. But what little that could be seen was a mismatch of different animals all fused into one massive abomination. The four tried to escape, only for their route to be blocked as a massive pipe slammed down into their path courtesy of Sugerman. Seeing no other option, Jevodin charged the creature and activated his quirk, turning into a beast and wrestling with the other beast. The two large beasts slammed into the pipes, making the metal bend beneath their massive forms as they fought. until the creature bit down on Jurata's shoulder, tearing into it with savagery, making the beast Quirk student cry out in pain before the creature slammed its reptilian fist into the boy's transformed face. Before the creature roared. Thud. It cried before a physical formation of the word form slamming into Jevoden's face, sending the other's head through the pipe, knocking the other beast out. It turned to the team and glared at them with emerald eyes. Phantom Thief looked at the beast. Midoriya? He asked in total confusion. The beast, who was in actuality Izuku, smiled. Yeah, this is my attack devolution Chimeran fusion, he said, glaring at them. I may not be able to hold my sanity for long when I use it, but it sure as hell packs a punch, on it. Izuku yelled before he reared his arms back and slammed it down into ground, sending a shockwave at the team. Phantom Thief scrambled to his feet and helped the others to their feet and gestured for them to run, which they reluctantly did. Izuku rolled his shoulders before he released the quirk, leaving himself in his natural state. Phantom Thief chuckled at the other boy. I wonder, all for one, how can you call yourself a hero? He asked, making Izuku glare at him. Especially when you steal others' quirks to do so, the blonde said as he pointed at his half-brother. And since you're the reason why our symbol of peace is no more son of all for one. Izuku growled as green and purple lightning spiraled around his fist. He reared back his fist and charged the other before he slammed his fist forward, expecting to send a blast of compressed air at the other male, only for pain and black tendrils to explode from his arm. Is this a quirk? He questioned mentally as the tendrils rapidly grew before surging forward at Monoma. Izuku screamed in pain and shouted at the blonde to run as the tendrils pierced the pipes that had been behind the blonde, before they pulled the kleptomaniac forward, slamming him into the pipes. Get out of here! Izuku yelled at the blonde. This quirk feels wrong. I can't control it. More black tendrils exploded from him. They surged from the boy, groping at anything that was near them. The tendrils spread through the industrial area, and just barely missed the two teams as they tore Izuku from the pipe and into the air. Wings burst from Izuku's back in an attempt to stop the pull of the tendrils, to no avail. Midoriya. An unfamiliar voice yelled at Izuku as he tried to fight the pull of the tendrils. You need to stop. Izuku tried to reply but stopped as the world went black. When Izuku opened his eyes once more, he was once again within the void of his quirks. Tightly bound in silver chains, he looked for something, anything that could explain what that new quirk was. Dude. A gruff voice yelled from behind Izuku. Those are some gnarly-looking chains you got there. A powerful hand laid itself on Izuku's shoulder before he was forcibly turned around to look at a bald man dressed in a hero costume. Here, let me, he said as he grabbed the chains that bound one of Izuku's arms and tore them apart, freeing the limb. Geez, kid, your quirk sure is weird, the man said, looking around at the blackness. Two quirks fused into one. Dude, that's special, especially with the two quirks we're speaking of, he said, gesturing to the void. But dude, I'm getting off topic. Izuku looked strangely at the man as he raised his right arm. That quirk you used, little dude, the one that felt wrong, he said as he made small black tendrils grow from his arm, is mine. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. I see you don't understand, dude. The man crossing his arms just before a shudder passed through him. Whoa, guess I'm on a time limit, little dude, he said, looking down at Izuku as his body slowly turned into mist that rejoined the void. One for all, like your quirk and your dad's quirk absorbs quirks, the man explained as more and more of his body slowly rejoined the void. Except we give our quirks willingly. A bright light grew from behind the man as a massive flame exploded from the void, filling it with light and creating a white center in that oozing shadow. The dark shadows fused with the white light, becoming a murky gray mist. But that mist was stomped down by an invisible force and was absorbed back into the void. And with our quirks comes a little shard of our soul. The shapes of the previous wielders of One for All become present in the flames, allowing us to impart our wisdom on future generations. Izuku looked at the shapes of his mother and uncle within the flames. And our quirks even get a power boost from being within that sheer mass of power, little dude. The man continued, drawing Izuku's attention once more. I'm pretty sure that you're the only one who would have ever been able to grasp this power anyway, he said, pressing his hand against Izuku's chest. Little dude, let me say this, the man said, and shoved his fist within Izuku's chest. Take my power into yourself, and allow it to help you. The man was almost entirely absorbed in the black void now. Help you to overcome both your painful past and uncertain future, and help you. The dark shadows that were consuming the man stopped for an instant as Izuku felt a strange warmth grow in his chest. To overcome the mind within you, little dude. Before Izuku woke, he could see a pair of purple eyes glaring at him in the distance. Below them, a mouthful of shark-like teeth was pulled into a smirk. Izuku's eyes snapped open as he fell to the earth. His wings snapped open and let him glide to safety on top of a pipe. The black-haired boy took deep, shuddering breaths as he slowly rose to his feet. All for one. Are you okay? Creati called out to him from the top of a pile of metal that was torn asunder by Izuku. The black-haired kleptomaniac made to nod, only to stop and reflexively grab the end of brain-drained scarf that the purplet had sent at him. Muscle fibers grew from Izuku's arm, allowing him to pull the purplet from his feet and reeled him in like a fish on the line. Izuku pointed his other arm at the purplet. Control the quirk. I may not have gained it my other quirks. Black tendrils exploded from Izuku's outstretched arm, wrapping around Braindrain. But it's still mine. And slammed the purplet down into the pipes that were in front of him. Izuku raised his foot and stomped down on the purplet's back. Sorry Shinsu, but I have to incapacitate you. Izuku began, but stopped as a blade stabbed through his shoulder. As an arm wrapped around his throat, allowing whoever was behind him. Thanks for the quirks, Midori. Phantom Thief spoke in his usual pompous voice, only to shut up as Izuku twisted his head around and stared the blonde in the eye. Activating a quirk and paralyzing Monoma in sheer terror. Sorry, you mimicking bastard, Izuku said, glaring into Phantom Thief's eyes. But with your greatest fear consuming your mind, I win. The black-haired boy pressed his hand against the blonde's chest and pushed him back, making the blade that had lodged itself in his shoulder pull out with a squelch, followed by a loud thud that sounded from Phantom Thief falling onto the ground. Izuku shuddered as he deactivated fear. The quirk may be powerful, but its downsides were annoying as hell. Phantom Thief groaned as his eyes opened. They were wide and full of terror. Likely still seeing after images of his greatest fear. Izuku looked at Phantom Thief and Braindrain for a moment. And a second later the two became plushies of themselves. The kleptomaniac picked them up and carried them to the cage where two of their classmates were. And threw them in, giving one of the win. Toshinori watched his student, his successor, defeat the majority of the opposing team almost single-handed with a smile on his face. He's really come into his own. He got before his phone vibrated in his pocket, making him look away as his student took the plush toys of Braindrain and Phantom Thief to 1A's cage. Once he saw the caller ID, he paled. Hello, Gran Torino. Toshinori said, his voice shaking with fear. Toshinori. Gran Torino began, his voice somehow both happy and grim at the same time. It's about Nana. Sunken blue eyes widened in shock as the old-timer spoke. She's awake. And like that, Toshinori dropped his phone. 11 Chapter 60 Nana. When Izuku stepped into the viewing area of the training ground, he didn't expect All Might to come up to him and pull him aside. Young Midoriya. All Might began, his face pale and his voice shaking with shock. What is it, sir? Izuku asked as he removed his mask to look at the emaciated man. All Might looked at Izuku with sunken blue eyes that were filled with trepidation. Young Midoriya, my master, your mother is awake. When Nana woke up, she didn't think it would be to a nurse giving her a bath. Once the nurse had finished panicking, she helped Nana out of the bath, before drying the woman off with her quirk before leaving her to get dressed. As Nana pulled on the hospital gown she had been given, she felt that something was different. It was almost as if she was physically younger than she should be. And the fact that there was a pale pink scar that started just below her chest and ended just above her waist. When Nana stepped out of the bathroom, she was greeted by an old man who seemed strangely familiar. "Hello, Shimura," the old man said from his seat on a chair that was beside the door of the hospital room. "Hey, old-timer," Nana said, making the man cough in surprise and drop his cane in shock. "You don't remember my name?" the old man yelled, making Nana cross her arms and got. "No, should I?" the old man sighed. "I'm Gran Torino Y-. You're what?" Nana interrupted, her face pale. "How could you be Torino? You're way too old and small." Gran Torino sighed and shook his head as he stood grabbing his cane. "No, Shimura, you're too young." Nana blinked at the old man, who was apparently one of her closest friends. "What do you mean?" "Shimura," Gran Torino began with a saddened face. "When you fought All for One, he didn't kill you like your teacher. He kept you alive. He kept you alive in a coma and somehow kept you from aging." Nana paled at the thought of that monster keeping her for who knows how long. She looked to the floor with a fear-filled face, until her head snapped up as she remembered her student. What happened to Toshinori? Gran Torino shook his head and chuckled. "Even after you learn about something as awful as what happened to you, you still care more about your successor." The old man smiled at her. "I already called him. He and his successor should be coming soon enough." Nana blinked at Gran Torino. "He has a successor already. Geez, how long was I in a coma?" Gran Torino crossed his arms and looked away from her. "Sarahiko, how long was I in a coma?" Nana asked, stepping towards her oldest friend. "It's been about 17 years. Nana and Gran Torino sat in silence after the reveal of how long she had been in All for One's clutches. That is until a immensely thin and tall blonde man and a young green-haired boy stepped into the room. The man was so thin that Nana could see the outline of his skull and his face. His sunken blue eyes stared at her with both happiness and disbelief. The boy looked at her with trepidation, as if fearing what she may say to him. His face was pale, and when he was fully grown he would likely be quite handsome. Freckles dotted his cheeks and a small mole that was almost like her own just below his bottom lip. Tear. Nana blushed as she realized that the gaunt man had been speaking to her. "Sorry, what was that?" she asked, rubbed the back of her head. The blonde man sighed and shook his head. "You always were one to get lost and caught when you meet someone." The man smiled at her. "You probably don't recognize me, but I'm Yagi Toshinori." Nana blinked at the man who was apparently her student. "Toshinori. What happened to you?" Yagi sighed and rubbed the back of his head. "It's a long story," he said, smiling sadly. "But to cut it short, it's thanks to my battle with All for One." The green-haired boy sighed. "Yeah, father did a number on you." Nana's head snapped to the boy so fast that there was an audible crack. "Did you just call All for One the most evil villain to ever exist? The man who kept me in a coma the past 17 years, the man who did that to Toshinori, father?" The green-haired boy simply nodded. Nana looked at Yagi and Gran Torino. What kind of woman would want to be with that monster? The green-haired boy coughed. "Well, no one said that my parents' union was willing," he said, his eyes staring out into the distance. Nana looked at the boy with pity. "Your poor mother." The green-haired boy gave a bitter chuckle. "You don't know the half of it." Yagi looked at Nana sadly. "Master, All for One didn't just get any woman pregnant," he said, making her look at him. "He stole the eggs of a woman with a very powerful quirk." Nana looked at her student for a moment as she took in his words. Then she remembered the scar that was on her stomach. Her eyes darted to the green-haired boy and looked at the wart his face. Her knees felt weak, and she stumbled to sit on her bed. She felt sick as she looked at the green-haired boy. "Why you?" Nana stuttered, her face pale. "You're my minus son," the green-haired boy interrupted as he gave her a hopeful smile. "I'm Izuku, and it's nice to meet you, Mom." 11 Chapter 61, Shimura. "I'm Izuku, and it's nice to meet you, Mom." Izuku instantly regretted his word choice as he watched his mother pale. Before she dashed for the bathroom, the sounds of retching following her. All Might looked between the bathroom and Izuku. unsure of who to go to first. Izuku sighed. I should have seen this coming, he said as he sadly looked at the bathroom's entrance. Why would Shimura Nana ever accept the son of the man who not only murdered her master but also violated her? The boy gave the former number one hero a bitter smile. Young Midoriya, All Might said as he laid a hand on the boy's shoulder, frowning slightly as the child reflexively tried to move away. My master is a good woman. She won't blame you for the evil deeds of your father, he said as he tried to give the boy a reassuring smile. Though I think it'd probably be a good idea to not tell her about Shigaraki. Shiguo, Shimura asked as she stepped out of the bathroom. All Might Gran Torino and Izuku tensed and looked at each other. He's just a villain, Mo Shimura. Izuku mentally slapped himself for almost calling the woman mom again. Shimura sighed and ran a hand through her hair. You can call me mom, Izuku, she said, giving the boy a small smile. And I heard what you and Toshi were talking about. I don't blame you for what happened with All for One. Gran Torino shook his head and chuckled. Same old Shimura, he said as he smiled at his oldest friend. He turned to look at his student. Come on Toshinori, we should let them get to know each other, he said as he walked towards the room's exit. All Might gave Izuku a small smile and followed his teacher out of the room. Izuku spent the rest of the day speaking with his mother. Or at least until visiting hours were over. When he returned to the dorms, Mei was waiting for him in his room. Boyfriend Chan, Mei excitedly said as she rushed up to Izuku and gave him a back-breaking hug. I missed you. Where were you today? Izuku rested his head on top of Mei's. I met my mom, he said, making the girl look up at him in surprise. That's good, she said, smiling before she noticed Izuku's dejected face. Or not. Izuku shook his head and gave her a weak smile. No, it's good. I've always wanted to meet her, and she's just as wonderful as All Might had said on the way to the hospital, he said, his voice wobbling. But no matter what she said, I could tell. Izuku sighed. She felt disgust towards me. What else would she feel for a child she never wanted, for the child of the man who had nearly killed her? Mei pinched Izuku's freckled cheek. Ow! Izuku flinched back from her. What was that for? He asked, rubbing his cheek. Don't do that. Don't do what? Izuku asked, looking at Mei with a confused face. Don't make it seem like you're worse than you are, Mei said, giving Izuku a concerned look. You're a wonderful boyfriend, and you thinking that your mom is disgusted at you for your father is just another way of you putting yourself down. The girl reached up and caressed Izuku's face. I care a lot about you, even if I can't remember your name, and you making yourself seem worse than you are hurts. Mei pressed her forehead to Izuku's. So please don't make yourself seem worse than you are. Izuku looked into his girlfriend's eyes. Okay, he said after a moment. Okay, I see what you mean. I do that. He scratched the back of his head. I'm sorry, but it's what I truly feel about myself. I steal others' quirk. I ruin people's lives to make my own Betty minus. Izuku was cut off by Mei once again pinching his cheek. You're doing it again, she said, glaring at him. He's sorry, Izuku said, sighing. Mei shook her head. Don't be sorry, Izuku. It's part of how your brain works. The brunette stared at Mei. You remembered my name, he said, dumbfounded. Huh, so I did, Mei said, shrugging. Now are you going to crash onto the bed first, or am I? Izuku stared at her for a moment before smirking. He wrapped his arms around her middle as he leaned in to peck her lips. The two crashed onto his bed, eventually falling asleep happy as they lay together. While in a different part of Japan, another Shimura was sitting alone. Tomohiro sat in his room staring at one of the few things he had been able to save from the old hideout. It was a family picture of his 11-year-old self, Sensei, and Mikamo, who had just awoken his quirk. Sensei was always a bit sentimental. Maybe it came from being centuries old and the only relative you have left is your son, and had wanted a picture taken, a picture with the whole family. Sensei had viewed Tomohiro as his own son. And what had he done with the kindness that the great man had shown him? He raped his son. He raped a 7-year-old child, and at the time thought that there was no wrong found there. Hell, a few months ago he had got no different. But now, he was disgusted with himself. He viewed all of these things he had done to Mikamo, to the boy he had called brother, to the boy who looked up to him as nothing more than the monstrous acts that they were. His sick and twisted love had nearly broken the mind of the one that love was directed at. But he was glad that despite the vile acts he had done to his brother, the boy had, according to their spy, managed to find love in that school. Tomohiro glared off into space, berating himself for what he had done to his little brother. He was so consumed by his self-berating that he didn't notice that one of his subordinates was in the room until he was being yelled at. "Hey, wake up. Go to sleep," Twice yelled as he jumped up and down in front of Tomohiro. Tomohiro gave the insane man a death glare, causing him to flinch and realize how dangerous annoying someone like Tomohiro was. "What do you want, Twice?" Tomohiro said as he stood and glared at the man. "Are you ready to go rob those anti-mutant guys? To go give stuff to those anti-mutant guys?" Tomohiro sighed and nodded. Yeah, I'm ready," he said, staring into the family picture as he carefully placed his father's hand on his face. Twice nodded and dashed out of the room. The blue-haired man stood and looked at the picture one last time before looking away as he sighed. "I'm sorry, Mikamo, I know you'll never forgive me. Just as I'll never forgive myself for hurting you," he got, as he walked to the door. "But I'm glad you're happy." 11 Chapter 62. "How did you get in?" cried one of the members of the Church of Racial Cleanliness as he pointed at Tomohiro. "The League of Villains," another said, staring in fear at the group as a whole. "Looks like some lizards have arrived." Yet another scoffed as he glared at Spinner. "How filthy." Tomohiro dusted off his coat as he glared at the skull-masked cultists. "Don't disrespect one of the members of my league," he said, dashing forward and grabbing the one who had glared at Spinner by the throat. One of his fingers danced above the cultist's throat. "Now apologize." Like he minus the cultist was cut off by Tomohiro laying his last finger on his throat, activating his quirk. Another cultist tried to strike Tomohiro only for Toga to jump on his back. She repeatedly stabbed his throat and giggled as his blood gushed from his wound covering her arm. Twice's measuring tape whipped out, slicing another cultist's throat open. Mr. Compress reduced a couple of the cultists to marbles. Spinner watched the others kill the cultists with a conflicted look on his face. While on one hand he held no remorse in killing people like these cultists, but these criminal activities aren't what Stain preached. He should be killing false heroes, not stealing from anti-mutant cultists. "Tomohiro." Toga whined. "My needle broke," she said, holding a broken needle. "Yeah, and my prosthetic has been real squeaky lately," Mr. Compress said, tapping his fake arm. "We should have Gurren replace them." "And how do you suppose that we'll pay for them?" Tomohiro asked as he turned to look at Mr. Compress. "We're barely surviving on the little money that we have," he said, pulling the hand from his face to glare at his subordinate. "We'll just have to deal with what we have for now." "How long are we gonna live like this?" Spinner asked once they returned to their base. "Until it's over," Tomohiro said, scratching his neck. "You know, if we had worked with the 8 precepts then we'd be eating sushi right now," Mr. Compress said from the other room. "You have to be kidding," Tomohiro said, glaring at the man. "I'd never allow us to work with a group that abuses a child to achieve their goals," says the man who spent years raping a child who called him Big Brother. Mr. Compress pointed out. "Unlike Overhaul, I regret what I did back then," Tomohiro said, glaring at the top hat-wearing villain. "Sorry, it's odd to think that the organization that had put the entire country into disarray had fallen to this sorry state," Mr. Compress said, looking at the lanky villain. "I cannot bear to face all those who look up to us. Man, this is all junk," Twice said, growing a piece of jewelry behind himself. "This is cute," Toga said, holding up a necklace. "I'm wearing it. It looks so good." "You look like an old hag." "What the hell, everyone's here," Davy said, stepping into the hideout. "Am I the only one trying to recruit new members?" Have you even brought back a single member? Twice questioned looking at the scarred man. You've just been burning everyone you see to a crisp. Everyone is garbage. Davy said, stepping over a pile of jewelry. The streets are filled with trash that live without goals or ambitions. Maybe your taste in people just sucks. Toga said, looking at the tall fire user. You of all people can shed it. Davy said to the blonde. Tomohiro sighed as he watched his subordinates bicker. He shook his head. Stop your useless bickering. The man said, glaring at the men and girl that were around him. We need to focus on our next step. And what the hell is that? Spinner growled, stepping towards Tomohiro. When Kurogiri left, he was attempting to find a power that Sensei had left for us. But he was captured, and we lost our ability for travel. Tomohiro said, looking at his subordinates. So we have to find Sensei's doctor. Tomohiro said, standing up. He may have a way for us to move forward. May. Spinner yelled at the brunette. Why do we need some outer party? Why do we need the doctor of that old geezer to change our awful world? Spinner yelled, advancing on Tomohiro, not caring that the villain could easily kill him. What does anything that we've done so far have to do with Stain's ideals? The lizard villain grabbed Tomohiro by the front of his shirt. I thought we were going to Arie, our ruined world of false heroes. But no, we're skulking around like common criminals, not the world-changing movement I thought we'd be. Spinner shook Tomohiro as he roared. I thought we'd fix our world. Answer me, you child rapist bastard, just where the hell are we heading? Spinner was about to punch Tomohiro in the face, only to freeze in terror from the glare that he was given. Spinner. Tomohiro growled, wrapped his hand around Spinner's wrist. His last finger danced above Spinner's scaled flesh. Firstly, never call me a child rapist ever again. No matter how true the statement is, I already hate myself for what I did to Mikamo. He glared at the pink-haired lizard man. So do not call me that again, Iguchi, or you be reduced to ash. Spinner flinched at the use of his real name. I never told you my real name. He said, horror filling his voice. I'm quite aware. Tomohiro said as Spinner backed away from him. But I have my sources. Now then. Tomohiro continued as he approached Spinner. His red eyes gleaming as he glared into Spinner's very soul. Secondly, it is as I said, we need the doctor. Without him the chances of us gaining resources are slim to none. Tomohiro spread out his arms and gestured to their hideout as he advanced on the lizard man. After all, look at the squalor we live in. We need any resources that the doctor can offer us. Spinner pressed himself against the wall as Tomohiro approached him. He knew that any second he could be on the fast track to death. So it was only natural that he flinched when Tomohiro laid a hand on his shoulder. But he wasn't decaying. Tomohiro looked into Spinner's eyes. His ruby red eyes softened as he continued. Iguchi-san, I have no intention of killing you, he said, and Spinner visibly relaxed. As your leader, I must ask you a single question. Spinner and all the others looked at him slightly confused. Do you have faith in me? Do you have faith in this league and our goal? Spinner looked at Tomohiro as the lanky man tightened his grip on his shoulder. Because if you don't, then what the hell are you still doing here? Whatever response that Spinner had was cut off by a booming voice. Finally, I found you. Those 4 words seemed to shake the entire world. Tomohiro grabbed his hands and raced out of the hideout, the others quickly following him. The earth itself trembled as massive form exploded from the ground. Whatever it was easily twice Tomohiro's size. I've been waiting oh so long to find the one that my master chose to lead in his place. It roared, glaring down at the league. So you are all for one successor. Is this the power you left for me, sensei? Tomohiro said, looking up at the massive man. This is the power Kurogiri sought out. Mr. Compress exclaimed, looking at Tomohiro. I think so. Tomohiro said, looking up at the massive man. Mikamo did sometimes speak of a man he called Uncle Giganto. The brunette looked at Mr. Compress. And when I asked Sensei about this Giganto, he just said he was a powerful ally of his. So this must be him. For all for one and his son, I have devoted my everything. The giant said, glaring down at Tomohiro. Show me successor whether you are worthy of my power or not. 11 Chapter 63. Why master? The massive man cried as he batted Davy away. Why did you choose this one, and not one of your true-born heirs? Why this filth, and not your dear little Mikamo? Tears ran down the giant's face as he cried. He's just too weak. What the hell is going on with this guy? Spinner asked, looking at the giant as he wailed. I just don't get it. Ga. Key. The giant's radio crackled. Static following the crackling speech. Tomohiro looked at the radio in confusion. Until its garbled message was finally forced through the static. It seems like you're stuck. Shigaraki. Tomohiro glared at the radio. Doctor. Doctor. Spinner said, turning to Tomohiro. Is this the same guy we've been looking for? Tomohiro nodded as the doctor continued. It seems like all of your little friends are with you. Staying healthy, I hope. Tomohiro grunted. Yeah. He said, glaring up at the giant of a man as he raised his massive arms above his head. Although I might turn to bloody paste in a second. The giant slammed his fists into the ground, creating an artificial earthquake that tore the ground apart. The members of the league was thrown into the air by massive pieces of earth. The hell's your problem? Tomohiro yelled at Massive Brute. This is Gigantomacha, or as Mikamo called him, Uncle Giganto. The doctor's voice said through the crackling radio. He once supported All for One as his bodyguard, and due to that he is one of the people that your sensei trusted most. Even letting him babysit Mikamo when he was a baby. The doctor's voice seemed to portray as a smirk. He possesses otherworldly stamina, and has multiple quirks. He's one of the few that are able to wield multiple without any modifications. I want to accept him, master. I really do. Gigantomacha wailed as he clawed at him rugged rock-like face. But I can't. I just can't accept this little punk. Why did you choose this filth over your own son? Why him and not sweet little Mikamo? When All for One's power and influence began to weaken thanks to the efforts of All Might. He set several events in motion when he predicted his oncoming defeat before he had even taken you in or had Mikamo. The doctor laughed warmly. Such a meticulous man. He did all of these things to ensure that no matter what his dream, and his will would live on. The doctor clapped as he laughed. Through his followers, through his son, and through you his chosen heir. Hey doc, it might just be my imagination. Davy said, glaring up at the sobbing Gigantomacha. But this doesn't really seem like the best present. Had good eye, Davy. You my scarred friend are exactly right. The doctor's voice grew giddy as he spoke. You see, Gigantomacha's loyalty is just too strong for his own good. And because of that he is in despair that Tomohiro and not the child that had once called him uncle is in control of the league, despair that his dear master is imprisoned and stripped of his power by that same child, despair that he may never see his master again, and that his only substitute is Tomohiro, who he views as far too weak to ever be All for One's true heir. So you're telling us that we need to give it our all till this dumbass warms up to us? Davy said as he sent a jet of blue flames at Gigantomacha. I'm afraid, Davy, that is quite impossible. As you can see, Gigantomacha is quite resistant to flames as well. The doctor said, all humor gone from his voice. Now let's see. The doctor's voice trailed off as a click sounded from the radio. Gigantomacha growled at the flames and stood unaffected by them. It's not working, Davy. Toga cried as Gigantomacha prepared to crush the scarred man. Makia. Only to stop and cower at the radio as All for One's recorded voice was pushed through the static. Tomohiro watched Gigantomacha as the giant kneeled in front of the radio and held it carefully in his hands. Has he calmed down now? The doctor asked, his voice once more replacing static. He should have. I don't want this thing. Tomohiro said as he pulled the hand from his face. You don't? The doctor asked, chuckling. You still haven't changed even after all this time, have you? You truly believe that you'll get anything you want simply by wishing for it? Huh? Tomohiro said in confusion as he glared down at the radio. Hey, you've spent far too much time with Kuroguri, child. The doctor said, holding a disapproving tone in his voice. Sometimes I'm glad that Mikamo ran away all those years ago. If only so he didn't need to be coddled by that oversympathetic fool. The man continued, making Tomohiro growl. Don't speak about Kuroguri that way, Tomohiro said, glaring daggers at the radio. Oh. And why not, child? The doctor asked, clearly curious. Why should I not criticize my colleague when he messed up oh so terribly in his part of raising you? You're a cold bastard, Tomohiro said, making the doctor chuckle. I suppose I am. The doctor mused, becoming quiet for a moment before he spoke again. Hey, you've intrigued me enough, Shigaraki, that I'd like to speak in person, he said, becoming quiet as he seemed to search for something. Now where did I There it is. Now then, just wait a moment. What's he doing? Toga asked, looking at Twice. The old geezer proba minus Twice began before he cut himself off with a burp. Ew. Jin, stop, Toga said, glaring at Twice. Burping so grow minus before she cut herself off with a burp of her own. Toga coughed before she spewed a dark silvery liquid. The liquid cooled around her like a snake after it forced itself out of her mouth and nose. Twice and the other villains were having a similar problem. It's the same quirk all for one used at Kamino, Mr. Compress exclaimed, coughing as vomited the strange liquid. So why is it appearing now? I can't wrap my head around any of this, Spinner yelled as the liquid began to consume him. Now then, the doctor said as the liquid consumed the villains. How about we have a little chat? 11 Chapter 64. Tomohiro landed coughing and spluttering in a dark room. His nose burned at the rancid stench of the warping quirk as he forced air down his throat to his aching lungs. Slowly, carefully, Tomohiro stood, his legs threatening to collapse beneath him as he rose. And the slippery pipes that made up the floor beneath his feet didn't exactly help in that matter. The blue-haired man carefully held his aching side as he looked around the room, his ruby eyes slowly adjusting to the dim light in the room he had landed in. Ugh! Toga groaned beside Tomohiro as she slowly sat up, holding her head. What happened? The good doctor decided that we needed to talk, Tomohiro said as he reached down and carefully helped his blonde ally up, making sure to avoid touching her with all 5 of his fingers. So here we are in the hidden level. Toga shivered once she was finally able to stand up. It's freezing in here, she said, rubbing her hands together. My clothes are super cute, but they aren't warm. Here, Tomohiro said, offering his leather coat to the girl after he removed his hands. I don't get cold easily. Thanks, Tomohiro. The blonde gushed with a slight blush as she tugged on the coat. It was longer than she was tall, so a good amount of it was on the ground. If your lips weren't so chapped, I'd kiss you. I would like to go the rest of my life without having to see a sight that terrifying, Davy said, coughing as he straightened the staple that had been twisted from the teleportation. Toga pouted at Davy as the scarred, lanky man slowly stood. You don't have to be so mean, she said, pointing at her taller comrade, not caring that her hand was practically consumed by the sleeve of the coat. I know, Davy said as he straightened the collar of his coat. And I don't care. Stop being so mean. You're the nicest, Twice said, bolting up to a sitting position. Whatever, Davy said, shrugging as he looked around the dimly lit room. Wait, are these Nomu? He said, looking at the dark tanks that surrounded them. Dark-skinned humanoid figures with exposed brains and many different physical deformities floated within them. But they seemed different than normal. Tomohiro looked at one of the Nomu. Its head obscured by the hood of flesh it grew. High-end. Oh. So you do remember Mikomo's Nomu then? The doctor excitedly said from the far side of the room, his voice holding a twinge of madness as he spoke. My dear little hood is just a prototype compared to these others. And it's as Davy said when compared to the Nomu that you all saw before, or low-end products. The doctor's voice was filled with a strange parental pride as he spoke. These dear children are one whole step closer to being a masterpiece. Compared to the Nomu that you knew, these are a whole new breed. A whole new breed, Tomohiro whispered, laying his hand on the tank containing hood as he gazed at the floating Nomu. No matter, he said, looking away from the Nomu to stare at the dark abyss from which the doctor's voice emanated from. I searched for you. I came here because I wanted to know if it was possible for you to replicate these. Tomohiro said, holding up a case containing the 9 Quirk-killing bullets that Toga and Twice had managed to steal from Shigaraki. The doctor chuckled. It hasn't even been 10 minutes and you're already making a request. You still are a child despite your age, aren't you? He said, making Tomohiro glare at his shadowy figure in the distance. Can't we have a talk first? Like with how long your hair is? The doctor chuckled, but despite his jovial tone his voice held an edge. Like if they angered him something horrible might happen. How is your father, and the others anyway? Tomohiro ran his thumb over his father's severed hand. They're fine, he said after a moment. You're the illustrious doctor then? Mr. Compress said, stepping forward and nearly slipping on a pipe. I can hardly see anything in here, let alone you. Stay back. The doctor roared, making Mr. Compress take an involuntary step back at the sheer rage in the man's voice. He's a lot more testy than I remember. Tomohiro got looking at the shadowy figure of the doctor. My apologies, Mr. Compress, but do not approach me so imprudently. Understood. The doctor said, his jovial tone returning, but now with an edge. I'll be the one to approach you as I see fit. Violate that, and you'll all meet a sticky end beneath Gigantamachi's fists. You're the one who called us here. Twice said, annoyed. You crazy old man. Can we just get down to business? Davy asked, glaring at the doctor's silhouette. I'd rather not have to stay here longer than needed. If you're that eager, then let's get down to business. The doctor said, his jovial tone having a slight twinge of annoyance. I brought you here out of respect for all for one, not because of any of your own actions. He said, making Tomohiro glare at him. You lack something that Mikomo has. A clear, defined goal. Mikomo, while he is a traitor to every belief that all for one holds, has a goal. To make this world a better place without people like you. The doctor said, making Tomohiro look down in shame. Oh. Ashamed are we? But after all, it is entirely your fault that he left the great all for one side for those silly heroes. Tomohiro glared at the ground. Bile rising in his throat as he got of the pain he had inflicted upon the boy who had called him brother. But you're wrong. Tomohiro said after a moment. I do have a goal. Oh really? The doctor asked, curious as to what Tomohiro meant. And what is this goal? I don't remember much from before I met Sensei and you. Tomohiro began, staring at his father's hand. But what little that I do fills my heart with rage. And what does this have to do with this goal? I killed my family. Tomohiro said, looking down at his father's hand. I killed them, and after Sensei took me and I ruined the mind of his only son. I'm a monster that this horrible world made. He said as he spread his arms wide. I hate everything. Everything in this sick, twisted world that made me who I am. His ruby eyes blazed as he glared at the doctor's silhouette. So I'll destroy it all and reshape it into a paradise, a beautiful horizon from a ruinous horror. I'll show you both heaven and hell on earth. The doctor bursted out laughing. Now that is what I call a child's fantasy. All right then, Tomohiro Shigaraki, I'll lend you my power. Go ahead, show me this horizon. He said, madness leaking into his words. After all, a true villain is one who makes nonsensical babblings into reality. That was surprisingly easy. Mr. Compress said, looking at the doctor with surprise. I'd thought it'd take a lot more than that. You have a lot of messed up ideas, Tomohiro. Toga said, looking at the lanky man. Hey. Are you going to destroy the things I like too? No, Tomohiro said after a moment. The wishes of my allies are an exception. You can let whatever it is that you care for live. He said, making Toga jump for joy. The doctor chuckled. Hey, you're even more crazy than I got, Tomohiro. Were you just playing us then? Tomohiro asked, glaring at the doctor's silhouette. No, Tomohiro, I simply wished to see how you've developed. The doctor said, reclining in his chair. And I must say you've changed quite a bit since we last saw each other. But I was planning to help you from the start. He said, pointing at the tanks that filled the massive room. These children are one of my contributions. But they aren't the only thing I've made. The doctor said after a moment. I've been busy with research creating a special power just for you, Tomohiro, he said, making Tomohiro look at him with surprise. However, I won't hand them over just yet. The doctor continued. You children are still weak, still novices that I cannot fully entrust all of my creations to. And what do we have to do to get these creations? Tomohiro asked, glaring at the doctor. Gigantamacha. The doctor simply began. Make that beast yield to you instead of Mikamo, and I'll offer you everything that I have. Alright then. Tomohiro said, smirking. This'll be one long tutorial to get a power-up though. Sorry boss, but you'll have to do that without me. Davy said, sticking his hands into his pockets. I'm busy working on a new ally. Yeah right. Toga said, pointing at Davy. You're just sulking cause your fire doesn't work on Giganto. Shut up you crazy bitch. Davy growled, glaring down at the blonde. This ally could get us in the big leagues. The scarred man turned to look at Tomohiro. Look boss, I don't give a damn about your feelings or whatever that whole speech was about. I only give a damn about doing the best for me. Alright. Tomohiro said, looking at Davy with a small smile. This ally better be worth it though. In that case, I'd like you to give one of my high-ends a test run. The doctor excitedly yelled at Davy. I can tell that we both have an eye for beauty. So I think we'll get along quite well. Did you even hear a thing I said, Doc? Enough of this doctor that nonsense, call me Daruma Ujiko. Okay Daruma, hurry up and send us back. Tomohiro said, smiling. I'm feeling pretty motivated for some reason. Daruma pressed a button, making a mechanical arm holding a box of communicators extend forward. Use these to contact me from now on, he simply said before rummaging around for a moment. Before he sat up, holding a small dark-skinned Nomu with several modifications to its little body. Now then Johnny, send them back, he said, twisting a knob in the Nomu's brain. Tomohiro landed on his feet this time. He glared at Gigantamacha as he pressed his father's hand to his face. Yo. The blue-haired man said, making the giant turn to glare at him. Your future king has arrived. The king, Gigantamacha growled, is one who inspires fear, one who is strong. Everyone wishes to be king, yet little can be. How can you be my king when you're so weak? I'll show you, Tomohiro said, smiling behind his father's hand. I'll show you just how I can be your king, you big brute.